Hello everyone and welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thank you guys so much for joining me and Happy New Year. This is going to be the astrology of 2026. This will be my forecast for you guys. I'm so excited to spend New Year's Day with you. This is going to be quite a lengthy presentation. Many of you guys have been following me for several years. You guys know I always do something on New Year's Day, and honestly, this is the biggest presentation I have done yet. So thank you guys for joining me and being here. We've got a lot to cover today in this presentation. I'm going to be talking to you guys all about what's going on with the stars. We're going to pull tarot. We're going to talk about the numerology and all of the makings of 2026. So it is going to be quite an epic presentation today, probably several hours long. Make sure that you guys bookmark this video. You can come back to it throughout the year. And yeah, this is going to be a year of major resets, major personal revelations, reinventions, and obviously collective awakenings. And I think it's really going to be redefining humanity's path. Now, in my presentation today, I am going to be obviously kind of drawing on some of the energies that are connected to the Western whole sign system. So I'm going to be talking to you guys all about what's going on with Western astrology. I'm not a Vedic astrologer, and I will be unpacking the numerology. We're going to be doing this in some hidden layers. We're going to talk about the tarot. We are also going to get into some of the major themes for 2026. Lots of detailed predictions for you guys. I'll be touching on finance. I'll be talking about what's happening with tech, what's going on obviously with health and trends. We're also going to talk all about the new and the full moons, including 2026's 4 eclipses, and all of the Sabian symbols kind of mixed in and peppered there. I'll give you some insights to the degree theories, and obviously we'll touch on lots of historical stuff as well. I'll be diving deep into the retrogrades in this presentation also, including some of the more intense themes like the Venus retrograde and the Mars retrograde shadow. I'm going to tell you guys what to do and what not to do, and obviously talk about some of the global effects also. This is not just a forecast, it is a comprehensive roadmap to being able to navigate 2026. Obviously, this is like my skeleton, believe it or not, that I use for all of my content throughout this next year. So as you guys follow me for my videos that come out on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays, I am going to be referencing this kind of format and breaking down the content as we go throughout this next year. So you guys can come back to this. If you're waiting for content to come out, you can kind of get an idea of what's happening. And I hope you guys enjoy this. Obviously, this is a year that is going to be about massive change. And so I really thought long and hard about making this presentation. In previous years, we do charge for this, but I kind of figured, you know what, the collective really needs some guidance this year. So I hope you guys enjoy this little touch of magic. Now, obviously, you know, for 2026, what I really wanted to do was to create something that was going to be a little bit more in depth. So it doesn't really matter if you are an astro veteran and you know your chart, or if you're kind of a newbie to astrology. I think that this can really kind of help illuminate what's going to be happening in this next year, regardless of where you stand in your kind of astrology practice. But I would recommend, to make the most of my presentation today, please do grab your charts. I'll give you guys a second to do that. Whether you have it on an app or you have it printed out on paper, maybe you know it by heart and you just want to kind of take some notes, having your chart is going to be really helpful as we go throughout this presentation, because you'll be able to see the degrees of where we're seeing planets that are going to be changing signs, or where there's going to be retrogrades or eclipses. So it'll really kind of highlight some of the more kind of important periods for you. I also recommend, because this is going to be so long, get comfortable. So grab a snack, grab a drink. Hopefully you guys are nursing your hangovers. If you guys pulled an all-nighter, thanks for staying up and hanging out with me. Get comfortable and get grounded, because it is going to be quite a lengthy presentation. And obviously some of you guys might potentially need a drink. So, you know, grab a drink as well. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Candice. I'm a Western astrologer. I like to practice tarot, as well as implementing astrology and the Sabian symbols to kind of make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. I've been on YouTube for a very long time, but I've been really kind of kicking ass for like the last 4 years. So if you guys like my content, you want to see more of it, if you want to see some of my horoscopes or my eclipse videos or videos that I do on like the Sunday astro weather, please do subscribe to the channel. Click that bell button below. I would really appreciate it. Any interaction with the channel really helps the channel grow. And I'd love to see you guys join me in 2026 as we kind of further unpack some of this stuff as the astrology plays out in real time. Now, also, do leave me a comment below, even if it's just saying Happy New Year, or if you want to let me know what your New Year's resolution is, I'd love to hear, or some of the bigger energies that are impacting your chart. Drop your rising sign down below and let me know, what are you looking forward to the most in 2026 and what the heck is going on in your chart? All right, so before we get into that, I have to put this out there. I put a lot of, I didn't do a video on Tuesday. You guys didn't see me on Tuesday. I've been taking some time off because I have been slammed with work. Wanted to kind of enjoy the holidays. But if you guys do like this presentation, if you guys do appreciate the work and the time and the effort that went into it, or you want to support me as a full-time content creator, please go ahead and scan the QR code. That is my cosmic tip jar. Like I said, we're making this free for everybody this year, but if you got something out of it, or if you come back to it later in the year and you found it really helpful, your guys' tips are appreciated. These are my little doggies down here. This is Frank and Moose, actually the Rottweiler we adopted earlier this year. So full transparency, any tips that you guys give me is going to be going towards probably dog treats, as well as getting some takeout on New Year's Day, and probably a couple of drinks as I go out on New Year's Day to go and celebrate with my husband. We're a two-person team, so it takes a lot to be able to create these full-length, high-quality videos for you guys. You don't always see him, but he's the one doing all the editing. He's doing all the stuff on the YouTube. He helps me manage stuff for the website. He films all the courses, all that stuff. So we really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for your tips. And let's get into the presentation. Now we're going to be starting with the numerology of 2026. Okay, so if you guys have seen previous videos, I like to kind of break down the symbolism of the numerology. I like to talk a little bit about what it kind of connects to. And in 2026, I'm sure many of you guys know that this is going to be a big year. Now, the reason why is if we do the basic reduction for 2026, it reduces down to a universal year one. Perfect for some of the energies that we're going to see this year. It is a potent year for new beginnings. This is all about pure potential and obviously individual drive. Now, think of this as like the conclusion of 2025. Last year was a 9-year, so we were kind of releasing old baggage. There was a lot of global introspection, I think, that we have been going through over the last couple of years. And year one is really encouraging us to be bold. This is about leadership. This is about innovation. This is also about seeds that are kind of being planted, new intentions that are going to be growing over the next 9 years. Now, it doesn't come without challenges. Obviously, we know that ones sometimes bring some sense of isolation. It can also be that our ego is really driving a lot of the things that we want to do, and we can see a little bit of conflict. It is that kind of association with the first house as well as Mars, so we can feel a little bit kind of combative if we're not balancing that energy out with community. So it's really going to be kind of echoing the potential for global tensions in politics, or potentially even individual kind of conflicts that we have, and where we can kind of ice ourselves out. So you guys want to just kind of keep that into consideration. Now, to go a little bit more deep into the numerology, if we take 2, 0, 2, and 6, that actually makes a 46. And I think a lot of like 2026 is a lot about our perspective. We're going to talk a lot about the Saturn Neptune kind of conjunction and what that means. But really this year, life is going to be what you guys make of it. So when I look at the different perspectives, you'll see with the tarot and also the numerology, I think that connection to the 46 can also be really kind of vibrating with this energy that's kind of connecting to reflection. And it's also about recovery. 46s have kind of connections to processing losses, building more resilience. It's also obviously a high number, and it can reduce down to a 10. So we can also look at this as kind of the cycle of, things kind of cycling out, and cycles of fate can be connected to 10. And then that will further reduce to a 1. So 2026, I think, is suggesting that there's a new global foundation that's about to kind of emerge. We're going to see that this is all about healing. I think our past kind of collective traumas this year And this is, probably going to touch on the topics of kind of like economic or social upheavals that are going to come up that finally need to be kind of dealt with. And we're kind of building a new path forward in 2026. And we have to really think about, setting new intentions before we kind of launch into some of these fresh starts. Now, historically in the past, when we see years that have been ones, they've always been really big for like new pioneering events. It's also very similar to what we saw in 2017 and also in 2008 when we saw some major financial resets, but that did lead to innovation for the right people. Now, I have this top secret. I don't share it with anybody, but I'll share it with you guys. Numerology kind of cookbook that I use. And there are phrases and there are specific topics and there are themes that will come up for each individual number. It goes 0 all the way to 100. It correlates with tarot. If you were one of the lucky few who got one of my, or who will be getting one of my 2026 personal overviews, you guys will be getting your personal number in your report. But I wanted to share with you guys some of the lists that I have for 46. So some of these things may not make sense right now, but if you watch this video, I think at the end of this year, you're going to see a lot of these phrases come up a lot in your life. You're going to see a lot of these phrases come up a lot in the media. They will be in headlines. They will be major topics. And it seems like a random grab bag of stuff, but just pay attention. So 46 correlates and connects with the 6 of Cups, which we'll get to in just a second. But when we look at 46, this is what I have in my list. So it deals with the past. It deals with yesterday. It's also connected to happy memories, childlike innocence. It's also about age and youth, which is interesting with the connection with the Aries stuff. Toddlers, kids, children, upbringing, offspring, growing up. Also, it really puts an emphasis on the seasons being really significant each year. Throughout the year, you're going to see during the equinoxes and the solstices, there's going to be massive changes that are going to happen. So it's already kind of pointing to what's going to be happening around the real astrological new year, obviously, when Aries season starts. Things that blossom, it's going to be really significant for people who are involved with flowers, petals, roses, anybody who also works with planting seeds or working with plants. This is also going to be really significant for being prompt, being on time, having appointments. And also it talks a lot about waiting, sometimes being somewhere too early, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. And we're going to see a lot of emphasis on time. So whether that's clocks, schedules changing, I think wristwatches are going to be really big this year. Anything connecting to kind of the calendar may be changing. And obviously we're going to talk a lot about time and that kind of connection to history. I do think time travel might kind of come up this year in a big way. But that also leads us to talking about history, historical figures, archives, curators, museums, artifacts, things that are connected to ancient history. So think like ancient civilizations, major archaeological finds, paleontology, archaeology, anything that's connected to major kind of connections to human origins, okay? Ancestors or ancestry and anything kind of connected to aging. And so I think this is going to be a huge emphasis on breakthroughs in like anti-aging this year, and anything that's connected also to monuments, landmarks, statues, keepsakes, souvenirs, collectors, and memorabilia. Okay. And anything that's like miniature, I think is also going to be really big this year. Now, the other list that I have is phrases. So these will be phrases and things that you're going to see people saying or things that are going to be kind of catchy, I think, in 2026. Patiently accepting delays, maintaining innocence, the good old days, the golden oldies, just like old times for old time's sake, for all of history, making history, history in the making, the rest is history, track records, Akashic records, incarnational records, kids at heart, forever young, young at heart, the young and old, April showers, bring May flowers. So it keeps putting an emphasis on that. Floral arrangements, like clockwork. Let's see. Keeping track of time. Don't let time pass you by. Take time to smell the roses. Moment in time. Time capsules, which might be big. Coming of age, growing up. It's just a matter of time. Passage of time. Period of time. Window of time. Be on time. Don't be late. Be punctual. Time zones. Anything connected to maybe time zone changing can kind of come up this year. because it talks about spring forward, fall back. So I wonder if we're gonna like get rid of some of the changes with like the time zones, turning back the clock, the hands of time, shifting of time, time being immortal, everything happening at once, clocking in, clocking out, around the clock. There aren't enough hours in the day. And it talks also a lot about being late, not being late, being punctual. It also talks about growing up, acting our age and not acting like a big kid. But also it talks a lot about reflecting on what we had when we were younger. So I think we're going to see a lot of generations that are going to be going back to wanting to use things that are like analog and not wanting to have things that are digital, and kind of resisting some of the digital developments, and like going back to playing like old PlayStations or, you know, VHSs, or things that are not going to necessarily be streaming, and things that are considered old fashioned, coming back into style. So I think that that's something that I would just kind of watch for. So I know this sounds like a grab bag, but you guys will find that a lot of these things are going to kind of make its way, I think, into our culture in 2026. So what do I see when I kind of put all of this together? Well, I think it's going to be a huge surge in personal agency. I think people are going to be also stepping into roles as being creators, entrepreneurs, activists. This is also really going to be amplifying the themes that we're going to see in Aries this year, globally. Now, I think this could also manifest as major breakthroughs in technology and also like governance, which we'll see. I also think that we're going to see a lot of topics that are coming up connected to the environment and inequality issues, especially with that Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries. I think it's really going to be touching on like the dissolving of old structures, and the challenges that are going to come up are going to be really about where we have too much ambition and where we can kind of have burnout. So what you guys are going to want to do with this energy in 2026 is really kind of ground out your energy daily. If there's any takeaway from this whole presentation, it's that you guys really want to focus in 2026 in calling your energy back to yourself, where you've overextended yourself with friends, family, relationships, where there hasn't been any personal boundaries, where maybe you have kind of lost yourself in work or, you know, problems or kind of worries. Like, you have to really focus on meditating and bringing that energy back to yourself this year, because if you can do that, I think it's really going to help you focus on, you know, setting new intentions, really making the most of 2026 and like this fire energy where we can really initiate new starts. Now, if you guys want to check out your own personal numerology, you can do that. I recommend definitely checking in with like a numerologist. That's not something that I do unless it's just for, you know, like the new year ahead. But you guys can follow the calculation. So just take the number of your day and your month of when you were born, and then add the 1. And then you're going to want to reduce that and see what personal year that you guys are actually in. So I gave you like an example on the screen so you can see how it works. So like, for example, I'm born on 11/11, so obviously I'm a 4, and then I would add 1 because we're going into universal year 1, which would make me a 5. So that's my cycle that I'm going to be in this year. So you guys probably check out your own numerology and see what kind of year you're in and what you're going to be experiencing. Obviously, if you are typically a 1, I think you're going to do a little bit easier, or have a little bit of an easier run this year, because you're going to be more used to some of the energies that we're going to be experiencing. All right, so let's now go to the tarot and let's talk a little bit about what's going to be happening with the tarot connection. So we know that we have that 46 that connects and correlates with the 6 of Cups. We know that it can also reduce down to a 10, which is going to connect and correlate to the Wheel of Fortune. But we also have a universal year 1, which is actually going to be the Magician, because if you guys know, the Fool is actually a 0. So I love these cards. I think that these are way better than what we've had in recent years, if you want my kind of tarot expertise on this. I feel like bridging the numerology to the tarot is really makes sense for me personally. Now, when we think about these energies, tarot is a vibration. When you get a tarot reading, you're just kind of getting the forecast of what's kind of already vibrating within your energetic field. So in a nutshell, we could look at all 3 of these, or you guys can choose the one that kind of resonates most to you. Personally, I feel like they all apply, and I think that they're also really beautiful when you put them together. Now, if we look at the 6 of Cups, that is the 46th card. I have a personal kind of attachment to this card. This is the card that is connected to my sun sign, being a second decan in Scorpio. So I know this one very well. And I think if we look at the 46, so this is before we're reducing anything, really what it talks about is this connection to emotions and relationships. And the connection, I think, to the 46 is about anything that deals with being nostalgic, childhood memories, innocence, obviously goodwill. And it's often depicted as like children exchanging cups in a garden. Okay, so this, if you guys haven't seen my tarot deck, this is my tarot deck that I put out earlier this year. And I loved making this particular card because when I was looking at it, I was like, you know what, I just want something like warm, and it symbolizes something that's like, you know, the happy pastimes and kind of sharing and this like emotional generosity. So this is a card that really evokes, I think, revisiting the past and doing so with fondness. And this can mean that we're able to heal wounds through simple joys, but it also has the potential for being stuck in the past and like getting stuck in memories. So this card upright really represents harmony from past connections and that it's leading to present fulfillment. Now it's not reversed, okay, but if it was reversed, and this could be the downside of 2026, is that we're kind of clinging on to the past or having a difficult time growing up, or maybe, you know, feeling like we're losing some aspect of our childhood or we're leaving something behind, kind of like having to move away from our hometown or like the house that we grew up in. So it's a reminder in 2026 that we have to really integrate lessons without dwelling too much on the past. I think Jupiter in Cancer is teaching us that as well. And, you know, in 2026's kind of context, I think this really suggests that the year begins from a foundation of reflecting on past emotional insecurities and collective nostalgia. So we're going to be revisiting cultural or maybe like, you know, family roots from prior years. And it's supposed to be kind of inspiring new harmony. And this will also amplify, I think, as a reminder that true beginnings, obviously number one year, stem from honoring emotional history, where we come from, right? And not just our own families and our own culture and our own roots, but think bigger than that. Where do we come from as a country? Where do we come from in a sense of our human origins? I think being a Saturn-Neptune person myself, I'm very excited to see the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. I have a feeling that it's going to completely upend a lot of historical beliefs and things that we have been taught about our origins and where we come from. I think that we're going to see some major breakthroughs in terms of kind of connecting religion and spirituality, and also, you know, how we got here, and maybe demystifying a little bit of like scripture. So I think that this is going to be a really great card. I also feel like for those of you guys who feel like you want to connect to your inner child, or you want to go back to things that you used to do when you were younger that you enjoyed, or you want to learn how to play, or you want to be able to share some of your family heirlooms or you know, traditions, this is a wonderful year to be able to do that. And I think that a lot of us can have a lot of fun doing this. Now, if we move to the Wheel of Fortune, so this is if we look at it from the perspective of a 10, obviously the 24 plus the 20, this is going to be another great card, right? So the Wheel of Fortune never guarantees, and I always tell my clients, it doesn't guarantee fortune, right? We've all seen the Wheel of Fortune. You spin the wheel and sometimes, you know, you guys get the zero and sometimes you get the mega prize. And I think with this card kind of coming up, it does symbolize cycles. Okay, so this is about things cycling out, maybe something repeating, maybe some of us are going to feel like we hit the lottery, but there's one guarantee, that there is going to be this intervention from the universe, and that this is about getting on the track of our destiny. This is about change. It's also about unexpected turns of fate. And I really feel like 2026 is like a trust fall with the universe. It is going to be a year that really represents, I think, the ebb and flow of life, and obviously the karmic wheel. That's what the Wheel of Fortune is. So opportunities arise from some of the changes and some of the shifts that can kind of come up. I think it also highlights where we need to be more adaptable amid some of the global changes that are going to be happening. And I think that, you know, the luck is going to be favoring the bold. Many of you guys who have seen my my email signature, I always have that in Latin. You know, being an Aries moon, that's something that I've always kind of tapped into. I feel like if we're willing to be bold and brave and take accountability this year and show up, and there's going to be windows of opportunity that are going to make some people incredibly wealthy, incredibly, I think, happy, and give them a lot more freedom, it's worth taking risks this year. So what I like about this card is that, you know, it does kind of say upright that there's positive shifts, there's abundance coming. But if we look at it from the perspective of it being reversed, It means that some of us will have to make changes. Some of us will have temporary setbacks, will have delays, right? Which came up in the numerology list. And it ties to the year kind of amplifying this reset that we're going to see. You're going to hear all the astrologers saying reset, reset, reset. I guarantee you guys, this is probably the biggest year that we're going to see since 2020. This is, I think, single-handedly the biggest year that we're going to see for humanity in thousands of years. So when I look at the Wheel of Fortune coming up, positive is I'm definitely expecting this reset. I think that there's going to be a lot of serendipity that's going to happen. So you have to look for the moments where the universe is intervening. And we need to stay flexible, especially after kind of looking at that Six of Cups lesson, where if we focus too much on the past, we can't really move forward. Now, if we go old school and follow the OG astrology, you know, we see this is a year that is going to be a #1 year. So who do we get? We get the Magician. So I like the Magician, although sometimes he can kind of be seen as like a used car salesman. But certainly the Magician, I think, is great because it represents manifestation, right? And it represents resourcefulness and turning ideas into reality. Hello, Saturn, Neptune. Using the elements, wands, you know, or fire for action, cups for water, and also intuition, swords for intellect, pentacles for earth and material things. Everything we have is at our disposal. Everything we have is within us. We just have to be able to see it. We have to be able to believe. This is a year to believe. So when we see the Magician upright, it represents skill, and it's also about willpower and alchemy. So if you're somebody who's wanted to get into doing rituals this year, or meditation practice, or visualization, or vision boarding, or whatever, your body is a temple, right? Aries can represent the physical body, the helm of your ship. Neptune represents our kind of vision. Saturn is that commitment to it. Now, it's not an easy transit, but it can mean that if we can visualize it, if we believe it, it will come. So all of you guys have to go watch Field of Dreams. You get that reference. And I think that when we put this together, you know, there's something to kind of consider is that, yes, it can be great, but it can also mean he's the master of illusion. So when we think about the Magician reversed, there can be manipulation, and I think we can see that this year. There can be scattered energy, so we have to watch for illusions. We have to really guard our energy. We have to call it back to ourselves. And I think that if we apply this to the year, that we're really aligning the mind, the body, and the spirit for these new beginnings. And we're building maybe on the nostalgia of the Six of Cups, and we're embracing the new cycles that come in with the Wheel of Fortune. You know, essentially it means that it's 2026 is really inviting us to kind of wield our tools confidently amid some of the cosmic shifts that are going to be kind of happening. And, you know, obviously there's no other way but to kind of move through it right head on, right, when we deal with the Aries transits. So very, very interesting tarot that we have this year. Definitely let me know what you guys think and which one you kind of resonate with the most. I feel like all of them really apply. I think it's also amazing to kind of see that, yeah, that, you know, some of us will get stuck in the past, or we will feel limited, or we'll feel unsure. But that Wheel of Fortune is saying change can be good. And the times are definitely going to be changing this year. And I think many of us are going to be seeing the opportunities if we embrace some of these changes, and the ability to kind of create maybe the career of our dreams, the home of our dreams, the life of our dreams, and really kind of have this breakthrough moment where we're able to really wield our power in an amazing way. So let me know what you guys think. All right, so now I have for you guys the Wheel of the Year spread. So I actually pulled 13 cards from my deck, and I laid them out, and I did one for each month. So let me take you to that. And if you guys aren't familiar with this, I start at the 9 o'clock hour. So kind of like if you're looking at a natal chart, I start at the 9 o'clock hour, that is January, and then it's going to be going counterclockwise all the way until we get to the 12th card. And then the card in the center was the card that I pulled that was the overall energy for the year. Well, the tarot spoke for itself. The tarot was like, nope, I'm a 1 year, and it was the Magician. So this is just general Wheel of the Year. I do this for my 2026 reports for you guys personally, but collectively I thought, you know what, let's see what's kind of going on. I did it last year. And this 13 card spread is going to represent the 12 months of 2026, and then the overall energy in the center. I pulled these cards at random. This is what I got. And then I sat there and kind of meditated on it. And I did a little bit of a write-up for what I think it was going to actually manifest for us. So I'm going to be starting first with the 9 o'clock hour, which is the Ace of Wands. And I got this card upright. Okay, so basically, the Ace of Wands kicking off the year, I'm totally fine with. I think that this is a wonderful card for January. It does represent new creative sparks and inspiration and like a lot of get up and go energy. And if you guys saw the astrology of January, you know what I'm talking about with like all the Mars Venus stuff that's happening in Capricorn. I think that this is a card that really means that there's pure potential for action in January. And it's almost like there is like a match that's being struck. So a fire is kind of igniting. And in 2026, obviously, you know, we're kicking off this year one and there's a lot of bold initiatives, and it's tying to also, I think, Neptune's entry into Aries. So in 2025, we saw Saturn and Neptune there briefly, and they were very close to each other. They crossed that 0 degrees cardinal point, and then they retrograded back to Pisces. So we spent the last couple of months kind of tying up loose ends, wrapping things up, maybe being a little unsure. But I personally feel like this is wonderful. I think that as we're going to see Saturn and Neptune getting ready to go back into Aries in January and February, it's about starting new projects, despite maybe the introspection that we've had over the winter. Now, the challenge that comes up with this card is like, yeah, we can have burnout. I think if we really focus on manifestation, maybe we include rituals that are like lighting candles or wearing red or kind of bringing in that kind of fire energy, it's going to keep us amplified and it's going to give us the opportunity to get a lot of things done. So I really feel like January is actually going to be quite a productive month for everyone. Now, February is the second card, which I got the Seven of Swords reversed. You guys know this is the month that we see the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. We are also going to be seeing the very first new nodal eclipse that'll be taking place in mid-February, and that'll be in Aquarius. So February is definitely a gangbuster month. I think with this reverse card, at least it represents that there is going to be this release of deception, okay? And honestly, I do think that a lot of the transits talk a lot about there being some major exposure and where, you know, people have been lied to, and like there has been some conspiracies and like other things, and like people just cannot believe some of the things that they're going to be hearing and seeing in February. So to see the Seven of Swords reversed, I'm not surprised. This is also about honesty emerging. So when we think about this, it's really about letting go of sneaky behaviors. Maybe it's about letting go of illusions. Obviously, we know with like that Aquarius eclipse, this is going to be about kind of confronting group deceptions or where there's been propaganda and other things that have maybe been online, major drama in politics for sure. And at the end of February, we're also going to see Mercury turning retrograde in Pisces. So, you know, confusing for sure, but I think this is really encouraging truthful communications. And I think the challenge here is that we're going to have to really look at where there has been some past betrayals that have been going on, and they're going to be surfacing. The opportunity is that we're really focusing on where can we build better trust in some of our networks online, you know, at work, with friends. And I really feel like this is a time where secrets are going to be exposed, and we're going to see a lot of truth that's going to be coming out, and it's going to be absolutely shocking, but we have to kind of get it out in the air. So watch for all of that stuff that's going to be going on in February. March, we got the Empress upright, which I really like. I think that, you know, it's just so perfect that that's like a card that deals with the spring, and it's about kind of birth, and it's also about beauty and this Venusian energy. And this is a card that's about women. This is a card that's about mothers. This is a card that's about obviously anything kind of connected to femininity and art and beauty and life. So we're going to be really focusing on nurturing abundance in March. It's also about creativity really flourishing. I think that we'll see a lot of maternal energies. We could see a lot of pregnancies. There's going to be incentives also, I think, for people to be kind of growing families. You're going to hear a lot of people talking about birth rate things going on, and major kind of growth when it comes to maybe the beauty industry or anything that's connected to art or agriculture. And in March, we're going to see a Virgo eclipse. So that's also a very earthy energy. Now, it is a South Node eclipse, and we'll get into those in a minute, but this is really kind of talking about practical healing. And so maybe people are going to be shifting more into changing, you know, their health through what they're eating or what they're consuming, or, you know, like herbal remedies. You know, with Saturn in Aries, obviously this might be really talking about needing to have more structure when it comes to our health and our routines, and maybe also when it comes to our personal or our emotional boundaries. I think the challenge of March is really going to be the balance in kind of giving and receiving. And the opportunity is really a lot of home and family expansion is going to be possible. I do think we're going to see in 2026, I keep telling people, I think we're going to see major changes in the housing market. I think people who have never been able to afford homes, they're going to see an opportunity to get in. And I would really encourage you guys in March to really focus on planting seeds as a ritual, like literally, right? And like planting seeds, they sell like those papers that you can find online that has like seeds in it, and then you can write your intentions and then put it in a pot. I would do that in March with this card coming up, because I think that if we're planting those seeds with intention, we can see the growth, and that can actually be physically manifesting and can kind of like release some of our intentions like out into the air. Now for the fourth card, this is for April. I got the Five of Pentacles reversed. Now I'm kind of like internally kind of laughing when I did this, because I was like, February and April are going to be like, well, those are going to be some of the challenging months. And of course we get the Five of Pentacles, which is a challenging card, but it is reversed. Economically, not too thrilled about this card. It does talk about recovery from hardship. Obviously you see like the two people standing outside of the church in the cold, and they're like homeless and like they're injured. And so I think that the reversal at least helps the fact, and it talks about kind of getting out of feeling like we're in a poverty or we're kind of stuck mindset. It does talk about aid being a huge theme. Okay. So I do think that we're going to see major movements where there is going to be like aid that's being given to certain groups of people who are needing assistance. And whether that's because there's massive storms or there's flooding, or we're going to see humanitarian crisis. As much as I hate to say that, I do think these things are going to be happening throughout 2026. This might be one of those months. So the help arrives. There is going to most likely be a major move to try to help or end poverty, or to be kind of improving poverty mindset, or easing people's kind of concerns about economic issues or depressions, and support being found. Now, obviously we'll see in April, there's going to be an Aries new moon. So this is definitely going to kind of boost self-assertion. Uranus is also going to be going into Gemini. So I think that's going to bring lots of financial surprises. I think the challenge here is just we're going to see lingering scarcity. There is going to be scarcity, and whether it's going to be issues with water, issues with food, if we're going to see major issues with crops, or if we're going to see that there is just more of an emphasis on, you know, people being like, hey, I'm no longer able to get government subsidies, or I'm not able to, you know, get my unemployment any longer, or, you know, now I'm not able to get my food stamps. We're going to see some of that stuff in 2026. It's going to happen. We saw some of that stuff already being brought forth in 2025. And I think that I'm neutral on it. I think it's going to be more about incentivizing individuals that if they do, or if they are needing to receive support, that we are creating an environment where we are encouraging them to be self-sufficient, not just live off the system, but get to where they're like, yeah, we are working, or we are, you know, volunteering, or we're doing other things to be able to receive support. So we're trying to kind of incentivize people to be independent, be able to do it on their own. But a lot of people with Saturn and Neptune are going to be like, I've never done this before. How do I do this? This is scary. Why am I not getting any help? We will see that there will be possible economic rebounds that happen in April. And I think that a ritual that I would do with the Five of Pentacles reverse is I would be donate clothes if you can, donate services, food, time, right? And if you're somebody who's in need, you know, it does kind of indicate that there's going to be some kind of support that's going to kind of come in. It's also really important to be kind of affirming your abundance and moving away from scarcity mindsets in April. Now in May, I got the Knight of Cups upright. So this might be pretty prominent for my water signs. This is obviously one of the first court cards that we're getting. So if you are a Cancer, a Scorpio, or a Pisces, this might really be kind of, you know, more so for you, but this can be for everybody. And the Knight of Cups is about feeling kind of romantically inspired, right? Or a romantic pursuit, or like I always see it as the knight in shining armor. And so it really means that there's going to be emotional offers, new opportunities for relationships, maybe taking intuitive action when it comes to love or creativity. So I think when I think about May, I know there's going to be a Taurus new moon that's going to help us manifest stability. We are going to see that new moon is going to kind of play out down the road in the fall when we have a Venus retrograde. So we'll have to kind of figure out what's happening then. But it is definitely prompting, I think, value reassessment and like relationship kind of reflection. So in May, I would say that the theme that's going to come up is kind of idealism versus reality. And that is still the Saturn Neptune stuff that's kind of happening. But where there's opportunity, I think, to really kind of be more heart-centered, be more, willing to take action, go after what we love, what we're most passionate about, and really have new opportunities in relationships and like deeper connections. So I would say in May, heart meditations, working with rose quartz, listening to music, being by water, trying to be more heart-centered. These are things that are really going to kind of help us really kind of boost some of the more positive energies that are going to come from that Knight of Cups. And then we have June, which I get the Two of Swords reversed. Okay, so at this point, we're now halfway through the year. All of the more challenging cards have been reversed, if you guys haven't noticed. This is about decisions needing to be made. Okay, so some of us are going to feel like we get to June and we're like, we have to pick a lane. We can't be indecisive anymore. We can't be on the fence. This is also getting clarity after a stalemate. So if you feel like you've been set back or there's been delays or anything like that going on, this might be the month that you're like, okay, now I have to pick a lane. And I think that this is also about removing the blindfolds. So if you think about like the Two of Swords, she's like crossed with trying to make a decision. Her eyes are kind of covered and it's like, finally, we have to kind of face the truth, or we have to kind of see the truth in a situation. And I feel like that Gemini new moon is definitely going to enhance that. It's also going to be really pushing us when it comes to communication. Jupiter will be entering Leo, and that's going to also bring, I think, a lot of creativity. It's going to bring a lot of joy. And we just want to watch for overthinking or taking too long to make decisions in June. That will be a window of opportunity for a lot of people. And we're going to also see the beginning of a Mercury retrograde. So I do think that we'll see like belief shifts that come up with this card. I think some people are going to feel like they kind of have to kind of break with their old life, or maybe they need to kind of cut cords, or, maybe they need to finally, make a decision after feeling like they've put it off for so long. I mean, and I'm going to tell you guys, 2026 is going to push a lot of us to the edge, and it's going to push a lot of us to either get outside of our comfort zone and initiate some of these new things and like do it willingly, or we're going to be forced to have to do this. And so I think that this might be the month that people are kind of like, okay, now I can't resist. I have to actually make the change. All right, then we get to July, which we get the 10 of Cups. Okay, one of the best cards in tarot, I think. And July with the 10 of Cups is about family. This is about emotional fulfillment. This is about dream come true. This is also about harmonious relationships. Good news when it comes to homes and housing, or expanding homes, or family bliss. Obviously we see the rainbow that comes up in this card, so it kind of represents the rainbow after the storm. That Cancer new moon is beautiful. We're also going to see that the North and the South node are going to change that month, and it's going to move to Aquarius, which is going to emphasize community with the North node there. I think the challenge in July is kind of like idealized expectations. I think we could see that. We can also find that lots of parties, lots of joyful gatherings, weddings, family celebrations. We're also going to see that this is a time of really practicing a lot of gratitude for what we do have, appreciating the support that we have maybe from our family, our friends, our community, and spending a lot of time with loved ones. So especially if you're like, oh, I'm going back home, over the summer, or I'm going on a vacation with my family, or we're having a reunion, that kind of stuff can be really great in July. Then there was August. August, we got the Tower reversed. Okay, another negative card, unfortunately, but this is a card that at least it's reversed. And this is also interesting because I've noticed the trend that it's kind of like this end of summer going into the fall of 2026, like things definitely start to kind of slow down because we're going to start to see retrogrades, and we're going to start to see retrograde shadows. August is a month that, we're just coming off of the eclipses. We are also going to find that, typically the Tower is like that shift moment where everything kind of collapses. But when it's reversed, it's saying there's gradual change. So it's easier to kind of navigate. This is also about avoiding a potential crisis. So it can mean that by the time we get into August, we're kind of like in this rebuilding phase after we've been experiencing upheaval pretty much since the spring. The Leo eclipses are going to spotlight changes in leadership. We're also going to see changes revolving around our heart space, what we enjoy, what we crave, what we love. And then we're going to see a lunar eclipse that's going to happen in Pisces, which is really dissolving illusions. So I think the challenge with the Tower card is that there's still lingering shocks, and there's going to be some major financial shocks, I think, that are still going to be happening, especially financially at the end of summer. But the opportunity is that we can see that there can be creative rebirths. It's like, okay, we've cleared the deck. Now we're going to start over. So really ground yourself in August. I think that I'd be wearing my black tourmaline. I'd be getting my feet in the grass. I would be also looking at anything that got upended as being like, okay, this is an opportunity to kind of start over and like, let's kind of see the silver lining in the situation. All right, so then we get to September where we get the 9 of Wands upright. And the 9 of Wands is a card of resilience. So it's kind of like, you know, you see like the soldier standing there and he's like wounded and he's like looking around and, you know, he's like, I've come this far, I'm not going to give up. So it does represent getting to the end of a cycle and feeling like it's the final push. Like you just have to keep going. It can mean also that we can feel defensive, but we're really trying to focus on perseverance and like not backing down and like looking back at how far we've come and like giving ourselves credit for what we have been able to accomplish earlier in the year. So some people will look at this as, okay, well, look at, you know, how hard I worked on my garden, or look at how much work I put into, you know, my new business, or like, look at what we're able to kind of get through with, you know, our relationship, whatever. And the Virgo new moon, I think, is also really talking about service. So we're going to see this emphasis on, you know, new health initiatives, you know, trying to kind of help stabilize the job market. Unfortunately, we're getting ready to start to see the Mars retrograde shadow that's going to begin. And then this is really going to test our energy. And this is where you guys have to pace yourself and not feel like you have to go, 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 go. Because the end of 2026 is going to feel a little slow. We're going to feel like we're just kind of going through like cement. So we will see some fatigue that will happen in September. But I think that the positive is that it's helping us kind of slow down and look at how we're working, our health, where we can change our patterns. And really, I think that this is about using affirmations to keep going, you know, giving ourselves a pat on the back for what we have been able to accomplish, really focusing on that internal strength and like pacing ourselves so that way we're not burning out by the end of September. Then we get to October, and the card that I got is the 4 of Pentacles reverse. Certainly October and November is going to be quite colorful financially in the world. I think that this is about some people being like, what have I lost? And whether that's feeling like you've lost money, you've lost friends, you've maybe had to let go of a relationship, release of control maybe, and not trying to control a certain outcome. This can also mean that we have to let go of like a material grip. So there's going to be some shifts in the way that people are looking at buying, spending, investing. And I think that, you know, there will be a Libra new moon that's going to definitely balance out relationships. We're going to see Mercury and Venus retrograde in Scorpio, and Venus will actually retrograde back into Libra. And we're going to see throughout these retrogrades, they're going to square Pluto and Aquarius. So there's definitely going to be a major drama over power and control in financial structures and also in relationships. And yes, we're going to see people are going to look at things and they're going to be like, oh my God, what's going to happen? There's going to be a lot of scarcity, you know, fear that's going to come up. We are going to see some changes kind of going on, I think, with financial systems, and people are going to realize where certain things are kind of getting locked or blocked or shut down, and they're going to be like, whoa, what are we going to do? This is another month to like let Jesus take the wheel, to just let go. And also let go of things, okay? So we're going to feel like, you know, some people are going to go, I need to pack up and move. Do I take all my stuff with me, or do I just get my bare essentials and what I need, and do I get out? And this is a card that can talk about materialism, greed, holding on to something too long, like, and also, you know, people who have had wealth for a very long time that are not going to cope well with some of the changes that are going to be coming in the world. But I think there's going to be more fair kind of wealth distribution. If you can, this is another month to donate possessions, to give things away, to help those who are in need, to not be too attached to material items, and really just focus on letting go of scarcity mindset, because this is coming up yet again, and it does reflect in the astrology. Then we have November, and November we get the star upright. So obviously another major arcana card. This is a card that is also connected and associated with Aquarius. So it can be obviously a big month for you guys. It can also be saying that this is where hope starts to return, right? So we see the star card kind of come up after we've seen some of the chaos happening with like some of the major earlier majors. And this is about hope. It's about inspiration. It's about connecting with community. It's also about a guiding light that comes after the darkness. So after we see like that heaviness, you know, August, September, October, and then boom, November is like, okay, now what are we going to do about it? I think the Scorpio new moon and the continuation of some of the retrogrades that we're going to see is still going to be doing some clearing, but they will be peaking in November. So it's going to be about reflection. The challenge here is that we're doubting. Is it going to work? Is it going to be okay? Is everything, you know, going to come together? And I feel like this is a time where humanity will have to unite especially with some of the squares to, you know, Pluto and Aquarius. If there is going to be major surveillance, if there is going to be major AI and tech governance, if there is going to be control over banking and financial things, I think people are going to start to realize, like, wait a second, if we don't do something now, there's going to be a bigger problem. And so people are going to have to kind of band together and unite. This is a month that I would really go back and think about some of the seeds that you planted in February under the solar eclipse that you saw in Aquarius, because this is going to be highlighting some of those themes and some of those changes that came up for you earlier in the year. And then we get to December, which is obviously the last of the 12 months in 2026. And I got the Six of Swords reversed. So this can mean that there is some delays, especially with things moving forward or travel, or some delays with moving. We're also going to see people feeling like they're kind of trying to make a transition and they're stuck. Maybe there is some delayed healing or some anxiety that's coming up. Maybe there's just resistance to moving on. And I think that thankfully we'll have like a Sag new moon that will kind of lighten things up. But it does make sense because we're going to see the Mars retrograde, a shadow that's going to begin. And we're going to have that kind of happening, hanging around, you know, Virgo and kind of Leo. So we're going to feel kind of burnt out a little bit. There can be some lingering issues that are still kind of tied to what happened earlier in the year. And obviously, you know, this is about year-end closures. So I think a lot of this is going to be about being like, okay, this is what we've kind of dealt with this year. Are we really ready to move forward? And I think it's eerily similar to what we've had in recent years, where we get to the end of the year and we're like, what's next? Because I don't know about you guys, but like the last 5 years have kind of felt like a bad reality show with like a plot twist at the end of each year. This has that same similar vibe. But the final card, which is the all over what to expect in 2026, the Magician, is basically saying, and it was upright, that it's about manifestation and being resourceful. Life is going to be what you make of it this year. I think that this is also really kind of saying that it's about wielding some of the kind of energies, especially with Saturn and Neptune, you know, Uranus and Gemini, Pluto and Aquarius, they're all going to aspect each other, to focus on bringing together where our energies have been scattered, where we are unclear. If we're constantly being hit, boom, 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 all over the place with this is going on and that's going on and this is going on, we are in a constant state of fear. We are not able to just breathe, not give into that fear, not get angry, not get reactionary, right? And actually take the time to kind of create this new personal kind of bubble for our auric field, and realize that we have it within us individually and collectively to take action and actually make change out in the world. So this card reinforces, hey, it's a 1 year, you know, you can say what you want about the other cards, but it's really urging us to have skillful, I think, navigation and work with some of the air and fire energies that are going to be taking place in 2026. Obviously, you know, the other thing to kind of think about is that Magician is saying you are the creator of your own reality. What you think about, what you say, what you visualize, what you're meditating on is what becomes your reality. And if you take more accountability for what you are manifesting and what you are seeing and your perspective in the world, that can like reverberate outward, right? That can affect a few individuals, can actually really positively or negatively impact the masses. So protect your energy this year, protect your visions, right? Focus more on what you're doing, inspire other people to do the same thing. All right, so now we're gonna get into the general overview for the year and what to kind of expect. And we're gonna do the general, and then we're gonna get into like all the individual kind of planetary energies. And overall, you know, when we think about 2026, Neptune in Aries, Saturn in Aries, Jupiter going into Leo, Uranus going back into Gemini, Pluto's in Aquarius, Nodal Changes, it's all air and fire, baby. It really is. So this is a year of igniting passion. This is going to be, I think, a year where it's all about taking bold steps forward, going where we haven't gone before, being more adventurous, and really being brave when it comes to kind of seizing the moment and where we are going. So it's a very fiery, innovative, transformative year, and it's dominated by air and fire planets. Now, we'll get into all the nitty-gritty, but we will see the Saturn-Neptune conjunction at 0 degrees of Aries. We know that this is a cardinal starting point for the Zodiac, and it's kind of the fresh start for the world because it's on a cardinal axis. And this is really blending the energy of Saturn, which is going to be about structure, with dreams, right? Neptune. Now, it can also potentially dissolve old boundaries, and it's doing that for new paradigms. I think that the conjunction with the sextiles to Uranus and Gemini, and also the sextiles of Pluto and Aquarius, which is going to start up in February, but you're really going to see it kick into overdrive mid-year. It's going to create this kind of grand air-fire flow. And we know that air and fire make bigger fires, right? You're just kind of blowing up the situation and kind of making it larger. So we're going to see rapid innovation, and it's going to be like this kind of cosmic, like big bang energy that's really echoing what we have seen in previous kind of years when we saw Saturn and Neptune come together in Aries, and even thousands of years ago when we saw really like the birth of humanity. I'm going to get into that. You guys are going to get a little bit of a history lesson today. But overall, this is about really taking independence and really kind of balancing it with community, because we're going to see the North Node go into Aquarius. Your girl's having her North Node return, so I'm kind of excited about that. And the South Node's going to go into Leo. So bring on the boy bands, bring on all of the weirdness, bring on changes, I think, with the internet, bring on new communities and networks. We're also going to see, Chiron's going to go into Taurus. I'm going to talk about that as well. And really, we're going to see that it's about kind of focusing on authenticity and emotional depth, because Jupiter will actually start in Cancer, and then it's going to go into Leo. All the Mercury retrogrades this year are going to be in water signs. So I'm expecting kind of optimism from some of the Jupiter shifts. But obviously, as you guys know, retrogrades are always going to prompt deeper reflection, and it's going to really amplify by eclipses, which will kind of accelerate some of the karma. So what you're going to find is that with all of this stuff kind of happening in air and fire, things are going to move very quickly. Okay. So fire, obviously, my Aries, my Leos, my Saggies, I think you guys are going to do well with this. Obviously, unless you have planets that are at like 0 to 2 degrees of Aries, you guys are really going to be feeling the heat in the spring. We'll get into that. But air is going to feel action, especially in leadership. Fire is going to feel action, especially in leadership. Air, Uranus in Gemini, Pluto in Aquarius, this is sparking new ideas, new information, new technology, changes in humanity. And then the Mercury retrograde in the water signs adds a little bit more emotional depth. It's going to be a little bit more about intuition. It's going to be about kind of exposing things. So 2026 to me feels like a cosmic reboot. It's exciting. I think it's going to be very different than the astrology that we've had in the last couple of years, and potential for breakthroughs, but it's really going to test, I think, a lot of people's resilience. Also, I'm not a Chinese astrologer, but it does tie to the year of the fire horse, which is notorious for war, as is Aries transits. It's also known for being fierce. This is about forward moving energy and things that kind of change very rapidly. They just turn on a dime. It's about speed and innovation. It's also about passion and change. So it does really connect and correlate with some of the astrology that's going on for Western astrology. And if you guys have seen the Lunar New Year, it's taking place on the solar eclipse in Aquarius. That is the new moon. Obviously, that's when they have the Lunar New Year, but it just so happens to be a North Node eclipse this year. So it's going to be huge. All right, so let's get into my predictions for you guys. And some of these I kind of rearranged a little bit, don't mind me. But I will talk to you guys about the financial, the politics, the effects on the USA chart, which I think it needs its own video in itself. I might still do one. Tech, and also kind of what's going on collectively. And you'll hear more of this peppered throughout the rest of the presentation as well. Financial, economic, and markets. So I always tell people I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not somebody who's going to come on here and act like I'm an economist. I'm not going to tell you guys, what exactly is going to happen in the real estate market. I'm just an astrologer. But I think that we will see positive shifts while Jupiter is in Cancer, and it will be in Cancer all the way up until the summer, and then it will go into Leo. And we know that Jupiter expands whatever it touches, right? So Jupiter being in Cancer, even though it's retrograde until March, some people are going to renovate homes. They are going to have families. They are going to expand their spaces. They are going to buy or, sell. And I think that they will see that there can be some abundance that can come from that. And Leo also rules the markets. So Jupiter going into Leo, you would think is good, right? Except it's going to square Chiron in Taurus, and it's going to oppose Pluto in Aquarius. And we're also going to see a Mars retrograde shadow that will start in Leo. And if you guys think about last year, what happened with the markets when we had Mars going retrograde in Leo? We had the markets fall apart. So, that factored in with the Venus retrograde that's going to be in Scorpio and Libra in October and November, which will also square Pluto, is going to reveal major hidden debts, power plays in finance. I fully expect the first few months of 2026 for there to be some massive crypto regulations that are going to get rolled out. People are going to get freaked out. I do think that this is a year of hard assets, okay? Gold, silver, real estate, rural land, things that you can possess. Paper traders, people who are trading stocks, people who are trading shitcoins, that kind of stuff. If you don't physically own it, if you can't hold it, whether you can hold it in your hand or you hold a title or you have it on cold storage, you're gonna have some problems. So be very, very mindful of that. I think that what we're going to see is that the cat's finally going to get out of the bag. That's like, yes, the real estate, stuff has been inflated. Yes, the stock market has been propped up by several major tech companies, which are now potentially more or less totally freaking out because of some of the stuff that's going on with the silver shortages. We're seeing major players who are going to be changing roles, who are going to be stepping down after running companies and things like that. Warren Buffett just now leaving after years of, I think he started his stock at like $19. I think it was $19 a share. And it was now, as he's stepping down over is it like 750,000 or 250,000? I don't know. Massive gains though. And he's been there for many, many years. We're going to see lots of changes like that. People who've been CEOs, people who've been billionaires, who have been kind of running companies. Now they're going to kind of exit. And they're also going to start taking their money out of the dollar. So markets are going to be quite wonky. We're also going to see the markets be electrified with Uranus and Gemini, which will bring a lot of AI-driven volatility, especially like a lot of the cycles remind me of the .com bubble where the internet was coming up and everybody was like, oh, the internet, and then a bunch of stuff crashed. I think we're going to see that with AI, that things are still being developed. We're still seeing system issues. There's still going to be some issues in regards to moral and ethical issues with AI. And I think that if certain companies start to crack, especially if there's massive companies that are holding up the stock market, that could take the whole thing down. That's just my opinion. I think with Pluto and Aquarius also, it's meant to kind of go in and really change anything that deals with wealth. Aquarius is about technology. It's about the masses. It's about the future. It's also going to be things that are connected to the tech world. So we will see some crypto surge, and we're going to see other things that are going to get kind of like shut down, and there's going to be major kind of regulation and reforms revolving around that. And also you're going to see a major tax revolt, which as I film this, it's starting to already kind of heat up on the internet. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't do that. I'm just telling you the themes of Pluto because it does deal with taxes and money owed. It also deals with debt and crimes, especially in politics. Now, I think one of the challenges one of the more challenging times will be when Mercury's retrograde in Scorpio, because Venus will be retrograde there. We're going to see a new Venus star point at, I think, 0 degrees of Scorpio, and it's going to be scoring Pluto. This will expose scandals in the world. It's also going to bring up, I think, recovery through innovation or talking about recovery. But I think that we're going to see massive inflation in water and food and electricity sectors. We can't talk about Saturn and Neptune without water scarcity. And also I think that we're going to see oil wars, or we're going to see gasoline wars, because we've seen shortages and limitations and almost like blockages or blockades that have happened under previous cycles when we have seen some of that stuff take place. So invest wisely, be cautious. I would be saying, because there's going to be a lot of volatility, especially we're going to be seeing this pretty much February through about April. And I think we're going to see it again also in August, and then we're going to see it again in October and November. Invest wisely. Be very, very careful with what you guys are investing in, and definitely talk to somebody. I know there's financial astrologers that are out there. I do talk to people about that. I do look at charts and stuff for inceptions of stocks and when they join the exchange and things, but I try not to make recommendations because, yeah, I try to stick to what I know best. All right, so let's move on to politics and diplomacy. Obviously, Saturn and Neptune, what it's really trying to do is it's trying to dissolve old empires. And I'm going to show you guys where this has kind of happened in the past. But you will see that it's going to be fostering anti-authority movements. So you're going to see large numbers of people who are going to basically be like, you know what, we're not wanting to be told what to do anymore. You're going to see huge themes, which are going to come across as being very nationalist or more self-focused or more focused on its own country, its own borders, its own problems, which I think is not necessarily a bad idea. Now, to some extent, some countries will take it to an extreme. We will see that this is also going to be very similar to the last Saturn-Neptune conjunction, which I was born on November 11th. I was born when the Berlin Wall was basically still coming down. But in 1989, when the Berlin Wall came down, we saw that it basically set the precedent for what was going to be this whole dissolving of what was going on in Eastern Europe and redistribution of power. And I'll get into it. But we're going to see something similar that's going to happen. But that was in Capricorn. It was in a feminine sign. It was also in a sign that was about kind of reorganizing and redistributing power to the West. And it was quiet. Aries is anything but quiet. And this is not going to be a quiet revolution. This is going to be a very loud revolution. With the North Node going into Aquarius and the South Node going into Leo, this is going to be highlighting the themes of the collective versus the kings, the tyrants, the celebrities, maybe the ego-driven kind of leaders. It's also going to be about major diplomatic resets. So yes, we will see some humanitarian pacts, but we will also see some countries that are going to be working together very closely. They're going to be trading with each other very closely. And we're going to see other countries that are going to become more independent and they're going to become more solo. And I think the United States is going to be one of those countries. Now, we will see with Mars retrograde shadow, it won't retrograde till early 2027, but the shadow is going to kick in the fall. That's going to bring up a lot of frustrations and it's going to bring a lot of conflicts. And I think it's going to be especially kind of connected to leaders, obviously Leo, the stock market, but also anything that's connecting to people who just have really big egos. And we can see some big kind of like feuds that can kind of be happening with politicians. We can see that also happening in the celebrity world. And we know that with all the cardinal energy that is going to be taking place in 2026 with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, it is favoring bold new leaders, young leaders, revolutionaries, people who are willing to get out there and do it themselves, roll up their sleeves and, kind of take charge. We may see some people that have very bold visions that are going to be celebrated and they're going to be seen as new leaders and champions. And we're going to see other people who are just going to be like tyrants who just have like this blind rage. And people are going to be like, oh my God, this person's crazy. So it really depends on the personal astrology. It really depends on the astrology of the country. When I get into the eclipses, I'll talk to you guys about the countries that definitely are more prominent. But the effects on the USA, I would say, that's a whole video in its own right. But just simply, there's two charts that I look at. I look at the Sibley chart and then I look at the Liberty chart. Obviously, we're going to see, because the United States is a Cancer sun, Jupiter is in Cancer. So it is hovering around the Cancer sun right now, really expanding on homeland security, anything that is connected to the housing market, anything that's connecting to, like basically families. However, Pluto in Aquarius is opposite the Leo South Node, and you will see that. And that's going to continue some really intense, powerful transformations. We will see like the transiting North Node coming into conjunction with the United States Moon, which I think is going to totally revolutionize media. I think we're going to see major changes in certain states and also in certain neighborhoods. And we're going to see some places that are going to become like more tech smart city, small city weirdness. I think we're also going to see major tech rigs, regulations, and also equality surges. And then when those eclipses come in Aquarius and in Leo, actually the solar eclipse is in Aquarius in February. It's going to be conjunct the United States Moon in the Sibley chart. And then we're going to see Saturn and Neptune are actually going to be conjunct the United States IC. So it's like new border measures, probably major changes in immigration, especially with the southern border. Lots of changes to incentivize home ownership. We're going to see a whole revamping of rebuilding the United States military. And you're going to see a lot more military mobilization in the streets. You're going to see a lot more National Guards in the streets. You're going to see a lot more of a crackdown on crime. It's going to be insane. Like, I think that's the kind of stuff that we're going to see. I really feel like with the eclipses activating the United States nodes, we're going to see leadership spotlights. We're going to see also, I think, reforms in service. So whether that's, police departments, service and military, anything connected to also health. And I'll talk to you guys about all the other countries because they will depend on what's going on, I think, with some of the eclipses. But Continuation of intensity, I think, with the Middle East and Israel. I also think that we are possibly looking at a potential invasion of Taiwan with China after looking at some of those charts. And there's a lot of other countries that kind of get lit up during the eclipses. As for tech and major health trends, Uranus in Gemini is a force to be reckoned with because it's going to be the dispositor of all of the Mercury retrogrades. Okay, so whenever we have Mercury going retrograde in Pisces, in Cancer, and Scorpio, it is feeding off of that. And we're also going to see the Mars retrograde shadow is going to be squaring Uranus, and just how much tech is actually going to be changing the job markets and how many people are going to be having to switch jobs, change jobs, because jobs are being replaced. But I do think that Uranus in Gemini is really revolutionizing communication. And so whether this is gadgets that are going to be translating, like different languages in real time, or we're going to see new cell phones, or we're going to see new apps or social media or new ways to kind of get our media or the news. I also think that this is definitely going to be highlighting AI ethics. And I think there's going to be a huge emphasis on that with Uranus that will be trining Pluto and Aquarius. Now, the North and South Node will still be in Virgo and Pisces until mid-year. So there is going to be a continuation on kind of going, okay, well, what's practical and like what have we always done or what have we been told versus, really looking at the mental, emotional, spiritual, psychological effects of things, drug treatment centers, prison reform, anything kind of connected also to helping veterans or people who are kind of homeless or in need, I think is really like the North Node kind of Pisces stuff. And I think we are going to see a huge focus on environmental reforms that are connected to health and like what we are doing with our soil, what we are putting in the air, what pollutants are, being sprayed on food, what policies have we been following that is actually creating hidden illness and issues with people getting cancer or feeling lethargic or people having issues sleeping, and major kind of connections and ties to changes in relationship between, I think, government and the pharmaceutical world. Which is easier said than done. We will also see Chiron going into Taurus, which I'll talk a little bit about more in a minute, but this is really about kind of healing material and security wounds. It can also be a very big time if you are a massage therapist, an aromatherapist, into crystal healing, anything that's working with the element of earth and being able to help heal people. So I think we're going to see a lot of people going, no meds for me. What do I need to be eating? How can I grow my own food? How can I do organic? Or seeing maybe herbalists or working with aromatherapists or getting massage for working out any like physical issues, or rolfing, I think would be really big for a lot of people to help kind of work out emotional issues that's causing kind of health problems in the body. If you don't know what that is, check it out, look it up. For effects and trends in general, I think we're definitely going to see huge boosts in creativity. I also think that travel is going to be a huge emphasis, how we can travel and get places faster, especially with like Pluto and Uranus trine. Trends like, eco-innovation is going to be kind of a theme, radical self-expression. We will see empathy surges from those Pisces eclipse in the North Node that's still there. But with Neptune and Aries, it's really about dissolving egos. And obviously there can be like idealism pitfalls that can kind of happen, and confusion, like a lot of confusion and people not knowing what's going on or having issues with drugs or alcohol. And I think it's about faith or kind of conflict, which could lead to war. So like religious conflict that can lead to war. We've seen this historically. There could also be issues regarding naval bases and things revolving around what's being protected at naval bases. I also think that this is going to be about people realizing that it's really a war for like our minds and what we're watching, what movies we're watching, what television we're watching, what news we consume, what radio we're listening to. And obviously we know that Uranus deals with frequencies, okay? So seeing that Pluto's going to trine Uranus, I think that there is going to be widespread frequency use that's going to upset or disrupt people's nervous systems. I also think that we're going to see certain frequencies that are going to be used to make people angry or confused or disturbed, and we're going to see that being utilized and people won't realize it. I know some of you guys are going to be like tin hat wearer right now, but just trust me, you're going to start seeing stuff like this that's going to, I think, be kind of slowly leaked out into the news. They're going to be a little bit more honest about some of the weapons of war that they have that are being utilized, and whether it's stuff that's in the water, Saturn, Neptune, stuff that's in the skies, in the atmosphere. stuff that's impacting our weather, and also the things that we're watching on television, you guys have to be mindful of what you're consuming this year. You have to, once again, call your energy back to yourself. Being that this is a new world year, I really feel like some of these breakthroughs are going to be overwhelming for some people, but I think the tension that's kind of building around authority and who do we trust and what can we trust is going to get some people to the point where they're going to be like, I'm finally going to do something. I'm going to go and figure it out. And you're going to see a huge trend with independent, kind of media that's going to be going and filming things like literally guerrilla style on the streets. We're starting to see some of that stuff now that's exposing some really big crime and some really big stories. We're also going to be seeing some, I think, really big breakthroughs for people who want to, become independent when it comes to art or film or music. And I think that this is really incorporating some of that kind of like one and Aries energy. So yeah, so if you guys need a ritual, work with fire this year, okay? So whether you're lighting a candle, you're working up a sweat, you're wearing your reds, your oranges, your golds, maybe this means that you're incorporating more hot broths and herbs, into your system. Maybe it's about sitting in saunas and burning stuff off, meditating in the sun. This stuff will actually really kind of help you work with some of the energies and help kind of infuse some of the more positive kind of characteristics and downloads that we get from the sun, because I think that's going to be so important with Jupiter in Leo. All right, so let's move on to the new and the full moons in 2026. This is the list of all of the new moons. And as you guys know, we have a new moon and a full moon every month. We actually kick off 2026 in just a couple days. You guys are going to see a full moon in Cancer. I already put a video out on that. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. But new moons are really, they're portals for new intentions. So this is kind of like planting a seed. And obviously, I think the new moons are very significant this year, especially like the first couple that we see in 2026, because we've got 28, 28, 28, 27, 26. So these are all within the third decan. So this means that the intentions that we're setting are going to have global impacts, global like effects. Mega effects that's going to impact the world. It's not just on a personal level. When you see stuff 0 to about 9 degrees, that's going to be more personal. Then you're going to see, 10 to about 19 is going to be more kind of our, day-to-day interactions. And then anything from obviously 20 to 29 is more out in the world, like big stuff. So these are kind of the signs that are completing and concluding, right? So, what you want to do under the new moons is you really want to focus on setting new intentions. You can have, a gratitude jar, and maybe, every new moon you're grateful for what you have, even if you don't have it yet, and you write it down and then you fold it up and you put it in a jar and you put it with a crystal, and you do one every month, right? That's something I would really recommend doing. Getting some amethyst, or getting some pyrite, or getting some citrine, getting some jade, right? Even a magnet, put it in a jar, put it in a bowl. Get into the habit of sitting down during the new moons, manifest, thank the universe for something you already have, or for something that you're manifesting, and just do that once a month, because I really feel like that's going to be a really potent ritual for 2026, especially if Saturn, Neptune is in a sextile to Uranus and Gemini. We can manifest very quickly what we're visualizing and what we're kind of calling in. So we've got, at the beginning of the year, we've got January 19th, a 20-degree Capricorn new moon. So it's a late degree. Obviously, it's kind of emphasizing with the late degrees with the first couple new moons that this is going to be about mastery. Okay, so mastery it depends on, look at your chart, where do you guys have that new moon? But in theory, Capricorn is about structure, it's about our career, it's about our reputation, and powers out in the world. And that 28, 29 degrees, Sabian symbol, you guys know, I've read it to you, talking about a secret meeting at the top where everybody's kind of getting together and making deals behind closed doors, right? It's giving me like 2019, 2020 PTSD. So positive is that it's going to trine Uranus, right? It's still slightly in opposition to Jupiter. I haven't done this video yet, but it's got some nice aspects. And I think that with Saturn kind of also being at a critical degree, it's basically saying it is the end of the old ways of doing things. So if you want to push really hard to set new intentions for kind of clearing the decks in like the Capricorn and Pisces area of your chart, this is the one that you guys are going to want to use. Now, February 17th, we're going to see a 28-degree Aquarius solar eclipse. Now, we'll go more into this a little bit later, but basically, the eclipses are times that I don't recommend doing any rituals because it's kind of like a grab bag in the air. We don't know what's going to kind of happen. There's still the dust that's settling and there's things that are revealed. This one is quite a bit. It squares Uranus. Traditional ruler is Uranus. We've got Saturn and Neptune that are going to be meeting right around the time of this eclipse. So I don't recommend doing anything during that particular eclipse, but this is about innovative visions. It's also at 28, and 28's fun fact are Cancer degrees. So it's about homes and families, property, real estate market, what's going on with their parents, emotions, and dealing with the past. That connection to the Six of Cups. So people who are so focused on the past, they can't move forward. They're distracted. This is about detaching. Aquarius is aloof. It is independent. It is able to be a part of the crowd, would be its own individual. It's future thinking. When we see these eclipses in Aquarius, I mean, it goes back to the birth of the internet. It goes back to when we saw major shifts happening when Facebook first became like a huge, phenomenon in the 2000s. And I think that this is about progress, but it's a North Node eclipse, which means that it is signaling what is yet to come in the summer when the North Node goes into Aquarius. So it's going to be big for like tech and also like humanitarian related things. But we're going to see a lot of talk about AI and ethics and how much AI is impacting or influencing banking, the bond market, things that are connected to personal financing, things that are connected also to trading or stock markets. Remember, the sun has a correlation to that. And solar eclipses mean that there's something that gets like kind of kicked off that we don't see coming because the North Node represents where we want more. So there's going to be a huge boom, I think, and then that square to Uranus is symbolizing also that there is going to be a bust. So then we move on to the 19th of March where we have a new moon in Pisces. So this is not a eclipse, okay? You will not see that. The eclipse won't come obviously until, I think it's actually earlier in March. We'll get to that, the full moons. Pisces full moons, right? It's all about spiritual dreams. It's about compassion. And this is also where we see empathy surges. Obviously, the new moon is going to also be after the Mercury retrograde that will be in Pisces, ruled by Jupiter. It's going to trine Jupiter. And we're also going to see that now Neptune, which is the modern day ruler of Pisces, is in Aries. So this is when we're kind of going through all the shakeout in February, March, April. So I think that's going to be an interesting one. Definitely focusing more on like the emotional side of things. And then April 17th, we're going to see that there's going to be, a new moon that's going to be in Aries. I briefly looked at the astrology of that. I know that in the spring, we see the sun, the Saturn, Neptune, and also Mars transits all going through Aries. So like, guys, get a helmet for April. It's going to be a lot. Obviously, this is a time where we set bold intentions and it can be more independent or kind of on our own. This is like a do-it-yourself energy. I think we're going to see a lot involving politics and also like leadership initiatives, especially because Saturn and Neptune are going to be in that sign. Nowhere near the new moon though, but still it's going to be in that sign. And then on May 16th, we have a new moon that's going to be in Taurus. And obviously that's going to be a sign that deals with abundance, with resources. Uranus won't be in Taurus any longer, so I think that's going to be good. There will be more of a focus on the economy, and because this is a new moon that will become a full moon during the Venus retrograde, there's going to be economic policies that I think are going to go into effect that we're going to have to see how it's kind of playing out in the fall when the Mercury and the Venus retrogrades are kind of concluding. On June 15th, we're going to have a new moon that's going to be in Gemini. Curiosity, right? News, media. I think media ideas are going to explode because we're going to have that new moon there. Uranus is going to be there now. We're seeing aspects to Pluto. And this is a time where there's just a lot of information and exchange and like people who are kind of traveling or moving. So that's going to be a theme. Then we see on July 14th, we're going to have a new moon in Cancer. Home sign, obviously, and Jupiter is just getting ready to segue and it's getting ready to leave. So we're going to see that this is about nurturing. This is also about family policies, home policies, maybe changes that's going on with the real estate market, especially as we're kind of phasing out of like the Mercury retrograde that will start in June and it will conclude in July. Then we have then we have a new moon solar eclipse on August 13th. So this is also a new eclipse cycle that's kind of coming in. The North Node will have also, moved into Aquarius by then. The South Node is going to be in Leo. Arguably, I think one of the better eclipses all year. We'll get to it. But obviously at 20 degrees, it is a degree that's a Scorpio degree. So it's radical change, transformation, purging. But a solar eclipse, the sun's in its own sign. Jupiter's going to be there. I think Mercury's going to be there as well. And this is about joy and creativity booming. But I think we're going to see some major economic challenges because we are going to see planets that are going to be in opposition to Pluto and Aquarius. But more on that when I get into the eclipses. September 11th, we've got a new moon in Virgo, which is going to put an emphasis on service, new jobs, changes going on, I think, with healthcare reforms, people maybe that are adapting to new health habits and health routines. That's definitely a good one to do it on. And then October 11th, we've got a new moon in Libra, which is a sign that's about harmony and diplomacy. It's about balance in relationships. Pacts, diplomacy pacts, people working together and uniting. This is a time where we are already starting to see the effects of the Venus retrograde that's getting ready to kind of kick in. And then on November 9th, we will have a new moon that's going to be in Scorpio, which is a sign that deals with transformation. The moon does not do as well in the sign, so keep in mind that this is going to be a time with Mercury retrograde, Venus retrograde, a new moon that's going to be in Scorpio, major power revelations with some of these retrogrades that are happening and some of the squares that are going to be to Pluto and Aquarius. And then the last one will be on December 9th, 2026, a 17-degree Sagittarius new moon, putting an emphasis on travel, obviously expansion, growth, philosophy. At least at this point, Jupiter, the ruler, is going to be in Leo, so it's going to be an aspect to some degree. And also, this is going to be making some nice harmonious aspects to Saturn. So there should be a fire trine that's going on with this new moon. And I actually really like Sagittarius season next year. I think it's going to be nice to see some of those fire trines kind of like link up. Anyway, check the chart or take a screenshot or whatever. So if you see any of these new moons that are going to be within like a degree or so of any of your personal planets, your sun, your moon, your rising, maybe your midheaven, your IC, your descendant, your house cusps or whatever, like it's going to be really prominent for you. So this is going to be a new moon that you're definitely going to want to do something, unless it's the eclipse. Then you just kind of wait and see. All right, now let's take you guys to the full moons so you can see that list. And this is going to be the full moons in 2026. So we kick off the year with the January 3rd full moon in Cancer. If you guys haven't seen that video, check it out. Definitely the 3rd and the 4th were a little intense, I think, with like it coming in conjunction with Jupiter and squaring Chiron. But still, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, so it's going to be nice to see that full moon there. It's about structured feelings, maybe releasing, baggage. This can also mean that this is a time where we're really focusing on kind of like, resolving home or family kind of issues and emotional purges. I think that's what we're going to see. Then on February the 1st, we're going to see a full moon that's going to be taking place in Leo. Great for creative expression. We're also going to find that this is really spotlighting leaderships, politics, anything going on with changes in leadership, creativity, romantic kind of highlights for people collectively as well. And then we have the March 3rd solar eclipse that's going to be, lunar eclipse that's going to be taking place in Virgo. So that'll be at 13 degrees. And this is going to be a continuation of the eclipses that we have seen in recent years with a focus on, major kind of conclusions, because it's a full moon lunar eclipse that are emotional, tied to health reevaluations, also service, and there may be like some environmental focuses that are going to be going on there, particularly with oil spills, the ocean, water treatment facilities, anything that's kind of connected to water, because there will be a retrograde going on in Pisces. Then on April 2nd, you're going to see a full moon in Libra, and that's going to be putting an emphasis on balance in partnerships, where, individually, how we're kind of sitting with what's going on with relationships to others. By then, we will have seen Saturn and Neptune go into Aries. We will also see Mars going through Aries. You're going to see a lot of oppositions that's going to go on at that one, and I feel like that's definitely going to show you who you should and should not be partnering with, and we can see some like relational issues that can pop up from that. May 1st, we're going to have a full moon in Scorpio. Intense, powerful. Obviously, it's going to be highlighting some of the themes that will eventually be going on with some of the retrogrades down the road that we're going to have in the fall. That one's always an interesting one because Scorpio represents death and like transformation, while Taurus really wants rebirth. So it can be really kind of highlighting some of the more dramatic changes that happen February through April, and like some of like the economic and financial kind of fallout and like rebuilding. May 31st, we're going to see a Sagittarius full moon, which is harmonious, obviously with Saturn. So there is going to be some kind of stabilizing that's going to go on at the end of May. Good for traveling, good for education, anything that deals with like legal matters or publishing. And then we'll have a June 30th full moon in Capricorn, which is about kind of any, professional goals that were kind of like seeded earlier, in this last new moon in Capricorn that's coming up, and what's kind of coming to fruition. So ambition releases, major changes with work and career. Obviously, it is going to be in a sign that's now going to be in a square to Saturn. So it can be a little bit more challenging where people are like, what am I doing? Where am I going with my career? And then July 29th, we're going to see a full moon in Aquarius at 6 degrees. Good for parties, celebrations, group innovation, obviously tech surges, changes going on with, I think, technology, and also anything kind of connected to like collective patterns, but pretty darn close to Pluto. Pluto's going to get all the way up to about 5 degrees this year. So that tells me that that's going to be a rather intense full moon. August 28th, we're going to see a Pisces full moon lunar eclipse. And this is about spiritual forgiveness. It's going to be about empathy waves. Obviously, traditional ruler is Jupiter. Jupiter's going to be in Leo. So it's going to be a lot of things going on revolving around, I think, international relations, international laws and decisions that are being made, things that are connected also to people who are kind of seeking asylum places, I think, might be coming up. We're also probably going to see that there is like a huge emphasis in people like moving and migrating and relocating. So that'll be a theme. At 5 is pretty romantic though. I like that degree. September 26th, we have a full moon that's going to be happening in Aries. Same sign as Saturn and Neptune, probably pretty close, I would say, to Neptune. And this is about action culminations and like where we have individually grown, and really reflecting on how far we have come since the spring. That kind of correlates with the tarot wheel. October 26th, we see a full moon that's going to be taking place in Taurus. So notice 5 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees, 3 degrees. This is all going to deal with like media, communication, movement, travel. So when you see several newer full moons that are repeating the same degrees, this one, in these cases, the 3s are going to be more personal, but it's also going to be about communications and like mobility. So October 26th, we're going to see a full moon at 3 degrees of Taurus, putting a huge emphasis on what's going on with money and banking. That will be obviously squaring Pluto, and you're going to see some squares that are going on with Venus as well. And it's going to be particularly close to Chiron, even though Chiron is going to be retrograde back. And then on November 24th, we're going to see a full moon in Gemini at 3. This is about making decisions, feeling like we have to pick between this or that. This is also about communication and media changes. And then December 24th, we're going to see on Christmas Eve a full moon that's going to be in Cancer. I love that energy for a full moon being in Cancer for the holidays, for family gatherings and people expanding homes and things kind of going on with their family. Obviously still an aspect to Neptune. So you guys need to watch some of those squares for some of the, planetary things that are going to be changing. And I've got you covered on that. Don't worry. We'll do the new and the full moon reports. If you guys notice, I always put out the next lunation pretty much the day after or so we have a full moon. So you guys can always see the new or the full moon 2 weeks before it actually hits. And I go through and I do the breakdown of all the aspects. And then I tell you guys, okay, this is what it means for the 12 signs. And I do it in the horoscope. So you guys are always going to have that info. But definitely, save these degrees if you guys really want to see if it's going to be impacting your own personal charts. Which leads me to the eclipses. So we touched on them briefly, but I wanted to go into them a little bit more with a little bit more depth, primarily because January is pretty crazy for me. If you guys didn't know, I'm going to start teaching my Astro 301, my advanced techniques in astrology. So if you guys want to check that out, click the links below. You can sign up for my course. We have a few spots left if you guys want to learn how I make predictions. And we're going to be meeting live over about 8 weeks, talking about just everything that I know. And if you guys want to see the course curriculum, just head over to my website at beyondtheveiledtarot.com, click the courses, and you guys can see the full description of what you're going to be learning. But yeah, I'm going to be teaching. I film, 2 or 3 days a week. And then on top of that, I have clients. So I may not be able to have a eclipse presentation this spring, but I got you guys covered and wanted to talk about the eclipses a little bit in advance now. So basically, eclipses, we know, are kind of fate's accelerators, right? We see them in pairs. They come every 6 months, and they really accelerate change. So we've been in the cycle of having the North Node in Pisces, the South Node in Virgo, where we've been seeing eclipses that have been going on in those signs. And you will still see some of those eclipses happening in 2026. So if you happen to be a Pisces or a Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, there's more change on the way, but I think things will kind of ease up as you're getting into the fall. Now we're going to see the shift to the Leo Aquarius axis. Okay, so I think that talking to you guys about this and kind of talking about the degrees and maybe the Sabian symbols and like who or where, like what countries are going to be impacted the most can be helpful. And just right off the top, February 17, 2026, we have that solar eclipse that's going to be at 28 degrees of Aquarius. March 3rd, 2026, we've got the total lunar eclipse that's going to be in Virgo, and that's at 13 degrees. And then we've got August 12th, 2026, a total solar eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo. And then August 28th, 2026, we have a partial lunar eclipse at 5 degrees of Pisces. So look at your charts, see if you have anything within about a degree or two of these particular degrees. And pay attention, because it's not just if you're an Aquarius or you're a Leo or a Pisces or a Virgo. If you happen to have mutables around these degrees or fixed planets around these degrees, you're going to be feeling the effects. I'm so excited to see the eclipses coming into Aquarius. I think that even though they're going to be a little bumpy, I think it's going to be really good to kind of start getting some new energy that's going to be kind of coming in with these changes. So more on like the February 17th solar eclipse. Basically what you guys need to know is that this is about innovation and technological progress. So we're going to see that this is going to be an eclipse that is planting a seed that will basically unfold for anywhere from 6 to 18 months. That's going to be about sparking breakthroughs in tech, breakthroughs in AI, and also new forward-thinking ideas. That means that there's going to be more of an emphasis also on, humanitarianism, community coming together, and this emphasis on the collective consciousness. And also social activism is going to be a huge theme. We're going to see people who are banding together and focusing on groups. And Aquarius is traditionally ruled by Saturn, but its modern day ruler is Uranus. So it's known for kind of like radical authenticity. It's about, liberation, breaking through, and breaking free from societal norms. So this is about embracing our uniqueness, and it's also about, challenging kind of the status quo, maybe going our own way. Now, with this particular eclipse, something that you guys need to be aware of is that this is an eclipse that is tied to the Saros cycle 140, and this started in year 944 AD. And so we have seen these eclipses that have been going on for quite some time, but in more recent years, 1863 to 2044 is where we see these eclipses taking place. So if we look at the history of this particular Saros cycle, we see similar kind of eclipses that are tied to the eclipse degrees from the 2008 Aquarius eclipse, which we know led to major financial crisis, which some say led to innovation, but I think we're just kicking the can down the road. And some of the stuff that we're going to see kind of coming up is because we had all of these banking bailouts, and we allowed the banks to just kind of get away with murder. The energies are about collective innovation. And so this is kind of, huge for obviously tech breakthroughs, breakthroughs in society. But you're going to see protests, you're going to see people marching, you're going to see people in the street. And the Sabian symbol from this is a butterfly emerging from like a cocoon. So the theme is evolution. And it is a 28, so the degree theory is connected to Cancer. So it's emotional detachment being necessary for progress, just like the Six of Cups, okay? So that's interesting. It's also connected to major industrial shifts. And this is an eclipse that's going to be visible through Antarctica, parts of South Africa, Argentina, Chile are going to be major countries that are going to be highlighted. And Zodiac countries are a thing too. So you're going to hear Russia and Sweden being on major headlines, okay, for like being the front of what's going on with crypto, what's changing with energy, what's changing with technology. And I think we're going to see tech surges in Russia. I think they're going to get more involved in what's going on with like the AI kind of race. I think we're going to see humanitarian aid or shifts that are going to be kind of happening in Sweden. And I think we're going to see global advances in equality. That's going to be really kind of amplifying countries' kind of vision for the future. But what you want to caution against is there can be a lot of deceit in these innovations. It's squaring Uranus, the modern day ruler, which means that there's going to be a push for digital currency. There's going to be a push for CBDCs. There's going to be a push for digital IDs. There's going to be a push for changes with the banking institution. They're going to tell people that they're having to make major moves financially because of some crisis with the environment. And I'm not downplaying any of that. We will see that in some places for sure. But they're going to say that it's for something to try to convince the masses that it's going to be beneficial. And I think they're going to fleece some people personally. So, you know, that Saturn Neptune stuff is a bit of a stinker. I do think that we will also see that there is going to be this emphasis in collective consciousness. Now that can mean people waking up, having, you know, like symptoms of, you know, kind of like awakening. But we can also see that there's people waking up to the realities in the world and the abuses of power, and a lot of social activism that's going on and a lot of group connections and people who are working together. We're also going to see, I think, you know, people who are like breaking free from societal norms. They're embracing their uniqueness. They're really focusing on challenging the status quo because of that energy. And they're breaking away from what? Uranus is in Taurus. They're breaking away from fake meat, literally. They're breaking away from a broken financial system. They're breaking away from the bond market, the stock market. They're leaving their banks, maybe, you know, they're going into new peer-to-peer networks. That's all I can really say on that. Maybe they're going off the grid. They're focusing on solar, right? Things like that. You're going to see that there is going to be this huge shift in society. And I think that society is getting ready to split. We're going to see people who are going to go along with the agenda, and they're going to be fine with the digital IDs and the, you know, the surveillance, and they're going to be okay because they're going to see all of the perks and the things that are going to come from the new technology. And then you're going to see people who are going to go, hell no. Like, I'm going my own way and I'll grow my own food. I'll make my own power. I'll drill my own wells. And you will see people who are going to become so much more independent and I think detached from the direction of where we're kind of going with like this technological kind of takeover. So once again, it does not have to happen on that day. But this is kicking that off, and it's starting the process of what will eventually take probably, you know, another year and a half, 2 years to fully see what's going to be emerging. This eclipse, you will see when the North Node enters into Aquarius over the summer, it's going to conjunct that degree. So what's going to happen is you're going to see the eclipse happen, and then some of the effects of the eclipse are really going to start to kind of kick into overdrive, and you guys are going to see that basically in like July, August, and September of the year. So give it at least 6 months to see some of that stuff manifest. Let's move on to the total lunar eclipse in Virgo. So this is going to be happening March 3rd. Okay, so this will be at 13 degrees of Virgo. Virgo, I feel like at this point we're kind of like veterans of some of these. We've had, you know, retrogrades, we've had conjunctions to the South Node, we've had eclipses. And so obviously we know that this is really about health routines and healing. So it's highlighting work stress, daily habits, physical and emotional well-being, really urging release, I think, for a better balance. And so when we have this lunar eclipse, it's emotional. It's not action-packed and brand new like the solar eclipse. This is like we're wrapping stuff up. That's connected actually to the fall of 2025. So if you guys think about that solar eclipse we had in Virgo, remember the solar eclipse was an exact opposition almost to Saturn and Neptune in Pisces. So there's going to be this realization that's like, wait a second, those drugs aren't good for us. This isn't healthy. This is what's actually changing with, you know, healthcare. This is what I actually should or should not be eating, or, you know, all these strange symptoms. Now we're trying to figure out what's wrong. So on an emotional level, because it is a moon, this is about releasing perfectionism. And we're doing it by looking at ourselves and going, wow, am I being too critical of myself? You know, like it really encourages us, I think, with that self node to like let go. So we're letting go of overthinking, we're letting go of self-criticism, and the need to kind of get everything right. I think I've learned so much of having like the South Node, just being a Libra rising, watching the South Node go through Virgo, my 12th house, and just realize like, oh my gosh, like there are so many things that I'm like so critical about. And it literally is something that's like a blind spot for me. So it's been interesting to watch like the Mercury retrogrades and the things that kind of happen and how it brings some of that stuff up. And it's really taught me to lean more into where Saturn and Neptune have been in Pisces, even though I think it's been a clown show. But that North Node is in Pisces. And so really what it's about is about kind of balancing out that full moon and looking at the sun in Pisces, which is really about, you know, this practicality versus acceptance. It's about balancing order, service, and discernment, and doing it with compassion. You know, this is about awakening, I think, to kind of, you know, sustainable structures in life, being more sympathetic, being more understanding, paying attention to our emotions. So when we see this cycle, this is Saros cycle 133. So it actually started back in 1557, and it will go from 1917 all the way through year 2278. So when we're long gone, this cycle is still going to be completing. This eclipse is very similar to the eclipses we saw in 1944, okay? And so this is when World War II had a major health service reform. Virgo, right? Military, anything that's like wearing a uniform is very Virgo. Health is Virgo. And this is very, I think the energies are more about kind of practical spiritual balance, and it's really going to be about purging, releasing, detoxing, getting off drugs, not drinking, getting off certain medications, things like that. And the Sabian symbol for this is a family tree. So it's also going to be about heritage. So if we have like addiction or health problems that run in our family, learning more about it. It will be at 13 degrees. So obviously that's going to be a degree that's an Aries degree. So it's very much associated with taking action and healing our bodies. And in the past, it's also tied to like where we've seen like labor movements. And it's going to be visible over Asia, Australia, parts of North America, and the Pacific Ocean. So those are going to be the places that it's going to impact. But Virgo rules, some people say it's connected to Germany and Switzerland. So we may see massive health reforms in Germany, especially connected to private hospitals, private centers, cancer research, and anything that deals with like health and healthcare reforms for immigrants or things connected to prisons there. And I do think that because it's a completing eclipse, it's talking about work crisis that is kind of like resolving. We may also see that this is going to have an environmental focus because it's an earth sign. And the service sector may boom, especially when it comes to travel in certain parts of the world. Now, this is conjunct a fixed star, which is technically in the constellation of Leo, around 13 degrees of Virgo, Coxa. And it's practical arts and healing. So it applies as boosting service-oriented relationships. And this is about enhancing guarded empathy amid spiritual tensions. So maybe like for retreats, you know, private places or countries that are trying to kind of like boost tourism, I could see that being a theme. And because it's Virgo, it's going to be about health and healing routines. So it's going to highlight like this work stress and like daily habits and like physical, emotional well-being. And like it's urging us to release something so we could have more balance and like better rest. And it's also about, like I said, overthinking, self-criticism, you know, like letting that go. And it also balances out order. So I think that this is going to be great for like, yeah, just maybe focusing on discernment and like trying to be a little bit more compassionate and like maybe awakening to some of the habits and things that we have that we're not aware of that could be like negatively kind of impacting our health and our daily routines. All right, so that's the eclipse that's going to be happening in Virgo. Here's what the chart looks like so you guys can kind of see it. But you know, I think about how it's at a 12, okay? So, I guess I thought it was at a 13. I take that back. It's at a 12. So it's going to be a Pisces degree, double Pisces degree. So it's going to be in opposition to the sun. So that's the full moon. And it's ruled by Mercury. And if you guys notice, Mercury is retrograding in Pisces. So it's going to be like a bit challenged there because it's moving through like a Neptunian sign. And so the Mercury retrogrades in emotional signs are going to be more about that internal reassessment. And this is also going to be about like what's going on with like global health initiatives around the world. It's going to be about what is being exposed about drugs and pharmaceutical related things, which I think is also going to be a big theme in this next year. And obviously the dispositor is Jupiter and it's trine Jupiter. So it's about listening to our gut and our emotions. And Neptune is like the other kind of co-ruler, which is conjunct Saturn. So it's going to be some people who are dealing with like wild dreams, like sleep issues, things like that. But think back to what happened in, the fall of 2025 when we saw that eclipse in Virgo. I mean, 29 degrees of Virgo, right? I mean, it was an exact opposition almost to Saturn and also Neptune. So it did represent like the things that are going on for us emotionally or energetically or spiritually, or like how we're kind of getting kind of almost like slimed by the collective, and how it's actually impacting a lot of us because we're consuming a lot of like fear porn. Anyway, we'll break it down obviously as we get a little bit closer, but definitely interesting when you think about the oppositions that we saw at the time of the solar eclipse. And then there's very similar oppositions that are kind of taking place. Mars in opposition, also by sign. The South Node conjunct the Moon, I think, is like a huge emotional kind of clearing and dump. And I think people are just going to be feeling a little overwhelmed, and they're going to start to hear about what's kind of going on with like the global economies. All right, so let's now move to August 12th, which is going to be the solar eclipse, which is going to be in Leo. And I think arguably, even though this is a South Node eclipse, I think this is probably the best eclipse all year, personally, if I had to pick one. So this will be on August 12th, a solar eclipse in Leo at 20 degrees. And this will be, obviously, the sun is in its own sign. So the solar eclipse is when the sun and the moon come together. Now, this is great for creative expression. We find that this eclipse is really about igniting like bold leadership. It's about creativity. It's about being more heart-centered. And there's also like, initiatives that are going to be kind of coming up where we're going to feel more passionate about going after what we want or creating something and like kind of stepping into our authentic power and doing so unapologetically. Now, there will be major identity resets when we have a solar eclipse in Leo, because this is connected to our ego. So it is going to be strongest felt by obviously Leo placements. So like 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 degrees. You guys are going to feel that. Same thing with the fixed signs. So it'll be either opposing you or squaring you. So expect major fated shifts that are going to be kind of happening to your identity, maybe your romantic relationships, maybe your career, and it'll be lasting clear into 2027. So remember, this is a solar eclipse, which will unfold over time. We have to release ego attachments because the South Node's here. This is about, kind of focusing on, with that South Node, what we're letting go of. So it calls for us to let go of pride, needing to be the center of attention, maybe external validation, and obviously kind of like performative behaviors to embrace this more kind of genius, and genuine, I would say, like self-love. Now, this particular eclipse cycle is a part of Saros cycle 126, which was started back in the year 1179. And it's going to go pretty strongly from 1882 to 2044. So it's going to go for like another 20 years. This one is linked to 1999, the eclipse that we saw that led to major EU formations. Okay, so we had the economic unions, the hypermeton that took place in 1999. And the energies are really about, I think, self-expression, leadership. Unfortunately, this is tied to a challenging Sabian symbol. So it's the chickens that are intoxicated. So this is about overindulgence warnings. This is about poisoning. This is about 20 degrees of Scorpio. So intense passion, death, transformation. And it definitely is going to be about some drama that's kind of unfolding. Now, the path of this particular eclipse is going to go right through parts of Siberia or Russia. It's going to go through Greenland and Iceland and Spain and Portugal. For the Zodiac, some people view the United States as being a Leo country, even though we're a Cancer sun, as well as France, as well as Brazil. And I think that what we're going to see is that there's going to be major changes in leadership, because the South Node is like releasing a leader, and then the solar eclipse is going to bring out that dramatic change. I think it's most likely going to bring a potential assassination, potentially somewhere either in the Middle East or in Israel. We are also going to see a lot of drama that's going to be happening in the United States, because there is going to be a little bit of like a partial view here. And, collectively, fame, power shifts, stuff going on with like celebrity culture, entertainment and political spectacles, most likely to distract people. And then we're going to see that there's going to be major creative revolutions. So I like that this is in the same sign as Jupiter. I like that it's going to be trine Saturn. I feel like this is where that whole fortune favors the bold thing kind of steps in. It is in and around a fixed star at 19 degrees of Leo, which is known for strength and endurance, and it amplifies as it's infusing leadership with bear-like resilience, warning against reckless passions in collective spotlights. And when I was looking at that, I was like, interesting, like don't poke the bear. Like certain leaders might get kind of like riled up and then all of a sudden they do. Or is it implying that there's going to be a bear market? All right, so that one's going to be an interesting one. I'll show you guys the chart. We've got the solar eclipse at 20. Jupiter's close by. It's about 11 degrees away. Mercury's there, but look, Jupiter and Mercury are in opposition to Pluto. And it's coming into a square with Chiron. So we'll talk about that aspect too. Trining Saturn does stabilize things. Venus is in opposition to Neptune. So there's definitely going to be a lot of confusion in love. You can't talk about Leo without drama. So for those of you guys who are like dating or meeting people, like there could definitely be some drama that's going on there. But it can also be really great for self-employment, launching new creative projects, like especially if you're like, I've always wanted to sell my artwork, I've always wanted to, write an album, I've always wanted to take a dance class. All those trines to Saturn is like making your dreams a reality, and really going and being bold. I think that's the most beautiful thing. I'm most concerned about what's happening with the sun, and the fact that the sun is trining Saturn, and it's not in any hard aspect to anything. It's not in opposition to Pluto. I'm fine with it, but it still is a south node eclipse. So we are going to see that there is this kind of tendency where people who are more self-centered or more used to being the center of attention or being the star are going to have a really difficult time kind of like letting go and not being like the showman. And so I think we're definitely going to see a lot of drama that's going to be kind of happening. So watch out for that. With this eclipse, now this one is tied to the Saros cycle 149, which started in 1521, and it will go from then all the way to 2044. It is very similar in degrees to when in the past we've seen major spiritual movements, okay? So the energies are really about illusions dissolving. Excuse me, I take that back. I'm reading the wrong one. This is going to be connected to the solar eclipse in Leo, so it's about the Greenland and all that stuff that's connected to fame and power shifts. I started reading the Pisces eclipse one, so forgive me. Is there anything else here that I'm missing? Oh, Mars is at a 0 degree point. Okay, so if you notice, Neptune's at 4, Venus is at 5, Mars, we've got planets that are right conjunct the cardinal points. So that's something else that's worth mentioning. Venus in opposition to Saturn does not bode well for changes that are going to be happening with financial systems or relationships. And then the square, that's kind of the focal point to Venus, and also Neptune is Mars, and Mars obviously we know does not do well in Cancer. So it means that there could be a lot of drama in relationships over, people taking too many risks or too many chances in love, or involving children or creative projects or things that are kind of going on with like home and family. All right, so now we go to the Pisces eclipse. And that's going to be the last one. And this is going to be the August 28th partial lunar eclipse that'll be in Pisces at 5 degrees. Now, once again, we've dealt with some of these Pisces eclipses before. Go back and look at what's happened throughout this last year. Obviously, we saw one in the spring of last year. We've also seen one in the fall. And this is about releasing illusions and escapism, right? So by this point in time, now the nodes have shifted. So the nodes are no longer going to be in Pisces and Virgo. Now they're going to be in Leo, and they're going to be in Aquarius, which might make it a little bit easier, but it's still kind of wrapping up the storyline of the changes that Virgo and Pisces and also early mutables have been kind of going through. A full moon lunar eclipse here is really about dissolving fantasies, illusions. It's also about letting go of like martyrdom, avoidance, bringing clarity, I think, to like hidden truths. This is also an eclipse that's really about spiritual surrender and compassion, because we're closing something out, we're letting something go. So it's really emphasizing this emotional release, being more capable of practicing, empathy with others, embracing, kind of boundless intuition or idealism. It can be very creative, very romantic. It's at a 5. And it's also about letting go of self-sacrifice, because it opposes the sun in Virgo. And so something to think about is, this is at 5 degrees, right? This is going to be within the range of where we're going to see Mars that's going to retrograde in opposition to at the beginning of 2027. So it's really prompting us to be like, wait a second, we need to set some boundaries. We need to end maybe, you know, toxic cycles, and we're really fostering spiritual healing or closure. Now, let me rewind. I'm going to say this for you guys again. This is going to be a part of the Saros cycle 149, which started in 1521, and it's going to go all the way to 2044. So Pisces, spiritual, right? Temples, religious institutions, churches, private healing centers, you know, anything that's going to deal with like that connection to God. So we see spiritual movements kind of happening around these eclipses. This is about energies and illusions dissolving with compassion. And this one is connecting to the Sabian symbol, officers on a dress parade. So it's about disciplined dreams, very much the Saturn, Neptune kind of stuff. It will be kind of in conjunct or quincunx Neptune, so that'll be interesting. And obviously it's at a 5, so this is a romantic, creative degree. So it's getting creative with our spirituality, getting creative with our dreams. And we have seen that this is an eclipse in the past that's really about signaling kind of some kind of closure of some kind. So it's like wrapping up creative projects, maybe wrapping up something that's been hidden. It will be visible across the Americas, Europe, and Africa. But specifically, Pisces is actually tied to Portugal and Egypt. So I'm predicting that we're going to see major shifts in diplomacy in Portugal. I think we're going to see collective themes about healing, boundary issues, spiritual and artistic renaissances are likely to follow. And it's kind of cool that it comes after like that Leo kind of eclipse where there's a lot of people who are going to start creating. And it is conjunct a fixed star that's about mystical inspiration. And it's also connected to idealism and poetry. So if you're a poet, if you're a writer, this can be really prominent. And it's really highlighting compassionate visions. And it's also about risking delusions in emotional release. So I would say that, you know, with this one, the karmic lesson here is really about revealing the shadows and kind of clearing out some of these. And maybe you're doing it through journaling. Maybe it means that, you know, this is going to be about like releasing emotions or some creative project that you've been kind of working on. And it's at a 5. So I think that we can see a lot of, you know, people who are really focusing on like emotional, you know, kind of connections or like connections that deal with family or like children. All right, so that is going to be the eclipses, guys. We'll see if I'm able to go into them more in depth, but I definitely will for the February horoscope. So we'll talk about how that's going to be impacting you guys. But before we move forward and we talk about some of the bigger changes that are coming in 2026, I think it's a good idea to bid farewell. Let's talk a little bit about where we have been. We have to bid farewell as 2025 ends. So I know it's New Year's Day when you guys are watching this, or maybe clear into 2026. But right now, as we are starting to see planets that are getting ready to ingress into new signs, we're kind of standing at this very like profound kind of threshold. I think like the heavy introspective water and earth energies that we have had in recent years has really kind of shaped a lot of us in a very kind of deep way. A lot of us maybe have felt like we're fading. We have felt like we're kind of giving way to something new. And as we're going into 2026, it becomes more external, it becomes more masculine, it becomes more air and fire and like outward. So before we step into that, I want to talk a little bit about what's departing, what cycles are kind of concluding, what lessons we've learned from them, and the gifts that they're actually going to be giving us as we're moving forward, because there's going to be a lot of looking into the past, 6 of Cups, before we move forward. So let's take a look at what we're bidding farewell to. Well, obviously, peace out to Neptune and Saturn and Pisces. Bye. I'm ready to see you guys leave. Even though I'm a water sign, no mas. I think that, you know, with Saturn being in Pisces, we've seen Saturn in Pisces since March of 2023. It will stay until about February of 2026. But I'm ready to bid farewell to this planet, both Saturn and Neptune. And I think that the lessons that we have learned with Saturn and Pisces is that we've learned to kind of build boundaries around compassion, right? I think that's the positive thing. It's about giving structure to our dreams and facing our limits, especially when it comes to escapism. So the Netflix binging, the oversleeping, overdrinking, overdrugging, addiction, endless suffering. I mean, yeah, okay. So that's what we have learned. We've learned our limits. Maybe some of us, we've learned them the hard way. And we've also learned that this has been about institutions tied to healing, and whether that's spiritually or confinement, that are being dissolved, like prisons, hospital things, stuff that's being reformed when it comes to also global initiatives. And I think what we're leaving behind, okay, everybody in the back, this is for you, is emotional exhaustion. We're leaving behind victim narratives, blurred responsibilities, self-sabotaging behaviors, and the gift that I think Saturn is giving us that we will carry forward as we are going into 2026 with Saturn going into Aries is mature, grounded empathy. We can feel, we can acknowledge our emotions, we recognize when we need a nap, we recognize when our emotions are trying to tell us something. And we've had time to reflect and meditate and kind of be on our own and do our own thing. And we've had a lot of isolation. And now we know how to care for ourselves without losing ourselves. So that's kind of the gift that I think we're receiving from Saturn in Pisces. Now, Neptune in Pisces. Neptune has been in Pisces since 2011. And it will be leaving for good in January of 2026. That's the final exit. So the lessons that we've learned with Neptune in Pisces, I think that obviously this has kind of been like a generational defining spiritual awakening for a lot of people. We've seen heightened intuition, we've seen collective oneness, creative peaks, but we've also seen widespread disillusionment. We've seen deception, we've seen emotional flooding, psychological warfare, manipulation, predictive programming, right? And what we're leaving behind with Neptune in Pisces, I think, is going to be spiritual bypassing. I think we're leaving behind martyrdom. I think we're leaving behind the fog and the unsureness of, is that edited? Is it not? Is that a filter? And unclear boundaries. But what we are carrying forward with, this experience that we've had since 2011 is profound imaginative vision. Universal compassion, maybe a new love for tarot, astrology, divination. And we're now ready to take those energies and channel them into action. Now, Uranus in Taurus at the beginning of the year, and it's been in Taurus since 2018. Uranus will be finally moving back into Gemini in April of 2026. That'll be the final exit. We have a little bit more turbulence in the financial world and also maybe some shakes and quakes with our planet. But the lessons that we've learned with Uranus and Taurus is radical shocks to material security. We have seen major changes to the financial world. We see now fake foods that have been flooding the market, fake meats. We're also seeing major changes to food systems, to farming, the body, as well as our earth. It's produced massive swings and collapses with crypto, major volatility in the financial markets, supply chain disruptions, and obviously major changes with the world. And I think new definitions of value has emerged for what it means to be wealthy, what it means to be financially free. The what we're leaving behind version of Uranus and Taurus, I think, is rigid attachment to old forms of stability. Meaning you are basing your value off of what you have in a bank account, or what brand you're wearing when you go out in public, or what makeup you're buying, or what quality of products you're buying. It also, I think, is strongly tied to this resistance, to necessary upheaval, that there has been some stress tests that have happened with our values or with the financial system that needed to happen to show us what was actually fake or not real. But the gift that we're going to be carrying forward, I think, of the Uranus and kind of Taurus saga is definitely learning to be more innovative, especially with our values and our money, learning more sustainable approaches. And I think this is to resources and a freer sense of self-worth, being a little bit more open-minded when it comes to how we view ourselves, and learning more also about sustainability. I think that's been great. Anything connected to new farming practices, so regenerative farming, right, I think is like a big one. So we'll see what kind of happens with the finale. I think with Uranus kind of leaving, it's definitely going to blow up the bond market. That's what I think it's going to do, but we'll see. But it's also going to be this radical change in the way that we look at agriculture and rural areas and rural land. And obviously there's still some protests that are kind of going on involving farmers in parts of Europe. So it's definitely doing its thing. We are also going to be bidding farewell to Jupiter in Cancer, although pretty much the first half of the year Jupiter will still be in Cancer, which I'm not mad at. I think that's great. Jupiter's exalted there. From June 9th, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, we will have Jupiter in Cancer. So if you're a Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, I think you guys are still kind of riding the luck train. What we've learned, I think, so far with Jupiter in Cancer is that emotional expansion can come through changes in our home, reflecting on our past, connecting to our family, changes to our roots, and maybe being a little bit more nurturing. This is also really deepened if we are focusing on ancestral healing, building emotional kind of safety nets, and maybe rediscovering the power of care. However, there is a darker side of Jupiter in Cancer where we can be overprotective, we can be moody, clinging to emotional comfort zones that actually limit our growth. And we certainly saw some of that when Jupiter and Saturn were in a square a couple months ago where we felt a little emotionally stunted. However, I think that Jupiter in Cancer is the gift that we'll keep on giving for the next 6 months. This is about really focusing on having a nourished heart and a secure inner foundation, and that this is really helping us express ourselves very boldly and make the necessary changes emotionally and also at home. Finally, the North Node in Pisces and the South Node in Virgo. Now, since January of this year, we have seen the North Node, actually January of 2024, I take that back. We have seen the North Node there, and it's going to continue until July of 2026. So the jury's still out on this one because we still have some more eclipses that are going to happen on this axis. But I think that as we look at the lessons learned, obviously there's been soul growth that deals with surrender with that North Node in Pisces, trusting the universe, having faith, spending time alone, having wholeness, and like releasing this need to be perfect and over-analysis and needing to fix everything. What we're leaving behind, hopefully, is the self-criticism, the hyper-controlled tendencies of the South Node in Virgo, the compulsion to always be productive or always be moving or always be grinding or always be correct. But the gift that I think that we're going to carry forward after having some time with the North and the South Node in these signs is trusting the flow of life. And also learning to kind of embrace not having a plan and letting the universe intervene and kind of like the mysteries of life, and also a deeper kind of spiritual quest that a lot of us have kind of gone on when it comes to our religion, our spirituality, our dreams, even divination. All that stuff is very much kind of like the Piscean realm. So that's what we're leaving behind. We're going to bid farewell to all of that because everything changes in 2026. This is what we're going to be looking at moving forward. And this is the emerging fire and air energies of 2026. And I have to tell you guys, the future looks kind of bright, right? So I think that as we kind of talk about what's going to be happening in 2026, we will go planet by planet. I'm going to talk about the degrees and houses and all that stuff. But with these cycles that are closing in 2025, we're stepping now in 2026 into something that's faster. It's lighter, and it's going to be a lot more, I think, proactive. And I think it's just totally going to rattle a lot of people, which is how quickly things are going to be changing this year. Saturn and Neptune going into Aries is going to be about inspiration and structure. It's all about igniting this more kind of pioneering energy of Aries and blending it with spirituality, and it becomes more embodied, right? So our body is a temple. Uranus entering back into the sign of Gemini. This is revolutionary ideas, breakthroughs in communication, rapid evolution in media, as well as technology, learning, changes with education, as well as writing. And the North Node shifts into Aquarius. The South Node shifts into Leo. Destiny is pulling us towards collective innovation and humanitarian visions. This is also about releasing the drama and like that kind of ego, me first mentality. Jupiter goes into Leo in June, and this is really going to expand our joy, our creative expression, and we're going to be more confident when it comes to stepping into our own kind of creative abilities. We're going to feel more confident being leaders, and we're moving away from, this kind of like confusing energy that we've been in with earth and water to really igniting things, focusing on connection. It's like the fog is going to start to lift, and we're going to find that empathy and resilience can be forged in water and earth, that have been forged in water and earth, can now really propel us moving forward into the future. And we're not going to have this drowning feeling that we've had for the last couple of years. Now we act on our visions. So farewell to that era. Let's welcome the new era of, I think, courageous creation. And like I said, the future looks really bright. So we're going to dive into the deeper meanings, the dates, the retrogrades, the effects, and the predictions that I have for you guys. And we're obviously going to go in order. So we're going to see kind of where planets are based off of some of the dates. And I'm going to be starting first with, Neptune moving into Aries. But before I do that, sorry, I forgot this slide. Keep in mind that the overall themes for 2026, transformation is ahead, whether you like it or not. So expect some significant changes in personal and also in professional lives as these planets shift. It's really encouraging you to adapt and also focus on the growth in various areas. So Aries, Gemini, Aquarius, Leo, these are going to be some hot areas where you're going to see some action. And embrace renewal. Remember, 2026 is a 1. So it's going to bring opportunities for new beginnings. It's also about fresh perspectives and fostering some of this transformation in relationships, career, and personal goals. But exercise caution. When planets are retrograde, whether that's Mercury, Venus, Mars, Saturn, Jupiter, I mean, everything's going to go retrograde except for the sun and the moon, guys. The nodes are always kind of going back and forth. They're wonky. This is really allowing you time to really reflect and kind of reassess your goals and your priorities. So especially when your chart ruler is retrograde, unless you're a Cancer or you're a Leo, that will never happen for you. Pay attention, because when your chart ruler is retrograde, something's going to be changing. And we'll talk about that a little bit, obviously, throughout the program today. But let's get into Neptune and Aries. So this is the first thing that I wanted to touch on. As a reminder, summer of 2025, we had Saturn and Neptune in Aries already. It was already at the 0 degree mark. And you guys saw how radically different things started kind of becoming over the summertime. And then they retrograded back into Pisces briefly to kind of wrap something up. But on January the 26th, 2026, we're going to see that Neptune is going to re-enter into the sign of Aries. Okay, so if you are an Aries or Aries rising, anything I would say 0 to about 5 degrees, you are going to be under a Neptune transit. You're also going to be under a Saturn transit. And we will see Neptune get all the way up to 4 degrees this year. Now, there will be a retrograde that'll be taking place. That'll be from July 7th. At 4 degrees all the way to December 10th. It will retrograde back to that 0 degree point. So it's going to reactivate some of the things that came up under the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in February. But essentially, early degrees, Aries and Aries risings or Aries placements, and also my Pisces and Pisces risings, this will be impacting you guys the most. And if you happen to have anything 0 to 5 degrees of the cardinal signs, so Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn, you will be under a Saturn and a Neptune square. Now, this will be really about dissolving ego for intuitive action, okay? So sometimes we have to dissolve all the walls that keep us or hold us back from other people. Otherwise, Saturn, Neptune, and Aries is you're going to wind up in your own self-imposed prison. Now, the themes are going to be about inspired leadership. This is the archetype of the spiritual warrior. And I think having had Chiron and Aries, we have felt kind of victimized, beaten down, but now we're realizing how to, feel good about being different, how to heal ourselves, that being strong, being independent, being self-sufficient is actually a good thing. Maybe it seemed different to focus so much on health and fitness. Maybe it seemed weird to, be so independent or kind of do it yourself. But those of you guys who have been really leaning into Chiron and Aries, those of you guys who have been paying attention since the eclipses started happening in Aries, you guys are, I think, going to fare a lot better in 2026 and 2027. Why do you guys think I have been so hardcore about my journey, right? I did a couple of videos every now and then. People ask me questions about stuff, but when the eclipses started happening in Aries, I looked at that as a time where I was like, this is the preparation for when Saturn would go into Aries. And my goal personally was to be like, I want to be sound physically, mentally, emotionally. I want to be having a routine. I want to work out. I want to feel better about my body. I want to eat well. I know that what I'm consuming is going to impact me energetically. And that's basically, everything has been in preparation for Saturn and Neptune going into Aries. So that way I know that if stuff gets kind of intense out in the world, I'm going to have my wits about me in every single way. And I think that for a lot of people, if you have not already gotten on that bandwagon of being like, you know what, I am going to take the stairs, or I am going to, eat the better food, or I am going to learn how to fix stuff around the house, or I am going to build my own garden. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be fitness. Aries is about action. You guys are going to be the ones who people are going to be coming and asking for, help for. They're going to be asking you for guidance. They're going to be asking you for your assistance. What I like is, like I said, this spiritual warrior energy is wonderful, but we can also see that there can be delusions of grandeur where we're idolizing people, we're idolizing certain athletes, we're idolizing certain celebrities, we're idolizing certain gurus, or even religious or spiritual people. And we can find that there could be major identity shifts for the cardinal signs. For Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn, you guys are going to have to face bold, intuitive shifts. Now, the fire elements, like Leo and Sagittarius, I think it's going to ignite a lot of creativity for you guys. I think it's going to bring a lot of fun. I do predict that we're going to see major artistic revolutions because Saturn is structure and Neptune can be film, music, art, painting. I also think that we're going to see huge spiritual awakenings that are going to be happening for the collective. It might mean that some of you guys are pursuing your dream career, but you're questioning how you're going to make it, how you're going to make it happen, or how you can turn that dream into a reality. Is it just a pipe dream? And unfortunately, with Saturn being there, Saturn does not fare very well in Aries, because you guys have heard me use the reference. It's like sending a toddler to work. You give them a suitcase or a briefcase and a suit, and you say, okay, go to work and go and file those Excel spreadsheets. And like, the kid's not going to know what to do, right? Because he doesn't have the experience. Saturn and Neptune in Aries is kind of like that. It is the baby of the zodiac. So it has to learn how to do something it's never done before. So there can be this inherent self-doubt that can kind of come up. Now, what you want to watch for is that collectively, we're going to see huge media reckonings, because Neptune is anything you watch on television. It's TV, it's movies, it's even radio, it's music. And I think that this is going to be dissolving fake news illusions. That we're going to see the reality of war, Aries. We're going to see the reality of what's going on in the streets. We're going to see people out there with their cameras and their iPhones taking videos of stuff that are going to be exposing stuff. And there's going to be global faith evolutions. Now, historically, in the past, I was looking at what was going on in like the 1860s to like the mid 1870s, and we saw abolition movements, and this was really kind of blending ideals with action. We also saw that we will see that there's going to be some trines happening to obviously other planets throughout the year. It'll trine Jupiter. We're also going to see in Sagittarius season there's going to be some trines, and there's some sextiles that are also happening to both Pluto and Aquarius. So we're going to see lots of changes in media, lots of changes in communication, lots of changes in travel and learning. So we look at this from the perspective of Aries, okay, first house, and some of those relational dynamics, the opposition to the seventh. So it's also going to impact relationships. When we're kind of making changes with our identity, it's going to change how we're kind of correlating and relating to people who we work with, who we're married to, who we're dating. And I think we're going to see a lot of like relational issues potentially dissolve if we learn how to kind of see through the rage or the confusion or the things that are meant to kind of stir everybody up and make everybody think that we're fighting each other. We start to kind of realize, like, wait a second, like, who's actually like pulling like the strings behind the curtain. So pay attention to some of those themes with Neptune and Aries. And then we move to Saturn and Aries. So Saturn's going to be moving back into Aries as well. It'll be re-entering into Aries around February 13th, just in time for Valentine's Day. If you're an Aries or Aries rising, anything from 0 to about 15 degrees, you're going to be under a Saturn transit. Also, my cardinals, you guys are going to be feeling that. So Cancer and Libra and Capricorn. And it will be retrograde at the end of July, around the 26th of July. It'll start its retrograde at 14 degrees, and it's going to go retrograde until December 10th, and it'll retrograde back to 8 degrees. And so we had a little bit of like a sample this last year of Saturn and Neptune and Aries. Obviously, Saturn is a sign that deals with discipline, right? It is associated with Capricorn. So it is about timing, career, leadership. And so now we have Saturn going into Aries, which is the sign of younger people, youthful people. This is also warriors. This is about men. This is about changes with military, changes also with some kind of new direction with leadership, a new bold vision with Saturn and Neptune, building new structures. Okay, so it also might mean that this is about maturity that comes through independence, tests of willpower. This is also really affecting the cardinal signs when it comes to structure and action. And obviously, fire elements are really forging courage through the tension, because Saturn and Neptune has some tension. Saturn says, hold it together. Neptune's like, I want to let it go. So I'm predicting that we're going to see some long-term goals that will solidify. I think if we can work with this transit, it can actually be great. For some of you guys, it's going to be like starting a business, but obviously there's going to be some obstacles, and you're going to have to kind of adapt and find your community or work with new developments in technology. And there you're going to have your kind of like dream, independent kind of scenario, which can kind of transform. We're also going to see new younger leaders. I think is going to become common. We're going to see new people coming into politics. We're going to see people who are also potentially veterans. We're also going to see just a lot of people who are maturing. But on the other end of the spectrum, it's a very anti kind of authority movement. Like Saturn and Neptune and Aries is like, nope, like I don't want to be told what to do. And we're going to see some leaders that are going to act like tyrants. We're also going to see some people who are going to be against organized religion or specific religions, and they're going to want to, have their own beliefs, and they're going to be very protective of their beliefs, right? Saturn is kind of the boundary of the border. This is also going to bring up themes revolving around grounded reforms. So in 1996 to like 1998, we saw a lot of pioneers, right? A lot of pioneers in the tech industry, a lot of pioneers in the music industry. We saw a lot of people who went and started big companies that are now worth billions of dollars now. So it can be, I think, with the Saturn-Neptune kind of conjunction that's brewing, where we're really blending reality with our dreams. And we think of like this energy of the first house of Aries and also the 10th house of Saturn. And this is about really maturing and kind of coming into who we are out in the world and whether or not we're realizing our true capabilities. We're realizing our own kind of professional kind of limits as well. Now, we will see Jupiter continue in Cancer, but it is going to be shifting into Leo. So that's why you see a little bit of water and a little bit of fire on the screen. So it'll be in Cancer January 1st, 2026 until June 30th. And if you have any placements between 14 and 29 degrees of Cancer, Jupiter is going to be kind of touching that, expanding on that. And then when we get into July, then we're going to see that Jupiter is going to move into Leo. So that's going to be great, especially right around the time of the eclipses. Obviously, first is expansion in home and family. Then there's going to be shifts into Leo, which is really going to be focusing on nurturing growth, joyful expression. Obviously, water and fire signs are going to feel the effects of this year the most. I do think that the cardinal and mutable signs are going to kind of benefit because you guys are going to see that there's going to be some sextiles or some other energies that are kind of getting lit up. First is going to come home and family abundance, and then over the summer, we're going to see lots of creative ventures. We're going to see casino-related things, gambling-related things, stuff that's connecting also to celebrities really start to expand. We're also going to find that this is about self-employment and also like anything that's like speculative or like kind of risk-taking. And obviously in the past, when we've seen some of these Jupiter in Cancer transits, like in 2013, there was expanded focus on home security, homeland security, right? And then in Leo, it's like, a lot of like new pop stars and like people who are, kind of famous out in the world come on the scene. The only issue that I have with the Jupiter Leo transit, and I will talk about it in a second, is we do see that Jupiter will come into an opposition with Pluto over the summer. So that's going to be some really big transformations, and it's going to be at a 4. And that's why I think we're going to see some major changes with the stock market, which is going to have like a domino effect, which is going to impact the housing market. And I think the housing market is going to take a massive dip personally. But, when we think of Cancer, it's more home and family. Leo is going to be more creative. So we're going to see lots of artists take off, performance artists take off, musicians, people who turn a hobby into a side hustle. We're going to see a baby boom. I mean, we're already seeing one now, Jupiter in Cancer, but I think we're going to see more when Jupiter goes into Leo and then the eclipses start. And obviously the fire signs are going to like this. So Leos, Aries, and Sagittarius, especially Sag, your chart ruler is going to be on the move, and it's, it's moving through a house that it likes to be in. So it's going to be great for you guys. All right, so we've got Uranus that's re-entering into Gemini. It will start the year January 1st in Taurus, and it will move through Taurus from about 27 to 29 degrees. So it's still conjunct Algol, guys. We're still going to see some potential stuff that's going to be about, people drinking too much, kind of losing their mind, potential assassination attempts, things like that, heads of state, that kind of stuff, until April 26th. And then it will move into Gemini, and then it's going to stay in Gemini until 2032. So 27 to 29 degrees of Taurus, you guys are still under Uranus transit. And then if you have anything 0 to about 4, maybe 5 degrees of Gemini, you're under Uranus transit this year. So you got a little bit of a preview last year. Obviously, this is about revolutionary communication, okay? So new ideas, new apps, new websites. There's going to be new ways of connecting. And like, obviously Uranus is what's futuristic. And this is why you see all these apps that can like be made by AI now, or websites that can be made by AI, or things that are becoming automated. This is also about sudden insights and curiosity over certainty. So this is about chaotic air. We're going to see a lot more like tornado events. We're going to see a lot of new developments. That's going to be, I think, with storms. We're also going to probably see lots of new developments with traveling more quickly, innovations with new technology in cars, and also with like getting around town and like new, like public transportation. This will be affecting the mutable signs the most. So Gemini, Sagittarius, Virgo, Pisces, you guys are all going to feel this. You guys are going to feel it under the effects of probably some mental upheaval because of some of the squares and needing to kind of pivot. Air elements tend to have a tendency to kind of like spark some kind of intellectual or individual freedom. So I'm predicting major changes in media. We're going to see some magazines, some newspapers are going to go under because they're not going to be able to kind of keep up with just how much new development there is. I mean, I've seen, I can't tell you how many articles I have personally seen that's like on mainstream news, not news, but mainstream like outlets that I'll catch stuff that's like, that you can tell AI wrote it. It'll be like, what do you think about this? And they publish it. So now I'm starting to look at things going like, okay, so you're reading like, you know, certain major, you know, newspaper outlets, New York, you know, newspapers or New York Times or whatever. And it's now being generated. So I'm like, where is this information coming from? You know, I don't know. So I guess it has its place to some extent, but I do think that it's going to be really interesting because I think there's going to be a lot of media upheaval and you're going to see lots of shifts going on with tech. Sudden apps that are maybe now charging that didn't used to charge, or now there's going to be different levels, or there's going to be, you know, different configurations, new phones, new cars, new ways of traveling. And obviously AI bubbles are going to burst. It's very, very similar to what we saw in the .com era. So I think that there will be communication disruptions. I think that historically, when we look back on 1942 to 1949, Uranus revolutionized information. You know, most of us weren't alive then, but that was the birth of computers. Computers were huge walls that had all of these plugins and all of these things. And now we have a computer in the palm of our hand. So I think with some of the trines to Pluto, we're going to see major societal innovation with development and technology. And I think that we can also see belief shocks and shocks with siblings and people moving more frequently, or people living in cars, or there's going to be communities that are going to be kind of like transient. They're going to kind of, you know, go from place to place, or I guess I should say nomadic. But that's also the sextiles that you're going to see to Saturn and Neptune. Pluto in Aquarius continues. It's going to be here for a long time. It's here for a good time. From 2 to 5 degrees this year. So Scorpio and Aquarius risings, pay attention. Obviously, Aquarius, you're also co-ruled by Uranus, so the Uranus stuff applies to you too. But Pluto's going to keep doing its thing. And this is where Pluto is really going to kick into overdrive this year, because it will be sextiling Saturn, Neptune, and Aries. It'll be sextiling, or trining Pluto in Aquarius. Excuse me, trining Uranus in Gemini. So there is this massive like bisextile that's going to be kind of happening. Obviously, so far we've seen with Pluto and Aquarius, it's been real fun. Societal breakdown, corruption in politics. It's been about trying to bring power to the people. I think in this last year it's been a little difficult because we saw that Mars retrograde in Leo, you know, kick off 2025 opposing Pluto. And really the themes are shadow work. The shadow work in groups, showing where equality can be good, but also where there could be some stuff that's too fringe. Fixed signs are going to feel this. So if you have anything 0 to about 6 degrees of the fixed signs, so obviously Taurus, you know, Scorpio, Leo, you're going to be feeling it. And this is also about being under the pressure cooker if you have planets within those degrees. Air elements have a tendency, when Pluto's in it, to just totally like transform who's in control, or, you know, feeling out of control, or feeling like the situation's out of control. So we're going to see equality movements intensify. We're going to see tech and ethics discussions around AI. We're going to see that for some people, it's going to be about them getting like really kind of amped up about joining some kind of group or belief system or affiliation. And obviously it's about restructuring who's in charge and power. So we're also going to see like anti-monopoly surges where people are going to be like, certain companies own too much, they're controlling too much, and they're kind of squishing the little guys. Historically, in the past, when we look at like the 1770s, 1778 to 1798, that was the United States independence, okay? So many people think that it was like, oh, 1776, and like that was it. No, there was a whole build up to that, and then we saw Pluto leave Capricorn and go into Aquarius. And something to kind of consider is like, well, what happened when then Pluto went into Aquarius? The states were still figuring themselves out. The colonies then expanded. Then they all went westward for years, and then we saw states develop, and then we saw a whole like changes in what happened with like democracy and how the United States was actually formed, and how there was like a federal branch, and then there was the state branch, and the separation of church and state, and all that stuff. So there was a lot of things that came from the Pluto ingress into Aquarius back then. And obviously, really, I think what this is kind of doing is a lot of the same thing. I think that for a long time, and you guys can go back, you can watch my videos when I was on Astrolotta, 10 years ago almost now, where I was telling people in 2018, I was like, in the future, like after probably 2020, before, 2032, you're going to see the United States is going to be separate territories. And I stand by what I said a long time ago, that I have seen psychically, and I have also looked at the astrology, and I believe that it's going to be like Europe. You're going to see certain states that are going to band together. You're going to see certain states that are going to have nothing to do with other states, or they won't trade. And you may see parts of the South band together. You might see an alliance between the East Coast and the West Coast. You might see certain states in between that don't want anything to do with it. And it's going to get really interesting as we're getting ready to come into eclipses on the United States moon, which is going to radically redefine states and also, like neighborhoods. You're going to see the Uranus return happening over the next couple of years, where I do think we are going to see some major breakup of the actual United States at some point. And then as we're getting closer to 2030, I think it's inevitable, as much as I hate to say that. So this is the beginning of people starting to really tap in, I think, to realizing that there is some major change that's going to be coming. And a lot of it's just too much power in certain areas and where it needs to be restructured. And so then those sextiles to Saturn and Neptune really say, hey, individuals are going to wake up and go, I have an idea, I have a vision, I have a plan, I have a dream, this is what we should do. And they're going to rile the masses. It's a very revolutionary energy. Now, we're going to see Chiron go into Taurus, okay? So it will be bouncing in and out of Taurus very briefly. If you happen to have anything 22 to 29 degrees of Aries, it's going to leave that and then it's going to come back, all right? And so we're going to see it will enter into Taurus June 19th, and then in September, just a few short months later, it retrogrades back, but it's going to sit at 0 degrees of Taurus. Guys, like I said, if you're a massage therapist, if you're an aromatherapist, if you are a crystal healer, if you're an herbalist, we need you guys, because you guys are going to play a huge role in shifting the way that we look at healing our bodies, healing with food, healing with the earth. Regenerative farming, I think, is going to be really big. And obviously, Chiron represents our biggest wounds. So one of the issues that I have with this Chiron ingress is not only is it going to leave Aries right around the time Saturn and Neptune comes back in, but when Chiron goes into Taurus, it's going to square Pluto in Aquarius by about 4 degrees, and it will also have a square from Jupiter. I think it's going to be foreshadowing in about 2 or 3 years, when Saturn goes into Taurus, a complete retail crash. That's what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to start seeing that there's going to be major issues with retail. There's going to be major issues with people not being able to buy stuff. And I don't know if it's going to be because of just the economic kind of outlook, or if it's going to be because we've got certain groups and certain people and stuff like the EU that's saying, hey, you're only going to be able to buy 3 new outfits a year. Or you're only able to, travel, once every 3 years. Or, we're going to track your carbon, and every swipe you put on your credit card, we're going to track your carbon and determine whether or not you can buy meat this week. Taurus is cows, guys. So when I think about Chiron, leaving Aries and going into Taurus, first of all, Taurus represents the throat, okay? So the throat, the thyroid, the vocal cords, anything that's connected to the neck and how it connects also up into the brain. And Chiron deals with wounds. Versus Aries, Aries is going to be more the face, the sinuses, anything connected to, rashes, heat, scars, anything with the face. There's gonna be more of a focus on healing the throat chakra, singing for healing, or anything that's connected to wearing crystal jewelry for healing. And Taurus is also about security. So it's about food, it's about banks, it's about cash, it's about the bond market. It's also connected to things that are physical and tangible. So like property, right? It's not just Cancer. Cancer can represent the house or the home that sits on the land. So I think you're going to see a lot of people that are going to be getting into just buying rural land or buying property to try to reserve or kind of save their assets, or thinking that will help. So when Chiron goes into Taurus, it's going to be more healing self-worth, healing money, healing with food, versus identity, which is more Aries. And we're going to get plenty of that with Saturn and Neptune going into Aries. So material wounds surface. That's what's going to happen with Chiron in Taurus. And it's also about body and nature mending, connecting with the planet, connecting with the earth. Obviously, if you happen to have Aries late degree placements, 22 to 29 degrees, you're still going through that transit. But for my fixed signs, especially if you're 0 to about 2 degrees of, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius, you guys are going to be feeling the Chiron squares or opposition. I do think that, this is about kind of finding ways to ground out our pain. So grounding mats or crystal jewelry can help. I think a lot of people will be using that. This is also about financial, emotional mending. So we think about the opposite of Taurus, it's Scorpio, and it's the emotional kind of side of things, and like people having to get real about not being able to just endlessly spend or swipe or, put stuff on credit. I also think that this is about self-worth rebirths. I think for some people, they're going to be seeing that it is worth investing money in healing, whether that's going to therapy or that's working with a doctor. And it's also realizing that you have to invest in your health, or you have to invest in good food. Now, we might see that there's an emphasis on environmental healing. And historically, in the late 1970s into the mid 1980s, when Taurus was in Chiron, there was an oil crisis, and it was impacting the economy. And also I think about how, it's going to come into a square with Pluto, and it's also going to square the Venus retrograde. So this is going to be bringing up a lot of drama with the banks, and how, bank issues or bank failures or, issues going on with central banking is going to radically impact and change, I think, the stock market, because it's going to square Pluto. So it's going to be maybe tech bust. It's going to square Jupiter in Leo. So it's going to also be maybe some massive like gambling scandals. You're seeing all these like apps that are popping up for gambling. Be very careful. There could be some stuff that's like fixed with that too. And then finally, we're going to have the nodal changes. So the North Node and the South Node changing signs. Now that's not going to happen until obviously July 26, 2026. So this is huge, because not only are we entering into like a new almost 2-year period of new eclipses, and they're actually going to start in February with that solar eclipse in Aquarius, but this is where our direction collectively is changing. Okay, so that means that with the North Node in Aquarius, our destiny is going towards innovation, technology, the future, community, and we're releasing that South Node, which is going to be like ego and drama. Obviously can be really, really challenging for the fixed signs. So, and we'll go through it, but Aquarius, it's like all eyes are on you. Pluto's in your sign, North Node's going through your first house. There's going to be eclipses there, focusing on what needs to change and evolve, and, how you're shifting who you are and how you look in the world. We're going to see, for Leos, it's going to be some pretty dramatic changes going on with relationships, or blasts from the past, or soulmates coming up. For Scorpios, it's going to be dramatic changes with your home life and your family and with your parents and where you're living. And obviously, for we've got Scorpio. Oh, for my Tauruses, well, this is your time to shine, baby. The North Node's going to be going through your 10th house of career. So there's going to be a huge emphasis on dramatically changing your role out in the world, and like where you are, and like really coming into like this moment that's very powerful. So we'll get into it with the 12 signs, but what you guys need to know is that we have not had the North and the South Node in these placements for 18 and a half, almost 19 years. So the trajectory is now shifting. And now what we're going to be finding is that it's all air and fire, and it's interacting with now outer planets that are going to be in the same element. Now, the eclipses that come through is really going to be putting an emphasis on destiny calling. Some of us are going to have a lot of drama because of some of the connections with the South Node in Leo. We're going to have to pay attention more to what's going on with Uranus and Saturn, which sextile each other. Through that, North Node and Aquarius connection, we have to pay attention more to solar transits like Cazimis, and also when the sun is squaring or opposing, or when there's like a solar eclipse or a new moon. And I do think that it's reminiscent of 2008, 2009, when the Aquarius North Node spurred major social media revolutions. We saw radical changes. I mean, Obama became president. Facebook was becoming a huge thing. We saw the economic crisis of 2008 and how it kind of leveled everything for a lot of people well into 2009, 2010. I think with some of the themes that will be inevitable, which will be the eventual opposition to Pluto, where the South Node will oppose Pluto and the North Node will come into conjunction with Pluto. It's saying that for the next year and a half, it's like full steam ahead. We are like jolting through, going to some kind of major evolution for humankind. And so you guys are going to have to look at where it is in your chart, but watch the North and the South Node. They're not really going to kind of kick in until you get into July, but you'll see some of the effects of the solar eclipse that's going to come through. Human connection, yes, connectedness like we saw with, the internet in previous years, or, major shifts in technology, yes. But I mean, robotics, new developments, I think, in how we connect with people, new groups, how people are forming new societies or kind of parallel, kind of communities that are going to be very different than what we have seen in recent years. So it's going to be interesting to watch. All right, well, I have some notable aspects for you guys that are going to be something that you're going to want to look for in 2026. And so I try to do them in order because you've heard me kind of mention a couple of them, but I'm going to break them down for you so you can understand them a little bit better. Aspects, obviously, are when planets are communicating with each other. So the conjunction is powerful, the sextile or the trine is friendly, the opposition or the square is kind of difficult or creates some friction. And we see some very, very, very unusual astrology in 2026. And so probably the most notable thing is that we see this rare bisextile that's going to be taking place with Saturn and Neptune in Aries, Uranus and Gemini, and Pluto in Aquarius. So this is where you have a sextile and a trine, basically, and they're all aspecting each other. Now, it does not really peak until July of 2026, truth be told, but I think that in February, when Saturn and Neptune conjunct, and it is already kind of an aspect to Pluto, it's going to start kicking off. And I think that February and April are going to be big months to watch. For the collective, this basically means that this is one of, I think, the most constructive and forward-moving configurations in 2026, because it forms this kind of minor grand trine between air and fire elements which fuel each other. So it's among slow-moving planets. So this is slow kind of buildup of change. Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries, like I've said, it's representing kind of grounding that spiritual and idealistic or kind of visionary side of all of us individually into something that's tangible, new initiatives, and obviously it's humanity's kind of collective imagination that's really, I think, now going to be, taking some kind of practical form after its stay that's been in Pisces recently. Sextile Uranus is going to be radical innovation, communication, and technology. Pluto in Aquarius is about deep societal transformation and power to the people movements. So it creates all this easy flow to one another. So we're going to see quick moving progress, change, shifts that are going to be happening, and I think some kind of like upgrade that we're all going to go through. It'll be breakthroughs in science. It's not just AI or social networks. It's also going to be, I think, about finding more ways to have sustainability when it comes to power, and new power sources and resources. And I think we're going to see some alliances being formed between governments and tech giants and activist groups that feel inspired, yet obviously responsibly kind of structured. This is also about a spiritual detox. Learning more about intuitive sciences and community-driven innovations, I think, are going to be a theme. And I see this kind of as like the cosmic green light for making utopian visions real without the chaos of hard aspects. So there can be more surveillance, more control, more limitations, more separation, but people don't necessarily see it. Sometimes with Saturn Neptune transits, we literally sleepwalk into things, okay? So those of you guys who were born in like 1989, 1990, like me, I was born with Saturn Neptune conjunct in Capricorn, and as a kid, I used to sleepwalk all the time. And so I think about that conjunction and I'm like, yeah, people just kind of blindly, you know, the sheep just being led to the slaughter, right? Aries, sheep. Guys, pay attention to some of the stuff that's going on. Things are going to be offered to you that are going to seem sustainable, good for everyone, humanitarian moves, things that are going to be like inclusive. It's going to make things easier. It's going to be faster and it's going to be free. Just take it. Be careful because I feel like there could definitely be some major heaviness when people start to realize the limitations and the strings that are attached to some of these things. And you guys will see it, especially financially, later in the year. And I don't know if this is people getting coerced into getting big tax returns and then they find out there's some kind of digital connection to it. I don't know if it's IDs, some CBDCs that are going to be utilized or incentivized, or tokens. But be very careful because there's definitely going to be some strings that are going to be attached. Now, we will see Jupiter in Leo opposed Pluto in Aquarius, which I think is like, holy cow, especially when it squares Chiron and Taurus. And I think that's going to be the reckoning for just how much retail is going to get wrecked. But this is a very intense opposition. This is really kind of pitting that more kind of expansive energy that's more heart-centered and playful, Jupiter and Leo, against deeper collective transformation and power restructuring, right? Pluto and Aquarius. That added T-square to Chiron and Taurus really exposes, I think, core wounds around security, self-worth, material values. So you're going to see that there is going to be some financial crisis that is going to be organized to try to incentivize or get people to go with the flow, right? Or people are going to be more desperate to gamble, or people are going to be more desperate to get into the stock market, or people are going to be more scared. So they're going to be kind of asking for some kind of support. Collectively, this will definitely highlight major tensions between individual leadership and celebrity culture and group collective power dynamics. I think a lot of people are going to be like trying to cancel celebrities. I think there's going to be some major exposure of things that celebrities have done that's going to like shock people, that they're going to be like, why did I idolize this sports star or this celebrity or this Kardashian or like whatever? And they're going to realize like, oh my gosh, you know, I've bought all of their stuff and they're using child labor, or, you know, I bought all of their stuff and it's hundreds of dollars and I found out that it's like being, you know, made cheaply in China. Like, why am I spending all this money on this? Or finding out that who you've idolized is not necessarily who you think they are. So we will also find that there will be power struggles in politics, and, you know, tech platforms may escalate. We're going to see, you know, like people who are like fanatics about certain figures and inflated egos in authority figures, and confrontations over freedom versus control, like regulation of AI, social media, control over crypto holdings, debanking for some people who aren't willing to comply. And I do think that there's going to be certain requirements that are going to be going into stock market trading and crypto investing. Now, obviously, Chiron's kind of involvement highlights like vulnerabilities as well. So it's going to be vulnerabilities in economic stability, food security, anything connected to the body or anything with food. So be mindful of that we can definitely see some food related issues that can be coming up with that, some like shortages or supply chain issues. Now, positively, this can definitely be like the catalyst for profound empowerment. So outdated beliefs about value and recognition are now released. This leads to, I think, a lot more authentic growth. I also think that this is where healing really emerges, with a sense of like heart-centered creativity and like this kind of detached innovation. We want to watch for debates over individualism versus, you know, communalism. And obviously there's some risks for overreach in speculative markets, and there's going to be a lot of like ideological kind of battles that are going to go on over values and money and worth-related things. So mind your manners with that stuff. As a North Node Aquarius person, I'm very excited because I feel like this is the time. Like, you know, I feel like for a long time, I've always kind of felt like a black sheep with like what I do for a living, and, you know, also just kind of like putting stuff on the internet and being like, this is weird, this is different. And like, you know, it's in my 5th house, so it's kind of like backwards for what you would think of. But I feel like it's going to be inspiring a lot of other people to be like, yeah, I'm going to fly my freak flag, you know, and maybe that's the whole point of the transit. All right, so we've got Mars that'll conjunct Uranus in Gemini. Okay, so this is, guys, it's the United States' 250th birthday. It's going to be a freaking heck of a holiday because of that in general. If you guys haven't heard, there's going to be like UFC fights or something on the White House lawn. Like God knows how many fireworks they're going to have. They're supposed to be like state by state. They're all doing all these big events. And also there's going to be these fairs that are connected to trying to draw tourism in the United States. Do not mess with fireworks on the 4th of July, guys. Mars conjunct Uranus in Gemini is big pow pow. And then it's also going to be trining Pluto and Aquarius. So there's going to be a ton of celebrations probably going on that entire week, but it's like the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th that this is all taking place. And it's going to sextile Neptune and Aries. So this is wild. It's explosive. I think that's the best way to use it. It's explosive. And if it's harmoniously channeled, if you can use it the right way, where we can use that Mars energy of drive and action, that conjunction to Uranus, that's sudden, we can have, you know, some kind of like innovation in ideas or new communication or excitement or surprises. And it's about kind of being quick and being brilliant and like breakthroughs. But the trine to Pluto and the transformative depth, it can be about terrorist attacks. It can be stuff on subways. It can be things connected to, you know, creating like little mini breakouts of conflict in certain neighborhoods or certain states. I also think the sextile to Saturn and Neptune is going to be showing where certain individuals are not aware of what's going on around them. They're not self-aware. They don't know how to defend themselves. Certainly Aries is a sign that's supposed to be about that, or they're defenseless. And we'll see in certain parts of the world where, you know, if there are citizens that are in countries where they have their rights that are being taken away, or they're being limited to what they can say, or they're not able to defend themselves, then when we do start seeing little mini things breaking out in certain states or certain counties or certain places, it has this feeling of civil war to me. It has this feeling of people living, thinking that everything is normal, and then they're realizing, oh my gosh, there's this chaos going on, like all over the city, what's happening, what do I do? And we're gonna see this becoming, I think, a lot more common around the world, as much as I hate to say that. On the other hand, I think the trine to Pluto is about what you do with information, and where information can be powerful and it doesn't have to be destructive. And then it also sextiles Saturn and Neptune. So it's kind of inspiring people to say, hey, I'm going to kind of, you know, show up, and I'm going to learn how to, you know, protect my energy or protect my rights, or, you know, protect myself or my family. And it's bold. So it has this kind of liberated action that's kind of aligning with collective evolution. And I think you're going to see almost like militias that are going to be formed around the country, at least speaking as an American, where you're going to have some places that are going to be like, that does not fly here. And you will have certain groups that are going to be more involved in kind of knowing who's kind of coming and going out of certain places. Now, expect revolutionary shifts, right? It's in Gemini, so it's in the media. Information systems, protests, tech announcements, you know, inventions that feel faded maybe. I think that if we can be focused on maybe pioneering more when it comes to ethics in AI, it could be beneficial. I think we're going to see a lot of assertive, independent movements and a lot of progress when it comes to humanitarian causes. But caution against accidents around this time. Impulsivity, driving too fast, things that are sharp, things that explode. We're going to see a lot of hacktivists with these transits. We're also going to see that the energy feels like kind of like liberating, but also like chaotic. And we could see that there could be a lot of power related issues that can be happening around the beginning of July. All right, this now takes me to the next slide, where we have got Jupiter in Leo trine Saturn in Aries. I feel like, okay, I can take a breath. This is where things kind of like start to stabilize, you know, that growth of Jupiter stabilizing with Saturn. This will be happening in late August. It's going to be happening late August until like early September. And this is where we see a really beautiful fire trine between these two planets. So Jupiter obviously is about growth, and it's about optimism and creativity in Leo, and it's going to trine Saturn's kind of like discipline when it comes to structure in Aries. So if you're somebody who launched a business, if you started a relationship, if you had a kid, if you are getting into a hobby, if you're being more, you know, focused on yourself and protecting your energy, maybe you're happier, like all that work, basically, you know, February, March, April, May, June, starts to now really like show you the fruit as you're getting into the end of summer and the beginning of fall. So it really supports manifesting ambitions practically, and it's going to be sustained growth. And this is where kind of enthusiasm meets responsibility. So collectively, constructive leadership emerges. We start to see that we're finally getting the swing of things. We're kind of bouncing back from what happened in the spring. This is also going to be about new pioneering efforts in certain, you know, careers. It's going to be that there's career advancements in creative or entrepreneurial sectors, stabilization of new initiatives launched earlier in the year, and opportunities for flow that's building lasting success in self-expression, right? Education maybe with Jupiter, performance-relating industries with Leo, and confidence rises. Any calculated risks that you guys have been taking now starts to pay off. Good for long-term planning, innovation in arts, and personal sovereignty, and we're going to see advancements that feel earned and sustainable. So as we're kind of getting to the end of summer, you know, the eclipses are happening, and then we have that Saturn-Jupiter trine. It's like, I did it, you know? So if you guys are wanting to launch a business or something this year, for some of you guys, it can be the year that you're just going to have to be with it consistently, and then you're going to have like that breakthrough probably when you start to see those trines. Now, later in the year, as we're getting into November, we're going to start to see that there is going to be a Mars retrograde shadow. Now, I'm going to say this over and over and over. The Mars retrograde does not happen until January of 2027. And I'm sure many of you guys are like, well, why does that matter? It matters because Mars is going to be the dispositor of Saturn and Neptune and Aries. So when we start seeing Mars doing some of the things that it's going to do, like conjuncting the South Node, conjuncting Jupiter, going into Virgo, going, you know, into shadow, and then getting ready to retrograde in early January of 27, it's going to impact Saturn and Neptune a lot, right? So it's kind of important to know that that's out there. That shadow means that it actually enters into the degree which it will retrograde back through in 2027. And it happens to be 20 degrees of Leo, which is the same degree where we have the solar eclipse that's going to be in Leo, right? So that seems to be really important. We'll get to the Sabian symbol at some point down the road, but Leo is drama. It's about leadership. It's about death, change, transformation. Could be a death of a major leader, a change or a shift in celebrity culture. I don't know, but that's important. So if you happen to be a Leo, okay, or a Virgo rising, especially I would say like 19 degrees to 29 of Leo, 0 degrees to about maybe 11 or 12 degrees of Virgo, or if you happen to be an Aries or a Scorpio rising, this is going to be pretty significant for you guys. So what you're going to find is that it's going to peak, meaning we start to see the shadow right around November 3rd, and it's going to go all the way until January 2027, and around January 10th of 2027, Mars will retrograde at 10 degrees of Virgo. Now, with Mars entering its pre-retrograde shadow, that means that we're going to notice in November, we're like, why are we like moving through concrete? Like, why is everything slowing down? What's going on? And Mercury's retrograde, Venus is retrograde, Mars is in shadow, right? And obviously, it starts its shadow first in Leo. So this is about ego, creativity, and leadership. And put a pin in that. We started 2025 with a Mars retrograde. In what? Leo. It started retrograde in Leo, in opposition to Pluto. Remember all the drama that happened in crowds? All the drama that happened with the stock market? Well, this one's going to start in Virgo, go back to Leo. But still, the shadow's going to start in Leo. Then it'll move into Virgo, which is about health and service and jobs. So what I'm predicting is that collectively, we feel like what's going on in November, there's some stalls. There's some initiative stalls. Frustrations are building around stalled projects, leadership and ego issues, inefficiencies in daily systems, breakdown of daily systems, energy turning inward, reviewing motivation. This is also about less of a drive for progress. And we have to watch our vitality because we can feel like we're a little burnt out. And I'm going to go a little bit deeper into this in just a second because I have more on that. But we got to watch for that. And then Jupiter and Mars will conjunct the South Node and also each other. So you're going to see Mars conjunct Jupiter, hit the South Node, and then it'll do it again in February and April of 2027. So this is going to start around November 10th through the 23rd. And the South Node is the past. It's releasing. It's letting go. I'm watching what's going to go on with Trump because that's right on his ascendant where you're going to see these conjunctions. And I'm sure there's a ton of other celebrities, but I just think about, you know, that being right where, you know, he's got, I think his ascendant's conjunct Regulus. So it's definitely marking the fall of a king, but it's also talking about some changes going on with the royal family. I think it's going to be stuff connected to the royal family. So what you guys are going to find with this conjunction is that this is amplifying release from past patterns around ego, okay? So it's also going to be drama, pride, attention seeking. It's touching on the same degrees, you know, around the same degrees where we had the eclipse. So I think the ultimate outcome here is that we're going to see collectively there's closures in leadership. We're also going to see a cultural shift away from hyper-individualism towards collective benefit. It'll be liberating. We're going to be sick of all the celebrity culture. There's going to be a lot of drama with casinos or speculative markets, some major chaos going on, I think, with the stock market, potential overconfident or conflicts clinging to old glory, and freedom through surrender, clearing space for the future. And it's preparing us to reinforce this detachment in 2027. Whew, so the end of the year is like, goddamn, there's a lot going on. So I would say overall, you know, this year is just going to be quite a fiery initiation. It's kind of like baptism by fire. That's how I keep referring to 2026, very Saturn and Neptune. But it's going to be, I think, tempered with some of the sextiles and some of the trines that we're going to see. That's going to accelerate some of the breakthroughs and some of the things that we are going to have. So obviously, this is the moment everybody has been waiting for. And I've been waiting for talking about the Saturn-Neptune conjunction for a very long time. If you guys haven't already seen the course that I put out, I did a whole webinar on Saturn and Neptune and Aries, and I talked about the connection to the eclipses. It was really great for those of you guys who are going through your Saturn return. So if you guys happen to be born in like the mid to late 90s and you're going through your Saturn return in the next 2 years, highly recommend booking a reading with an astrologer. I do offer Saturn return readings if you guys want one, so click the links below. Or go and pick up my webinar. It's super affordable. It's a couple hours long. I talk about all of the themes, and I also have a to-do list and a checklist for Saturn in the houses to really know what you need to be working on and like how to kind of like take initiative and like how to hold yourself accountable. I think accountability is a huge thing with Saturn and Aries. And I did touch on it, but this is something I've been working on for quite a while, kind of some like historical kind of connections, because I really feel like to really truly understand the magnitude of the Saturn-Neptune conjunction, we have to really look at the past. And so this is now going to feel like a little bit of a history lesson. Some of you guys know these things, some of you guys don't. But I think that this needs its own segment that's like really dedicated because it's one of the biggest conjunctions that humankind is going to see ever. Okay, and I know that sounds like I'm overstating something, but this is the most pivotal aspect of 2026. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction on February 20th will be at 0 degrees of Aries, 0:45. So it's going to be at the 1st degree of the Zodiac. And this is not just any alignment. This is not something that happens for one day. This is going to alter the course of human history for hundreds, if not thousands of years to come. This is that big bang. This is where life is kind of born, where there is some kind of new flame that is kind of created. The 0 degree of the Zodiac symbolizes pure initiation and global rebirth. Now, in this last year, we've had Saturn and Neptune there briefly, but they didn't conjunct. So now that we see Saturn, the planet of structure and boundaries and time and reality, meeting Neptune, right? This is about the dissolver of illusions. This is about spirituality, collective ideals. This is about also what's hidden, what's confusing, coming together to blend the tangible with the intangible. So this is about dissolving outdated systems to birth new visions. This conjunction happens every 36 years. I'm born with Saturn, Neptune conjunct in Capricorn. I'm excited to see this conjunction because I feel like as somebody who has this personally, this I know is going to be marking an era of new ideological shifts. And I know that this is really about teaching people that the breakdowns of boundaries is necessary and that there is going to be spiritual reckonings. There's going to be karmic reckonings as well for everyone because 0 degrees of Aries is raw potential. It's amplified and it's promising a fresh start for humanity on a scale we have not seen in millennia. So if you have anything 0 to about 2 degrees of the cardinal signs, Aries, it's going to be personal for you. Cancer, Libra, obviously my Capricorns, buckle up, because the first couple of months of 2026 is not going to be an easy ride, because you are going to be feeling some of the effects of these new things that are going to be happening, as well as Capricorn and Aquarius, because you guys are ruled by Saturn, at least traditionally. As well as also, I would say, Pisces, because it's conjunct Neptune, which is your modern day ruler. So there's a lot of people that are going to be getting kind of hit from this. Now, why does this matter? Like, why is it so profound? I guess you're kind of wondering. Well, if we look in the past, Saturn-Neptune conjunctions historically, they've always correlated with erosions of like rigid structures. So we've got Saturn, which kind of goes through idealistic or kind of illusionary forces, Neptune, leading both to chaos and then innovation. Now, it can manifest as economic collapses, and it has in the past. Spiritual awakenings, pandemics, artistic renaissances, geopolitical realignments, all of those things. And the themes always include the same thing: faith versus doubt, reality versus dreams, or dissolution of boundaries, borders, physical, ideological, psychological. In mundane astrology, they often signal the end of empires, right? When we see this conjunction and the rise of what is eventually new philosophies or collective, I think, delusions that are kind of bursting. So for 2026, at the 0 degree Aries point, the vernal equinox degree, time to spring's renewal, it screams new beginnings across the board for everybody, with this fiery Aries energy. So it means that it's going to be bold, it's going to be action-packed, it's pioneering, but also it's ripe with the potential for conflict, war, ego-driven illusions, and I expect effects rippling throughout politics, religion, technology, personal identities, perhaps dissolving old power structures for innovative, new visions for the future, but with massive risk of confusion, deception, and people who absolutely lose their minds. Now, there are fixed stars near the conjunction. Obviously, everybody knows that it's conjunct Shiat at the late degrees of Pisces, which is about what it sounds like, shit. It can also mean that there's poisoning, there's drowning, there's mass suicides, there's lots of issues with psychological and spiritual kind of issues, because 29 degrees of Pisces is like, what are we going to do? It's the end of the world. And like Neptune's there right now. Surprise. Saturn's going to be there soon too for the next month. But I don't want to focus too much on that, because the conjunction is actually at 0 degrees. It's past that. So it's the closest to Beta Pegasi. Pegasi, am I saying that right? Or it's called Curb. But it's linked to relational risks, hidden dangers, and caution in partnerships. It also warns against idealistic alliances dissolving into betrayal. Tying the conjunctions fresh start by emphasizing grounded connections. Also, it's near Beta Cettae at 2 degrees of Aries, which is associated with self-destructive tendencies, emotional turbulence, whale-like vastness, and applies to amplifying Neptune's illusions with Saturn's restriction, urging avoidance of impulsive actions in global resets like wars or migrations. That's interesting. All right, so to understand the significance, I think we really kind of need a journey and start talking about the most recent conjunctions that we had in Saturn, with Saturn and Neptune conjunct, which was actually in Capricorn. So let's go back, let's talk about that, because that really started around March of 1989. It went all the way through to November 13th, and that conjunction was between 11 and 10 degrees of Capricorn. So if you guys are one of those Saturn-Neptune conjunction people like me, say hi either in the chat or leave me like a comment below. Are you guys ready for this? Because I kind of feel like with our Saturn and Neptune being in superior angle to this, maybe we're going to be able to be like part of the generation that's going to say, like, buck up, roll up your sleeves, like we're going to restructure things, we're going to rebuild things, because I feel like it's kind of what it feels like to me. I don't know, I'm kind of excited for it. I'm ready to kind of start helping like younger people, helping them wake up. But let's go back, let's talk about what happened when it was in Capricorn. Obviously it was emphasizing, structures and power, government, the economy. And this alignment also coincided with major global change. And it really marked, I think, the end of the Cold War, and also, the kind of dissolution of all like the communist regimes that were kind of taking place. And in 1989, there was a lot of things that were kind of taking place. It wasn't just one thing. Okay, yeah, sure. November 9th through the 13th, we saw the fall of the Berlin Wall. So this was just days before the final conjunction took place. We saw the wall, which represents like a Saturnian symbol of division and control, crumble, right, Neptune, under the Neptunian waves of idealism. And obviously, it was also about the collective yearning for unity, because it divided them, and it separated these two groups that were not able to kind of come together. So it allowed them to, tear down that wall. I think that's what he said, to allow there to be unity and no longer be division, especially economically. And you see like how different the two sides of that particular region was. Anyway, the point is it's a great example because it talks about dissolving the boundaries and the things that actually kind of separate and isolate us. Now, this also led to, in 1990, we saw Germany have this like reunification that brought those two parts of the country together. And it really symbolized, I think, like this breakdown of the ideological barriers and limitations that had kept them separate for so long. So it's like a great example of that. However, there are other things that kind of happened after that. We saw the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. So essentially the USSR's grip then loosened. We saw revolutions in Poland, in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Romania. And by 1991, the Soviet Union dissolved entirely. They were gone. Now, Neptune here, I think, was more the idealistic kind of dissolution that really eroded Saturn's more rigid authoritarian structures. And really what this did was it really allowed them to birth new democracies, but it also created economic chaos, right? There were certain countries that were just left to fend for themselves. There's also, I think, been since this, ending of the Cold War era, been a lot of involvement in this part of the world, in some of these countries where there has been some shifts and also potentially some crime-related things that have been going on since it's been destabilized. We also saw in 1989, this was in the spring, so it was in like April through June. In China, we saw student-led demonstrations for democracy in Tiananmen Square. We saw the protests. This completely went against and clashed with government crackdown, really highlighting Neptune's dreams of freedom versus Saturn's harsh reality. And this resulted in tragedy. Obviously, we know that a number of people were abused, died, injured, and inspired, obviously, a huge movement for human rights as a result of what took place in China. Now, there were other global shifts. We saw the end of some conflict with oil taking place in South Africa. It did accelerate for a while, and then we saw, as a result of that, there was an Exxon Valdez oil spill in spring of 1989, which was kind of covered up, and there was major environmental illusions in regards to how bad the spill was, and whether or not they had taken care of it, and like who was kind of covering it. And it sparked major eco-activism, Saturn, Neptune, protection and border of oceans, right? And issues with where oil is like meeting water and contamination is very much Saturn, Neptune. So culturally, this was also the era of the internet's first seeds. I'm born in 1989, so I'm 36 now. I remember my parents going to the store and coming back with the AOL discs that they would put into the computer and getting the latest AOL. I remember not being able to be on the internet and use the house phone at the same time. I remember the dial-up. I remember how long it took to get on the internet and figuring out what is email and what is instant messenger. And like, it's so cool to feel like I have that as a part of my upbringing and knowing what the world was like before cell phones and the internet, but also how it's radically kind of changed my life. I think that we're gonna see some cool stuff. I think that these conjunctions, are probably going to be really, I think, building off of what we saw in 1999. Many of you guys don't know, but I think it's Berners-Lee, I think it's how you pronounce it. He was the one who proposed the World Wide Web, and that was in March of 1989. And this was really blending Neptune's kind of boundless kind of connectivity with Saturn's structured innovation. So I think 1989 matters because it's a great example of Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, of reality checks on dreams, also, communism's, utopian ideals, and where they failed with Neptune and Saturn, especially under practical scrutiny, Saturn. To all of you young kids out there on the internet who are celebrating communism or thinking it's a good thing, you probably haven't learned a lot about it. You probably haven't spoken to somebody who's lived in a communist country. You've probably never visited one. The idea of free healthcare, the idea of, equality and food and all these things sound great until you go to these countries. I have friends whose parents grew up in communist countries. I hear about what happened with their health and with their children and their families and their food and the lack of power. Like, I think that a lot of people really need to do their homework and their research before they automatically just sign themselves up for an idea just because you feel repressed because of what's been going on in the world. And yes, there is a huge wealth divide. But I think that people are going to get a rude awakening when they start joining some of these communist cults or following some of these communist leaders or people who are pro-communism out in the world, because I think it's the last thing that we actually really need. I also think that these conjunctions have a tendency to kind of really dissolve the status quo. So it fosters both liberation as well as uncertainty. And I think in 2026, this kind of echoes. We may see similar ideological beliefs be kind of projected out into the world. And I think they could catch like wildfire, especially on the internet in certain communities, but they may collapse. And we might also see that in capitalism or nationalism or tech monopolies or whatever, they're maybe potentially birthing a more fluid kind of interconnected era. It really depends on which way this is going to go. Humanity has a huge say in this. Obviously, with the upcoming conjunction at 0 degrees, it's happened several times in Aries in recorded history, like in the sign, but not at 0 degrees. So now we're going to go back. We're going to go back to the 1700s. I'm going to go a little bit further and talk about what happened 1702 and 1703. That was the last time we saw similar kind of conjunctions. And honestly, it was happening in the 1700s, there were a lot of other things that kind of came about as a result of this conjunction. So let's go to the 1700s. In the 1700s, we saw the War of Spanish Succession. So basically 1701 to 1714, there was a global conflict, obviously, that erupted just before the conjunction, and it involved major European powers, and they were fighting over, a succession of colonial territories. So in the theme of Aries, this is about Aries' warlike themes getting amplified, right? Bold military initiative, new alliances, rise of naval power is a huge theme with Saturn and Neptune. And Neptune's kind of oceanic influence, we saw a lot of people getting on ships and going to places they'd never been before. Saturn represents the discipline, and that clash with Neptune's kind of like illusions. So it leads to prolonged, idealistic wars over what? Rich men trying to build empires, right? Trying to take things over, trying to be tyrants, trying to be in charge. Now, we saw massive scientific and philosophical shifts that happened as well. This conjunction coincided with Isaac Newton's publication of optics, okay? So this was in 1704. Obviously, really what this was talking about is like the dissolving of old alchemical illusions, Neptune, with structured science, right, Saturn. So it marked the dawn of rationalism, which I think Saturn-Neptune, it's a good Saturn-Neptune quality. And it also was really tying to that Aries kind of like pioneering spirit, like I'm going to figure it out, I'm going to do it myself. So there's new beginnings in thought, and this is also something that challenged religious dogmas. Now we saw colonial expansions and migrations. Aries is nomadic, right? They move place to place wherever they can hunt and gather and do what they have to do. That's what they're kind of known for. Maybe not in modern day times, but when we go back and we think about the eras and how they're broken down based off of the zodiac signs, that's what Aries is. So the colonial expansion, obviously, once again, European powers. So they were really pushing bold explorations. And they were basically saying, okay, take the ship, go out there, go and find the land. You guys can see in the bottom part of my slide some of the earliest crosses of the Atlantic into parts of South America, into parts of the Americas, into things that were going on through the Bahamas, and obviously basically going and discovering what would eventually be America. So what we see here is that this is really touching on that Aries kind of warrior, nomadic kind of archetype. However, Neptune has a deceptive side, and it brought scandals like the South Sea Bubble economic crisis that peaked in 1720. That was a huge crash. The roots of this era were, I think, because of over-idealized ventures. It was like, this is going to be amazing, this is going to be everything, and then ships didn't come back. They weren't able to bring trade. They didn't, they got there late, or there was some kind of like selling this idea that they were going to bring all these riches and all these things, forth that they weren't able to bring. So that's the downside, I think, of the Saturn Neptune, is we could sometimes be, especially in Aries, too idealistic, or we can be too sure of ourselves, or we're also not aware of our potential. I think that's something else, and we're kind of venturing into places that we've never gone before. All right, so I'm gonna take you guys back a little bit further. And a lot of this stuff you guys aren't gonna know. Even some of this stuff I had to learn. Some of it I knew. And this is actually some of my more favorite stuff. Going back even further to other Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, holy wars and the birth of democracy. Okay, so we're gonna look at several different things here. We're gonna look at, we've got some time periods that are from 1380 CE. So this was a conjunction that we saw in Aries. It was around 21 degrees. This was during the 100 Years' War in France and England. Okay, you guys all know Joan of Arc, right? This is where the whole Joan of Arc thing comes from, which I think is such a beautiful representation of Saturn and Neptune. I love saintly sculptures, and I love churches and things like that, having that conjunction. But I think about this feminine warrior, because Neptune can be feminine, and this woman that cuts her hair, and she's wearing all of the metal and all of the armor, and she's going out into war, and she's like basically a saint. I mean, a vessel of God. Anyway, but that is connected to the 100 Years Old War. And so with France and England, there was this kind of nationalism and these ideals that were really clashing with feudal structures and feudalism. And that was very much, I think that is very much what we're kind of seeing now, where that conjunction with Saturn and Neptune obviously brought about some holy wars. We also saw that there was Mongol succession fights and Lithuanian civil war, which involved massive betrayal. Portuguese Empire foundations via insurance companies pioneered trade. So it is touching on some of the Aries themes: heroic quests, war, new institutions. In 555 CE, we saw a Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries, where the Byzantine Emperor Justinian wars restored territories. We saw Lazic wars and Sasanians involved betrayal and assassination. This is also kind of the seedlings of the Buddhas, and that kind of pioneering spiritual belief system. Obviously, combative wars, heroic defenses. 232 CE, we had a conjunction at 16 degrees of Aries. This was the Roman-Persian conflicts. Mutiny in Syria's legion. Religious schools were founded, and we saw major war-like things that were going on, and betrayal. Saturn and Neptune is known for betrayal, by the way. That can definitely be a theme, especially in Aries, where we're seeing, armies that are being betrayed or being kind of manipulated or circumvented in some way, or, something like that, which it can happen. We can see that. There can be some kind of civil war thing that can spring up because there's enough people that are involved in military that turn. Then we've got 92 BCE. We had a conjunction at 27 of Aries. Societal war in Rome over citizenship. Okay, tribes fought for rights, and people were fighting for sovereignty, which I think of prison and feeling almost like a slave is very Neptune. And then you see Saturn and Neptune is in Aries. It's people going why am I, either being cast out of society, or why am I being treated different, or why am I being treated like a slave, or why am I being isolated? That's a theme. 594 BCE, we had the conjunction at 2 degrees of Aries. So this is the closest that we've seen, by the way, to the 0 degree in any period of human history recorded, was this one, the first sacred war in Greece. Chemical warfare was first used, which is very common with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, by the way. Solon's democratic reforms in Athens, this is basically the person who's responsible for the birth of democracy and for helping basically suggest that there needs to be some organized form to I guess like politics, or how we're governing states or countries. But in this case, it was Rome. The chemical warfare stuff is concerning because I think that we can see similar things that can happen, especially gases can be very much Uranus or Neptune, water supply, things that get tainted, food supplies that are tainted, stuff that's put into the air. Okay, so obviously these are, I could go on and on. I love history, but these conjunctions all sparked one thing: heroic or pioneering eras that ended with conflict, new wars, migrations, and innovations. But it had this Neptunian fog, which led to disillusionment. They were following a religious belief, they were following a cultural belief, they were following the church, they were following, some kind of philosophy that did not go well, and there was manipulation involved. So in 2026, could it be AI-driven wars over information? Could it be bold space explorations that are dissolving our earthly boundaries? Could it potentially be that there's going to be chemical warfare? It's possible. Frequency warfare is definitely a concern that I have. But here's the big one, guys. We have not, in the history of man that has been documented, seen a conjunction with Saturn and Neptune at 0 degrees of Aries since the Bronze Age, or right around there. The reason being is because when this happened was when we started actually creating record, when we started creating symbols, when we started creating tools, when we started writing things down. This is the starting point. This is the seed of where we are today. Why we have myth, why we have stories, why we write, why we understand numbers and mathematics and science and myth, all of that stuff. This dates back to the Bronze Age. The conjunction that we had at 0 degrees of Aries was the beginning of our civilization, and it started in ancient time. Now, the truth is that this is a period that's so remote, we don't know the exact dates, okay? That requires astronomical backtracking that is beyond me. But I can tell you that based off of astrological calculations that I have found, the last conjunction at precisely 0 degrees was sometime around 7,000 and 6,500 BCE. Not strictly the Bronze Age, which started at 3,300. However, it was, I think, close enough to say from that point forward, we had all of this new development, all of this new technology, all of this new way of living, and human growth just boomed. So something changed. All right. So what happened is during these periods, these Saturn-Neptune conjunctions really influenced the Bronze Age transition. And this was around 3,500 to 3,000 BCE. The alignments were in the very, very beginning of Aries, and it had impacts hundreds of thousands of years down the road. So my point is that this 0 degree alignment is marking a very significant cosmic reset. Every 9,000 years, humanity's evolution leaps. We can date it back to this, okay? So we know that the Bronze Age, around 3,300 to 1,200 BCE, was humanity's first major technological and societal revolution. This perfectly embodies the Aries energy, themes of initiation, fire, war, nomadic lifestyles, bold development. And like I said, we don't know the exact timing, but we know that it's close enough to know that it really aligned with the shift from the Stone Age, right? From cavemen to metalworking, bronze. And obviously we know bronze and iron is associated with Aries. So this impact on human history, really the beginnings here, is that this era marked a birth for civilization. Aries is known for being primal. It's about igniting human potential. Saturn and Neptune conjunction is about kind of dissolving the Neolithic nomadic kind of traditions into something that's structured. So we think about hierarchies, that's Saturn. Birthing cities, the world's first urban center, which we saw in modern day Iraq or ancient Mesopotamia. The new beginning tied to Aries also is about a pioneering spirit. And so back then, humans really transitioned from hunters and gatherers, where they would be nomadic, they'd go from place to place, to settled farmers, to warriors, to working with fire, to smelting bronze from copper and tin. And during this period, we saw major population booms. So this was from 4000 to 3100 BCE. Trade networks began, the first pronto writing, system began, actually creating written record. And then we would dissolve oral traditions into structured records. So this is Neptune's dreams becoming real. Now, fire and technological development is huge here because Aries rules fire. So the Bronze Age is essentially categorized because of its core kind of involvement with metals and also pyrotechnology. High heat furnaces for bronze were created. And this is, I think, connection to kind of Neptune's more inspirational flow and like meeting with Saturn, and Saturn being like that ability to kind of discipline and have a craft. So it led to tools that revolutionized agriculture. They had bronze plows as of 3000 BCE. They were able to trade because they created the what? The wheel. They created the wheel. So suddenly they could move things. They could go and move more freely. They could trade, and they could develop society in a way that had never been developed before. Now, the Sumerians also went on to develop math, astronomy, and also irrigation systems. And this enabled, all of us to be able to have this urban living that we now have today. Now, the third phase was more the material culture, and this marked more of like the human dominance over nature, and it really was correlating to Aries' more kind of assertive energy. Now, you can't talk about this period without talking about war and weapons and conflict, because the truth is that this is when the art of war, army and military kind of formulations and formations, like I should say, weapons, and all of that stuff was developed. So Aries' more kind of martial energy exploded because now they have metal. Well, what are they going to do with the metal? They're going to make weapons. They're going to make daggers. They're going to make spears, axes. And this was all in ancient Mesopotamia. So I think the Saturn-Neptune tension here fueled organized warfare. We saw the very first standing armies emerge with chariots in 2000 BCE, but the roots really picked up in 3500 BCE because of the wheel. So because they had the wheel, they could go places, they had armor, they could fight differently. You guys have all seen all those chariot movies, with all like the Roman soldiers and everything. And this really enabled nomadic conquests. So, I think about let's see, what do I have here? The great conquered Sumer, creating history's first empire through fiery Aries aggression, wars over resources, tin trade routes they fought over. It involved migrations and border dissolutions, Neptune. Bronze weapons replaced stone, making warfare more lethal and structured. It's sharp now, it can slice. It's not just like throwing a rock at somebody. Saturn. Now, obviously the nomadic lifestyles and migrations were a huge theme because the early Bronze Age saw massive migrations. That means that this kind of Aries restless nomadism was able to kind of do as it pleased. And Indo-European people in 3000 BCE spread from the Pontic Caspian steppes, bringing horses, bronze tech, and language to Europe, India, Iran, and dissolving local cultures into hybrids. So there was then a fusion of cultures that happened. We then saw major climate shifts happening. There was massive drought, which is not unusual when you see Saturn, which is dry, and a fire sign with Neptune. And that forced nomadic events where there was no food, there was no water, animals were not thriving, they had to go somewhere else. And that really correlated with Neptune's more kind of chaotic dissolution with Saturn, and that represented having to have new settlements. but it also led to major collapses due to overexpansion. So trying to expand too quickly, and we're like, it was not sustainable. Now, for human development and for societal shifts, the conjunction brought new beginnings. Obviously, it birthed a hierarchy. I think that's prominent. We saw kings, priests, and scribes that emerge with the first governments in Sumer. So it's kind of like city-states that we saw around 2900 BCE. And Neptune's spirituality really infused early religions like Sumerian gods. So we see like Ayana for the goddess of war and love. Societal collapses, new society classes, new laws. Art was now created also, a structure, very Saturn, Neptune. Bronze, we have writing, which came about in 3300 BCE, which enabled record keeping, trade, and obviously mythology. Why I do everything that I do now. Obviously Neptune's illusion did bring downfalls like environmental exploitation, issues with anything that's not like clean or sanitary, or that like water gets like disrupted. We can see collapses there. And this ties to the 0 degree Sabian symbol, which is a woman just risen from the sea, a seal embracing her. So the interpretation here is that there's emergence from the collective unconscious. So that's kind of like that Neptunian depth into something that's, being birthed, something that's becoming real or recognized, Aries. And the woman symbolizes the new potential rising from primal waters, embraced by the seal, which is known for its wisdom. And in the Bronze Age context, I feel like humanity was emerging from nomadic prehistory to new civilized self-awareness, fire Aries, forging tools from Earth's waters, Neptune. So it was the impulse to be, trying to maybe be more driven, being independent, but obviously it did lead to war. And, this was also about setting new realities. And so astrologically, this symbol is really interesting to me because I think about how this is about forging a new path forward. So when we look at these cycles throughout history, we can see that Saturn and Neptune has always been, when it's in this sign, a catalyst for humanity's leap from something primal, basic, undeveloped, to structured, civilized, new, modern, new ways of living. Now, it can go one of two ways. It could be more fire, it could be more weapons, more acts of war, more, totalitarian takeover. But it can also mean that we are approaching this period where ancient echoes are warning us and really inspiring us, saying, hey, harness this energy, do something with it, right? Like, you can be mindful of Neptune's illusions, but you can be open also to kind of changes in your faith. How is it going to play out? I mean, I'm on the side of humanity, obviously. I hope that this does find ways for new energy. I hope this finds a way to, come up with new forms of fuel. I think that, we're going to see some AI wars over data and boundaries. But I think that if we are reflecting on a soul level, we're going to wake up. There's going to be this leap in human consciousness. We are going to see a massive shift in human consciousness over the next 3 years. It is going to be absolutely mind-blowing, and it can actually set a lot of us free. So I'm optimistic. I think that all in all, when I think about 2026, and I've been looking at 2026 for probably the last 5 or 6 years, going, okay, that's the year. That's the year when it's all going to take off. And I'm sure there's other astrologers that are saying the same thing. The only 2 years that have really interested me in recent years was 2020 and 2026. Because I could see that this was where we are going to have the ability to make that leap. I'm hoping that, these patterns that we've seen in the past where it did dissolve old paradigms and it was followed by new grounded realities, that we might actually move through crisis and have some kind of visionary reform. I think that a lot of astrologers are going to tell you that, because of the degree, because of how long it's been, because it's going to be, so significant, and it's this great reset or this like Genesis moment, I would have to agree with that. And I would say that there's no denying that whatever is coming is about to be absolutely huge. Does it have to happen on the 20th of February? Not necessarily, but you guys are going to see quite a bit here, especially February through about, I would say, the fall. And then this will be that marker that will impact everything moving forward, because that conjunction is a seed. So what intentions we plant is really going to have some bigger effects down the road. Now, I think that this will dissolve old structures. I think that we will be able to start to see past illusions. If we learn not to react, if we learn not to get riled up, if we learn not to get super angry, if we learn not to just initiate or try to threaten war, I think we will see borders dissolve. And I think that this is making way for grounded, spiritual, idealistic initiatives. I think this is also going to be a time where if we are willing to be assertive, if we're willing to be independent and pioneering, then we can make changes. But this means that we need new leadership. We need to be independent. We need to be warrior-like with all of our actions. And obviously, this is going to have a massive impact on the world. We're going to see geopolitical resets. Borders will change. Power balances will come up. I think it will definitely echo some of what we've seen in the past, and maybe even be picking up off of what has happened in the past, especially in Eastern Europe and parts of Russia. I think we will also see technological and spiritual frontiers. So like AI, virtual reality, planetary consciousness, learning more about extraterrestrial beings and what else is out there. Definitely focusing on where we need to get rid of, systems that are they're unsustainable. Is there digital illusions? Is there digital limits? Is there, too much excess when it comes to capitalism? Like, are we living in the matrix? Like, these are things that, being a Saturn Neptune person, I think about all the time, and I'm constantly trying to push the boundaries of. I think that, if you guys have heard about, I think his name is Barnabalt's basket. He talks a lot about the bisextile, and how you see like the sextile and then the trine happening between Pluto, Uranus, and Saturn and Neptune. He thinks it could be a beneficial turning point where this is going to be huge for manifestation, huge for inspired realities. And it's like this amateur spirit with Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, doing for love, not doing for expertise, right? So think about people who start tapping into doing the things that they just love to do, and they're just kind of trying to quiet all of the noise, and they're getting into painting, they're getting into making music, they're getting into poetry, they're learning the guitar, they're dancing, like doing something and reminding ourselves why we came here. We did not just come here to make money, pay taxes, and die. That's not why we came here. And so I think we're going to start realizing that these changes and innovations in technology, although they can be scary and they do need some oversight, it may actually allow us to do more of what we came here to do, which is create. I also think that there are some pitfalls. We can see that there's going to be major issues with confusion and disillusionment. Yes, there can be major health and environmental crisis, especially when it comes to water contamination. I can't stress that enough. Issues with flooding, storms, issues with Navy bases, and total endings and destruction and needing to kind of rebuild something new. And it's going to have major implications for humanity. This shift from Pisces era, where we are, dealing with dreams and illusions, to Aries is very, very different. It is going to be in your face, direct, coming very fast. And I do think that we do see throughout history possible collapse and reforms of society. That could be countries, that could be governments, that could be economies, tech regulations. And obviously we see this rise of pioneering people who are patriots, people who act like they are essentially these warriors. And they're really they're going to be trying to blend spirituality and structure, conscious tech, equitable systems, things that are going to be, healthier for our minds, bodies, and our spirit. And I think we're going to see major geopolitical realignments. That means that we're going to see massive migration. We're going to see changes with borders, environmental reckonings, and the end of passive delusion. Now it's the start of courageous innovation. This is an invitation, I think, to really manifest soul-aligned realities and really release fear for empowered new cycles. We're going to see a reset in our identities, a reset with leadership, and major initiatives that are going to ground inspiration, or it's going to face disillusionment. So I'm on the side of humanity. I'm optimistic that this is going to be a big one, but I think it's going to be good. And obviously we all chose to be here, front row tickets in this reincarnation. So we have to kind of roll with those punches. All right, so let's move on. That was a lot of Saturn Neptune things. So thank you guys for letting me have my moment. I'll take you guys now into the retrogrades. So we're going to go over the Mercury retrograde. We're going to go over the Venus retrograde. We're going to go over the Mars retrograde shadow. And then when I'm all done with that, we're going to do the 12 rising signs. So if you guys are still with me, give me a thumbs up, like this video, subscribe to the channel. And I hope you guys are enjoying the presentation so far. I kind of feel like Maximus. I want to be like, are you not entertained? But there's a lot of this one, guys. All right, let's get to the retrogrades. Let's talk about the Mercury retrogrades in water signs this year. Bada bing, bada boom. If you happen to be a Pisces, a Cancer, or a Scorpio, or if you're ruled by Mercury, so if you are a Virgo or a Gemini rising, you guys will be most impacted by the Mercury retrogrades this year. Now, obviously we know that when we have Mercury retrogrades, it means that we have something that is internalized. Mercury is learning, communication, traveling, business, and any retrograde is going to be more internal. Things slow down. So we're going to find that with the Mercury retrogrades in water signs, it means that they are emotional, they are prime with confusion and miscommunications and feelings, and also they can actually be quite active this year because remember guys, Mercury is tied to what? Uranus and Gemini. Mercury is also going to be tied to the South Node of Virgo until the summer. So people are going to be very emotional and all mixed up over what is changing with the media, what is changing with my job, what is changing with how I communicate and connect with people. And you're going to see the first one will be in Pisces, which it does not do well retrograde, but it doesn't do well retrograde in Pisces because it's more emotions than it is communication. So February 26th to March 20th, we've got a Mercury retrograde in Pisces happening when we have that Virgo eclipse. So it's going to be extra topsy-turvy. And that'll be retrograde from 22 to 8 degrees of Pisces. Now, dreams, meditation, dream reviews, symbolism, watch for misinformation and ties to potential tech trends. That's going to be big and potentially some big changes and some truth coming out about the global economy and global health initiatives. Then we're going to have June 21st through July 15th, a Mercury retrograde in Cancer. This will be retrograde from 28 to 14 degrees of Cancer. Now, this will be touching on the themes of family, reassessments, changes with the housing market or with moving. This is also going to be bringing up home policy debates. And then finally, on October 24th through November 13th, Mercury will retrograde in Scorpio. This will be from 24 to 10 degrees of Scorpio with Venus retrograde. And it's going to be all about secrets, surfacing, and obviously world power revelations. Okay, so that's just kind of in a nutshell. Look at where the water signs are in your chart. My advice is with these retrogrades, honestly, like there's going to be a need for introspection. Maybe you guys are feeling like you need to tap into your intuition. Something's telling you to research something or that something is up. The shadows, can hang around before and after. So about a week or two before and then also after the retrogrades, there are still effects. What do we do when we have a Mercury retrograde? We revisit plans, right? We back up data. We don't launch new communications. We don't travel impulsively. We know there can be delays. And that, really this is about getting emotional clarity post-shadow. So I'm kind of getting the impression with these Mercury retrogrades and water signs, we're going to really have to turn within. We have to listen to our gut. Yes, there can be some ugly crying, but our intuition is going to be strong. We have to kind of find the words, and emotionally we can feel a little bit mixed up. But if we can take time to rest, recuperate, meditate, reflect, zen out, then it's going to be easier to navigate these. But remember, Mercury is tied to Uranus this year, okay? So that basically means, especially when it's in Gemini, I'm really focusing on that from April on, our emotions can be impacted by frequency. And I'm going to keep saying this over and over. I don't know if it's stuff tied to 5G. I don't mean to sound like a tinfoil hat person. I don't know if it's going to be stuff that's going to be in the air. I don't know if it's going to be stuff connected to technology. I don't know what it is, but our emotions are going to be impacted this year. And we need to be really mindful, especially during the retrogrades, that there are going to be things on the internet. There are going to be things on apps. There are going to be things in society that are going to try to trigger an emotional response. Why? Because things feed off of that. There's love and there's fear. And if you're fearful, it can look like you're angry, you're sad, you're vengeful, you're mad, whatever. But there is going to be stuff to provoke people's energy. So we need to really be mindful of, maybe we have a day where we're unplugged, where we're in nature, we're not on our phone, we're not on our computer. Maybe it means that we are using grounding mats. We are wearing, crystal bracelets and other things. Shungite, can't recommend shungite enough. Maybe we are gridding things, or we are becoming more mindful of where we have Wi-Fi and other things, because people are going to be feeling effects from vibration and frequencies next year. And I don't know why that seems to be so significant, but it's so significant. So during the Mercury retrogrades, we need to take time to really ground out those energies. You guys are going to see what I'm saying, because people are going to be like, why do I feel like I'm just full of rage? Why do I feel like I'm just ready to fight? Or why am I like so depressed and isolated? And what's going on with my body? I can't do anything. Protect your energy. Okay. All right. So the other thing to kind of think about is that we're also going to have a Venus retrograde. Oh, here's actually before that. Here's if you guys are visual like me, somebody can like tell me, here's the dates, here's the degrees, but I'll be like, just show me the chart. Like I don't need to hear it. Just show me the chart. These are the days that we're going to have the retrograde. So I already gave you guys the dates, but here's the charts of the Pisces retrograde, the Cancer retrograde, the Scorpio retrograde. And if you can pause it, you can zoom in on it, whatever you guys want to do. I just want to show it to you so you can see it. The Pisces one's during eclipse season. The Mercury retrograde in Cancer is right when Mars is coming in conjunction with Uranus. I mean, come on. And then the Scorpio retrograde, look, Venus is kazemiing with the sun when Mercury is going retrograde. There is something significant happening in all of these charts. I can't wait to break them down further as we kind of get into the seasons, but I gotta have something to talk to you guys about. So anyway, let's get into the understanding Mercury retrograde challenges. Okay, so you guys know this stuff. Communication breakdown, tech glitches, emotional reflection. Obviously, backing up data, not signing contracts if you can help it. Mercury retrogrades 3 times a year for basically several weeks. So we can't really avoid it. But if you know where the Mercury retrograde is going to happen in your chart, you can go, okay, I'm going to be a little bit more in tune, because this year, I think with Uranus and Gemini, they're going to be kind of chaotic. It's going to be stuff that's going to happen out of the blue. And some of the news, the media, or the changes with plans or communications or tech is going to impact a lot of people emotionally. But look at where the retrogrades are going to be taking place. So that way you're like, okay, maybe I shouldn't move if the retrograde is going to be, in my 4th house, or maybe I shouldn't be trying to launch the business if the retrograde's in the 10th house, or maybe I don't take the XPAC if it's in the 7th house, that kind of stuff. You have to take a look at the chart as a whole. It's not just one thing. Like the general predictions help. But I feel like, honestly, a lot of people are going to benefit from just really checking in with their gut as we have these retrogrades, because they're going to be in water signs. All right, so let me take you guys now to the Venus retrograde in Libra and Scorpio. This one's kind of scary. I mean, not in like a worldly way, but it's like, ooh, some of the aspects it's going to make. All right, so for my Taurus, my Libras, and my Scorpio risings, okay, this is really significant for you because the retrogrades are going to impact you. Obviously, when we have a Venus retrograde, Venus, planet of love, and anything that deals with relationships, beauty, money, values, is turning inward, and she's kind of doing her descent into the underworld, becoming purified, and then she's renewed. So we had a Venus retrograde, what was it, like last year? It was in Leo, or a year and a half ago now. So that was the last one. But we're going to be having this one in Scorpio, where obviously she's, kind of dark delicacies, and it can deal with her kind of feeling like there's some jealousy, or there's some secrets or things that are hidden, or feeling scorned in love. And then it's going to retrograde back into Libra, and then it's going to go direct. So you guys are going to see from October the 3rd through November the 13th, we have a Venus retrograde. And this is going to be from 8 degrees of Scorpio to 22 degrees of Libra. So if you happen to have anything 21 to 29 degrees of Libra, you're really impacted because the retrograde is going to go right through your sun, moon, rising, or personal planet. Libra risings in general, you're going to feel it. Think back, guys, to what happened in 2018 because we had a Venus retrograde in Scorpio in 2018. I was thinking back about it and I was like, oh my God, that's when everything changed. But the shadow period, the pre-period actually starts September 24th, 2026. So all the do not do things, I would actually say from September 24th on, I would not do. Personally, that's just me. Also, this is going to be really about a reevaluation when it comes to intense relationship values, changes with money, shifts when it comes to conflict, financial reviews. And Venus retrogrades are notorious for, oh, I bought, that handbag, it was expensive, now I can't return it. Or, oh, I had a breakup or my ex came back. Or, oh, there was a bad financial kind of move. Things when it's retrograde, especially in a debilitated sign, and it's going to be squaring Pluto, is quite intense financially, but also in relationships. Now, if you have anything 0 to 9 degrees of Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, or personal planet, Venus will actually start its retrograde in Scorpio and go back to Libra. So it's going to retrograde through you. So I think that Scorpio risings, obviously, yeah, you got to watch your health. There can definitely be some weirdness going on in relationships or changing relationships or, somebody leaving you, you leaving somebody else. That can happen. But it's also going to be interesting because it's going to go into your 12th. And so we'll talk about that in a minute. But Scorpio, sun, moon, or rising, especially 0 to about 9 degrees, you guys are going to be the most impacted. The new Venus star point, okay, and this is, I believe, going to be the inferior conjunction because Venus is going to be retrograde, will be at 0 degrees of Scorpio, I believe. So it's the very beginning of Scorpio. They're slowly working their way back to Libra. The post shadow won't end until December 15th, 2026. So September 24th, 2026 through December 15th, 2026 is like, as a Scorpio sun, Libra rising, I'm like, oh, I just remember everything that happened then. But that is a time that you guys need to be very careful with money. You need to be very careful with relationships. You need to be very mindful about just the power struggles and the power plays that are going to happen just being in Scorpio, but also the square to Pluto. All right, so basically what's going to happen here, it's going to affect Scorpio, Taurus, Libra. I think it's going to affect Aries too because it's kind of the opposition. And really what this is about is intense values in relationships, passion conflicts, healing bonds, introspective desires. Don't make major purchases, watch new romances, and know that there's going to be pre and post shadow. And I'm predicting major love and money shakeups, healing trauma in relationships or working through relationship trauma. And it's also going to happen when Mercury is retrograde in the same sign. Okay, so this is you guys like my mood boards? Can you tell that I was like, my presentation's getting too repetitive. So this is my Venus retrograde in Scorpio Libra mood board. But knowing that Venus is going to retrograde with Mercury, Mercury is the mind, Venus is the heart. Secrets being exposed in regards to love, money, issues with debt. And it's going to square Pluto in late October into early November. So that'll square Pluto from between 3 and 5 degrees of Aquarius. So this is intense economically, the 19th through the 24th of October. Power struggles and intimacy and commitments, revelations of secrets and traumas, world scandals, economic relational effects, deep psychological reforms, soul tie reevaluations, shadows being exposed when it comes to intimate relationships. Therapy is recommended. You're going to have to confront some things that makes you feel very uncomfortable. This may also mean that there is going to be just huge shifts going on in the banking system. Now, Venus in Scorpio and Venus square Pluto and Venus retrograde is kind of a triple threat. I guess a quadruple threat if you put Mercury in there too. But it does bring up jealousy in relationships. We will see cheating scandals. Scorpio, Venus in Scorpio is definitely about betrayal. It can also be bringing up where people are kind of spying or kind of snooping because Mercury's there, so people can get caught, especially if they're not being honest or if there's some power struggles involving love and money. Be very careful with debt, guys. Be very careful with credit cards. Be very careful with running up bills and things like that. I think that if we do see some rather iffy economic things at the beginning of the year. You know, I think there probably will be some stimulus next year, and I think that people will get money, but I think a lot of it's just going to be gambled, or it's going to be blown, or it's not going to be managed very well. And then we're going to see a lot of people that are going to be even further in debt, or they're going to be not paying off their debt and be in some big issues. And like, debt's going to be a huge topic in 2026. So be very careful with reading the fine print on credit cards, loans, interest rates. I would not be making major purchases under a Venus retrograde. So if you know that, you know, you want to go and buy somebody an engagement ring, or you're wanting to buy a whole new wardrobe, or you're wanting to invest in a new you know, types of makeup and things. The retrogrades are a great time. Like, you know, I used the last Venus retrograde that we had. I take that back. It wasn't in Leo. Actually, it was in Aries and Pisces. When we had the last retrograde in the spring, that's when I was like, I'm really gonna take my time to rework everything when it comes to my skin and my beauty and my fitness routine. And I changed how I was treating my hair. I changed, I have been wearing less makeup, believe it or not. I've been changing the companies of the makeup that I was using. I went to some of my old clothes and I used some of my old clothes. I used the retrogrades to go back and figure out, what did I used to do that worked? What do I want to get rid of, you know, before I bought something new. And I used that period for several months to lose weight, work out, change my nutrition and everything from the inside out. And then in the summer, everybody's like, oh my God, you look so different. I did it during the Venus retrograde. So, and I did that intentionally because it was in my 7th house. I knew people were going to go, oh my God, you look different, right? You guys can do the same thing. So my point is that this is a good time to be conservative with your money. Don't go and buy new clothes. Don't go and buy expensive things. Don't go and buy new makeup. Go back to the basics, right? I think that's a theme just in general next year. Scorpio also deals with the reproductive organs, the bowels, anything to kind of connect sometimes to the hormones, although that could be the moon and Venus too. What else? Plastic surgery, right? Scorpio, unfortunately, is death. We're going to see some scandals maybe in the funeral industry. We're probably going to see that we're going to start to hear the truth of how cosmetic surgery is like maybe making people sick. I mean, we're already starting to see that about implants and other things. But I don't recommend going and getting your Brazilian booty stuff, your boobs done, your cosmetic. Do not do that at the end of the year. Not only is Venus going to go retrograde and it's going to square Pluto, but we're going to see a Mars retrograde in the shadow. So you have to be very selective. I also would not be putting down money on getting married. I would not be getting married unless you're a very unique chart. I do election readings for people. So if they come to me and say, when do we get married? I look at each partner's chart, I look at the composite chart, and I pick a date. And sometimes, okay, you can do some of that stuff if you're a Nodal Venus retrograde, but I don't recommend getting married. I don't recommend putting down money on events and stuff and things like that. Anything connected to unions and weddings, anything connected to major makeovers or any cosmetic changes or major purchases, be very careful with all of this stuff in the fall, okay? And that's going to be essentially, basically from late September, really all the way until mid-December 2026. All right, so let's now move to the charts. So this is the charts where on the left-hand side, the Venus retrograde starts in Scorpio. And I do believe the new Venus star point is going to be it's the inferior because it's retrograde. It'll be at 0 degrees, which is interesting. And then look how it's retrograding back towards Mercury. And then when it goes direct, it's going to go direct actually in Libra. And that'll be in December. So that's going to be around 22 degrees of Libra. All right. Moving forward. Okay, so the effects of the Venus retrograde, relationship reevaluation, changing of values, creative expression. Obviously, you know, I think that this is also about stuff needing to be expelled. You know, the Pluto squares, just the fact that it's retrograde in Scorpio. We just recently had the Mercury retrograde in Scorpio this last fall. And we saw that Mercury retrograde conjunct Mars and all those things and like, you know, all that stuff kind of coming out here and there. And there's definitely been a lot of intensity and conflict. But I told a lot of my clients, I was like, watch what happens during this retrograde. And then I told them, do you want to be here next year? Do you want to be in this situation? And they're like, no. I'm like, then pay attention because it's going to happen again and it's going to be a lot uglier next year. So if you guys had some of that Mercury retrograde stuff at Scorpio, or you spoke to me during that period, you know exactly what I'm kind of talking about. All right, so let's get into the Mars retrograde shadow in Leo, and then we'll do the 12 signs. So we're almost done. So thank you guys for staying with me. Give me a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you guys are still watching. For the Mars retrograde shadow, so I mean, honestly, I didn't have to do this, but I felt like it was really important because of that connection to obviously Saturn and Neptune in Aries. The pre-shadow is going to start on October 20th. And no, I take that back. It's going to start in October around 20 degrees of Leo. And then it will not be retrograding until the 10th of January 2027. And that'll be at 10 degrees of Virgo. So if you guys have anything from, I would say, 0 to 10 of Virgo or 19 to 29 of Leo, you guys are going to be the most affected. Also, if you're an Aries or a Scorpio rising, really pay attention because you're going to start seeing the Mars retrograde shadow start kind of kicking up right at the end of the year. Now, it will start its retrograde in Virgo, and it's going to go all the way back to 20 degrees, okay, of Leo. Now, this is important because in August, we have a solar eclipse at 20 degrees of Leo. Mars is going to retro back to 20 degrees of Leo. And I have a feeling... Let's see. I didn't even put this on here, but let's look at it. All right, so 20, so it's 21. Oh, I just remembered what it was. Okay. Chickens intoxicated. The theme is making use of what you have. The symbol speaks to the dangers inherent in using anything alien or unnatural to self for stimulation or excitement. The reverse symbolism, chickens intoxicated, highlights a message by dramatizing the consequences of attempting to raise the level of consciousness or achieve spiritual results through artificial means or unconventional techniques. The image of chickens intoxicated places an emphasis on transforming stumbling blocks into stepping stones. What cannot be eliminated from the self must be used and glorified. Limitations are to be utilized actively rather than relied upon to justify personal failures and deficiencies. The suggestion here is that the handicaps and restrictions are opportunities and challenges to lead accomplishment and bring potential into manifestation. At its highest, this represents a remarkable talent for finding creative ways to overcome obstacles in the more difficult situations. Watch for lack of initiative, over-reliance on external stimulation to get the self moving. The accent is on unpredictability and loss of control. Things may be unusually out of the ordinary today. Your greatest advantage lies in realizing your personal limitations and also your opportunities. Make them work for you. If you can't lose them, use them. Guard against trying to solve your problems by running away from them. Beware of dangers in bizarre practices and artificial solutions. So stepping stones is interdependence, abandonment, lack of control, debauchery, excess, hedonism, immoderation, excess, overindulgent, basically recklessness, being crazy, and indulging, okay? So there's something there. And the fact that there's a solar eclipse there, and then there's going to be a Mars retrograde there, you're going to see a lot of people get addicted to gambling. You're going to see a lot of people who are probably going to be getting addicted to the drama going on, I think, with celebrity culture. I think you're going to be seeing that there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be kind of connected to that, and things that are like artificial or like not real in some way. And I don't know if it's going to be stuff that's impacting children, stuff that's impacting fertility, because it's at a Scorpio degree, maybe. But what I'm expecting is that this is a time where we need to really exercise caution. And there is going to be leadership tests that are going to come up. You guys are going to feel in the pre-shadow that you're like, wait, why is this kind of stalling? And, you know, it will retrograde at the beginning of January, and that will be in Virgo. So it's going to be in a health sign. So we will see that this is going to be, you know, showing us where if we start conflicts, it's going to, you know, be conflicts with people at work or issues with, you know, people who are helping us. I would say because Mars rules anything that's hot, sharp, cutting, or anything that deals with like removing stuff or even the bowels, be very careful with some of those placements. Likely what we're going to see, because it's going to retrograde from Virgo back into Leo, is that it's going to be really highlighting collectively heart problems, back problems, immunity problems, tummy issues, job losses, leadership issues, and also internal frustration. Why? Because Mars is internal. So it's like, it's really showing us where we have lower energy and lower immunity. So it's really advised not to go and get elective surgery or laser treatments or microneedling or injections. I think we're going to see that there's going to be a lot of immune responses, and we're going to see people having like immune system issues and illnesses and inflammation and fatigue. When I say heart problems, I mean like potential for cardiovascular strain also, just to be specific. And I'm not a doctor, I'm just an astrologer, but we could see heart palpitations, high blood pressure, back pain because Leo's connected to the back, spinal issues, more accidents or injuries rise due to kind of impulsive, repressed actions. And inflammatory conditions happen a lot during Mars retrogrades. Headaches, fevers, heat-related issues, mental health impacts too. Repressed anger turning into kind of like passive aggression or even depression, we can see for some people. Now, the first decan of Virgo, where the retrograde will actually take place, is actually ruled by the sun. So I'm doubling down on some of the heart issue stuff, some of the back issue stuff. And this is also the area where Mercury, it's modern triplicity. So it adds layers of leadership, precision, and analytical drive. And obviously we know Mars in Virgo is like meticulous. So what's going to be happening is we're going to find that we're internalizing actions, and we're kind of turning inward to like review, okay, what do I need to refine? You know, how can I better my health? How can I better my habits? But for some people, it'll feel like, you know, frustrated or kind of repressed drive. So we'll feel more impatient. We're overcritical. We can also feel like we're procrastinating. We can also find that this is a good time to be forging tools. So, you know, a productive, I think, effect of like a Mars shadow is that we can revisit old skills and health habits or work methods for improvement. Ideal for editing projects or kind of retraining or health routines. So I think a lot of people in the medical field are going to be getting retrained, or they're going to have to undergo new certification or education when it comes to health and wellness or fitness. I also think that a lot of people are going to be going back to school, or they're going to be wanting to learn manual jobs. Okay, guys, we have a shortage here in the United States of metal workers, blue collar workers, people who are willing to do electrical, who are willing to do plumbing, people who are, you know, laying cement or working with iron. Like, this is going to be where a lot of the jobs are going, the direction people are going to go in. And I know that can be hard, especially for somebody who's like, yeah, I just got out of college and like I have a bunch of student loans or whatever. I understand that. I get that. But I do feel like we're going to see such a huge shift where people are moving more in the direction of doing either something for themselves and like finding a way to be able to like work contractually and like work as a contractor for other businesses, run their own businesses, or potentially be getting more involved in like physical manual labor and work. So I could see some people being like, oh, I'm, you know, getting into health or fitness or training, or, you know, I'm now going to be working as an herbalist, or I'm going to be doing body work, especially with Chiron in Taurus. I think we'll see a lot of people who are going to do that. But, you know, obviously, just be very careful when it comes to anything with trying to change jobs too quickly, because I think we're going to see a lot of like turnover and stuff happening with the housing market. And when I went and looked back at some of like the cycles, obviously this one, it's going to start in the first decan of Virgo at 10 degrees. So it's going to be about a lot of government jobs that are going to be changing, I think. But this will also have a huge focus on like the labor markets, health reforms, reforging economic tools, you know, especially in like the health and wellness sector, sector. And then I went back and I looked at some of the other retrogrades that we had with Mars retrograde in Virgo. So it looks like we had one in 1980, major period of economic stagnation. It was right after the 1970s kind of oil crisis. High unemployment, policy reviews in work and health, and the US faced recessionary pressures and themes of retraining in the workforce, okay? I think we will see similar things. We've got January through March of 1948. So this happened in the first decan of Virgo. Post-World War II reconstruction, labor shortages, health initiative. We saw early NHS in the UK, economic rebuilding with focus on practical service and efficiency. Then we have more recently, let's say January through April of 2012, This was from Virgo 23 back to 3. So it was quite a bit of Virgo. Heightened unemployment debates. Eurozone debt crisis escalation. Currency as a tool under strain. Job retraining emphasis amid recessionary recovery. Guys, job numbers are going to drop. We are going to see mass unemployment over the next several years, and it is going to start next year. This is a good time to start thinking about what skills, what things you could do, what side hustles, what creative things you can do, what services. What is Virgo? Virgo is, walking and taking care of pets. It could be house sitting. It could be getting into the medical field. It could represent that you're going to be doing some kind of, work that's going to be more administrative. Obviously, I'm not saying everybody should do these things. Talk to an astrologer, look at your 10th house, look at your 6th house. But I think we're going to see major change in direction with just the job field, and especially because this will be in a square to Uranus in Gemini. That means tech is about to totally revamp everything, and in some ways it'll make our lives easier. In other ways, it's going to take away people's jobs. So if there's any real takeaway, I would say one of the themes that I kind of see coming is that it's always about reassessing systems, whether it's jobs, money as a tool, health protocols, and there's some, sometimes leadership crisis, especially because it's going to retrograde back into Leo. So when it goes back into Leo, which will be in the spring of 27, we're going to be revisiting these themes, which are very similar to the beginning of 2025, for final healing, or, there will be more flare-ups if stuff is ignored. So during a Mars retrograde shadow, you guys do need to prioritize rest. You do need to have gentle exercise. Don't overexert yourself. Practice heart-healthy habits towards the end of the year. Make sure you have stress outlets for, things, and make sure it's a creative sense of expression. Because Mars rules risk-taking and action, in Leo, it ties to leadership and speculation or entertainment industries. And the retrograde is going to show slow momentum and delays. So also what? Issues with the stock market. So the fact that Mars is going to go into shadow, it's going to retrograde in Virgo, there's going to be job issues, that's going to impact the market. I do think that even though I do believe there can be a bit of the market bouncing back a little bit around the eclipses at the end of summer, I think it's going to start to kind of slow down, and it's going to start to kind of go sideways in the fall. That's what I think. We will see that there will be leadership and power struggles. That means that there's either corporate or government kind of ego clashes, and we're going to have to really revisit old financial systems and decisions. And there's going to be major delays in investments, and I think people are going to be frustrated with career ambitions. Also, where people's big egos are kind of getting in the way of the economy. So overconfidence will lead to poor risks in entertainment, creative industries, or showy sectors like luxury sports will face setbacks. And when Mars returns to Leo, there's a resolution phase where investments may restart, but with lessons learned. So be very careful with gambling apps, be very careful with anything speculative or investing in even in art. I say with Venus retrograde and the Mars retrograde, both of those things can be a little iffy. These also coincide with 2009 and 2008 when we had post-financial crisis recovery. And I don't think it was just that. There was also other nodal things that were kind of taking place that are similar to now. Let's see. Watch for frustration in motivation and confidence. I think that there can also be creative and romantic reviews. It will retrograde back into Leo, so we can definitely see that there can be some drama involving romantic partnerships. I've seen with the retrogrades from Virgo into Leo, where people break up because they find out that their partners are they met somebody at the gym, or they've met people at work. And there's inter-office relationship drama. Virgo is also notorious for diabetes. So I think there's going to be a huge move to try to incentivize people to be making massive changes in how they're eating and be combating issues with diabetes and blood sugar related diseases. I think that's going to be really a big part of the Mars retrograde. I think there's also going to be new standards that's going to be set for the military when it comes to health and fitness standards with that Mars retrograde. Keep an eye on your pets, because Virgo is pets. So, with Mars going through there, we can see, people are, making some changes in their pet's health and deciding whether or not they want to change vets, or if they want to be deciding to, take certain medical recommendations from pet, professionals, I guess vets, or not. And I think that's pretty much it with the Mars retrograde. We'll definitely have time to talk about it as we get into this next year. But if you happen to be an Aries or a Scorpio rising, this is really going to impact you, as well as a Virgo or a Leo rising. This is going to be impacting you guys as well. All right, so that's the shadow. So that's when it starts. You're going to start seeing it. It looks like the sun's in Scorpio, so it's going to be right around mid-November. And then the actual retrograde will not begin until around the 10th of January, 2027. Okay, so this is not going to be for about another year. But remember, Mars rules Saturn and Neptune. And so as it's retrograding, it's in conjunct Saturn. Man, that's not going to be fun. And if you look at the moon with the retrograde beginning at 27, that's sextiling Saturn, making an inconjunct or a quincunx to Mars. It's at a 10. It means that governments are going to retrace, or they're going to backtrack over everything that they said about health. And Mars could be needles, Mars could be medications, it could be, they've already changed a lot of like health regulations and things that are kind of connected to schedules and guidelines. But I think that we're going to see quite a bit more, to be honest with you guys. So we will definitely see how that goes. We have plenty of time to talk about it in this next year. All right, so it is now time to do an overview for the 12 rising signs. This will be the predictions for you guys, kind of encapsulating everything that I've kind of talked about, obviously touching also on your chart ruler. This is for the Western whole sign system. So you guys can listen to your rising sign to get the most accurate information for the year ahead, followed by your sun and your moon sign. Definitely listen to all three. To get the bigger picture, to know what is happening in 2026. So if you guys have stayed with me so far, thank you guys for continuing with me. We're going to now start with the Aries and the Aries risings, the suns and the moons. All right, so for my Aries rising and Aries placements, for you guys, your chart ruler is Mars. So you guys are really going to want to be watching what's going on with Mars transits throughout the year. Obviously, the year kicks off with Mars in Capricorn, and it's going to be moving all the way up until Virgo at the end of the year. I want you guys to really pay attention to, obviously, the Mars retrograde shadow. Maybe go back and listen to that a little bit. This will start kicking off in your 5th house, which deals with creativity and romance. And then it's going to move into the 6th house, which is going to be dealing with your health, your job, anything that's connecting to service, as well as your pets. And this is going to be bringing periods where you're going to start to feel yourself slow down. And it's about reflecting on how you express passion and how you guys handle your daily routines. Now, it's possible with that connection to Saturn and Neptune in your 1st house, it's really about health. It's also going to be about your habits. It can cause some frustrations in these areas, but ultimately you'll have the opportunity to rework them in 2027. And I think that's going to lead to this energy renewal, maybe changes with jobs, maybe changes with your habits, and that'll be coming up at the beginning of this next year. Now, you guys are main characters because the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is happening in your sign. So if you're 0 to 2 degrees of Aries, Sun, Moon, or Rising, this is really prominent for you guys. This is going to be falling in your 1st house of self and identity. And this is about dissolving old self-concepts for you guys. You are birthing a brand new, bold version of yourself. And this is about trying to kind of tie in these new career initiatives, these bold new visions for yourself. And you may be called to be a leader in some new innovative way. Now, the eclipses that are coming into your 11th house in Aquarius with the North Node later in the summer is the group and the area of groups, and it's associated with karma. And you're also going to see the South Node going into your 5th house for kind of tapping into old past hobbies, your childhood, romance, children, self-expression. You'll also see more eclipses in Virgo in your 6th house of work and also health. And your 12th house in Pisces, which is going to be really highlighting the axis of the 6th and the 12th house, which is about health and service and subconscious healing. So those lessons are going to continue. Now this year, you're going to see Mercury retrogrades that are going to be taking place first in your 12th house in Pisces, then in your 4th house in Cancer, then in your 8th house in Scorpio. These Mercury retrogrades are really prompting reviews of your subconscious patterns and also your home life and anything connected to shared resources. This will also be a hot topic as Venus retrogrades in your 8th house in the fall from your 8th house of Scorpio to your 7th house in Libra. Now, this might mean major relationship changes. This might also mean that with the squares to Pluto in your 11th house, it's really intensifying power dynamics in intimacy and partnerships, urging a major change and transformations when it comes to relationships with other people. It could be your peers, it could be your goals and relationships. Now, Uranus is going to move into your 3rd house, and this is sparking radical ideas in communication. Lots of spontaneous trips, maybe some new ideas that are emerging when it comes to learning and also communication, changes with siblings. While Pluto in Aquarius is in your 11th house, transforming your networks and also your friendships, and it's about new goals that are coming online. Jupiter will move from Cancer in your 4th house, then to Leo in your 5th house, expanding home and family, and then creativity and eclipses may bring new romances and potentially developments that involve children or having children. Chiron will briefly leave your sign and move into Taurus in your 2nd house. So you move from healing identity wounds to healing wounds that deal with money, self-esteem, values, and resources. So you got to watch your money this year, Aries. Just know that the nodal shift into the 11th house and the south node moving into your 5th house is calling you to get creative. It's calling you to release old ego, to maybe build more, kind of community destinies, new networks, new friends. And I think you're going to just really experience a major breakthrough when it comes to who you are as a person and what your vision is for your career and your life. Many of you guys will discover a new passion project this year, and it will somehow be tied to tech and learning. But you will face some challenges in your partnerships. So maybe this means you're reevaluating collaborations that feel imbalanced. I would say my advice for Aries placements is just practice mindfulness to really kind of navigate some of the Mars energy at the end of the year. I would wear red. I would also burn red candles. I would be meditating, using affirmations, and just really focusing on your group contribution for your own personal fulfillment. Now, the card that I got for you guys was the Hierophant, and it was upright. So this means that this year you're really finding your groove as I think you're getting into Taurus season. This is a card that is associated with Taurus, but it's also a card that's associated with tradition. It's about maybe having a guide, a mentor. Maybe you're becoming a mentor or a guide or a professional in your own right. Maybe this means that you're applying the structures from some of your fresh starts and what you've learned with established knowledge amongst, some of like the major changes and the resets that are going on in the world, and you're teaching other people how to be a leader. I hope it's a beautiful year for you, Aries. Definitely let me know what kind of manifests for you guys. For my Taurus and for my Taurus risings, you guys obviously are ruled by Venus. So you're really going to want to pay attention to the Venus retrograde coming up in the fall of 2026, where it retrogrades from Scorpio in your 7th house to Libra in your 6th house. This means that there's changes going on in relationships, perhaps even changes at work or with your health or with service. This will intensify your reviews of relationships as well as your daily routines. I think for you guys, this is really going to be showing you also with that connection to Venus in your 12th house, subconscious patterns in relationships, what is and was not healthy, maybe updating your routines and potentially revealing power imbalances that lead to healed dynamics after the Venus retrograde at the end of the year. Now, Saturn and Neptune will be conjuncting in your 12th house of the subconscious, and the 12th house deals with isolation. This is really all about kind of getting into a strong meditation practice, dissolving maybe hidden fears for spiritual renewal. And this is really maybe tying to some of the shifts that you're seeing out in the world. You might feel like you need to retreat to work out, or to pray, and you need some alone time and some adequate sleep to balance out some of these energies. Now, eclipses will be activating your 10th house, where the North Node is going to be moving in Aquarius to your 10th house. Yes, it's going to score you by signs. So you're going to feel this pressure to evolve. And obviously, career karma is going to come up. And this is about starting a new cycle where there is a new identity at work. You're really focusing on some kind of growth, maybe going in a new career direction. Maybe it means that you're going to be starting a company, working with a new company. And some big changes are also going to be coming in your home life as you see the South Node and eclipses move through Leo in your 4th house. I think there might be major home and family revelations. I also think that with some of the energies that are going to be happening with the eclipses in your 5th house, some Taurus and Taurus risings are going to have changes with romantic relationships, hobbies, and children. While the Pisces eclipse in your 11th house is highlighting creativity and kind of unifying with groups or friends. Now, the Mercury retrogrades are in water signs this year, starting with a Mercury retrograde in Pisces in the 11th, a Mercury retrograde in Cancer in the 3rd, and a Mercury retrograde in Scorpio in the 7th. Now, these will all be prompting reviews when it comes to first groups and then communications or travel or vehicles. And then finally in the fall, it's a huge relationship reevaluation period. Venus retrograde will square Pluto in your 10th house, intensifying career and value power plays in relationships. While Uranus in Gemini transits your 2nd house, radicalizing your finances amid what might be some dramatic changes with your finances or potentially bringing on a secondary income or crypto investments. While Pluto in your 10th house is transforming your public image, it will really work with Uranus to help bring in new streams of income. Now, Jupiter will start in your 3rd house of communication. So some of you guys will communicate more with family, with neighbors, maybe pick up new vehicles. Then it's going to move into Leo in your 4th house, where it's going to expand your home. So some of you guys might be moving home, going back home, having additions, selling properties. I want you guys to watch for Chiron going into Taurus briefly for a few months over this summer. It will be at 0 degrees. So if you're 0 degrees of Taurus, you're going to be under this Chiron transit, and then it will retrograde back into your 12th house, where it's about healing the self and the subconscious wounds. Now, the nodal shift into Aquarius in your 10th house and the South Node in your 4th house is asking you to release the ego in home for your career destiny. You're going to experience stability and growth in your finances. Some of you guys might be investing in sustainable assets amid some of the more bigger kind of economic changes, but you will face some major challenges in relationships this year. So some of you guys might have to renegotiate work relationships. I advise you to really work with crystals, work with aromatherapy. I think I would be doing a lot of grounding work and avoid any major commitments or contracts during the Mercury and the Venus retrograde in Scorpio in the fall. Now, if you can nurture your creativity with the eclipses in your 5th house, I think you can get creative, and you can also usher in a little bit of romance this year. The card that I got for you guys was the Sun. It was upright, so this is all about bringing in joy and success. Vitality means that there's going to be a lot more positivity and stability. Perhaps for some of you guys, there may be some positive changes involving family or your home. Obviously, Jupiter going through Leo will do that, so will the eclipses. And this is about really applying all of the themes of the Sun to embracing abundance in your transformation. You are here to receive joy. You're here to receive love. You're here to receive creativity. So it's time for you guys to start sharing that with the world. Good luck, Taurus. For my Geminis and my Gemini risings, you guys are obviously ruled by Mercury. So watch the Mercury retrogrades in the water signs this year. They'll be occurring first in your 10th house in Pisces, then in your 2nd house in Cancer, then in your 6th house in Scorpio. Now, all these are emotional, but they're happening in the parts of your chart that deal with physical things. So reviews of your career, your worth, and your health are likely going to be causing communication delays, but it will lead to refined strategies when the retrogrades are over. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction will be falling in your 11th house of groups, aspirations, and friends, likely dissolving old networks for new communities, connections, and new goals. Now, you guys will also find that you're going to be joining new groups and new kind of collectives. I think that you're probably trying to get physically active with friends, so I think that's wonderful for you. And the eclipses will be now activating your 9th house of Aquarius, where some of you guys will be traveling more. Some of you guys are going to be teaching, publishing, learning. And you're also going to see South Node eclipses in Leo in your 3rd house, where there is going to be some changes in your communication style. You might change vehicles. There can be some falling outs that you can have with siblings, so watch for that. And then you will have a continuation of eclipses in Virgo in your 4th house of home and family, and then in Pisces in your 10th house of career. Now, this is highlighting and putting pressure on you guys for your home and career developments. Now, Uranus is moving back into your sign. So if you have anything 0 to like 5 degrees of Gemini, you're going to be under a Uranus transit in your 1st house. So this will be radicalizing yourself and how you learn and what you believe in. While trines to Pluto in Aquarius in your 9th house is transforming your philosophy and also how you see the world. Jupiter will move from Cancer in your 2nd house of personal resources over the summer to Leo in your 3rd house, which is going to definitely expand how you communicate. There could be new cars, short distance trips, you're learning something new, and possibly even considering moving. Watch for relationships with siblings and reconnections with them that can happen as well. Now, we're also going to see with Chiron leaving Aries in your 11th house and going into Taurus in your 12th house, that this is about taking time away from friends, maybe having some rest and recuperation, and healing your subconscious. I recommend bringing maybe plants into the bedroom, crystals into the bedroom, natural fibers and materials in your bedroom to help you sleep. And I think you're going to enjoy the North Node going into your 9th house because it is a fellow air sign, obviously Aquarius. And this is really calling you to release ego in how you communicate and really focus on your belief when it comes to your destiny. Now, many of you guys are going to experience major insights in your career this year. You might be pivoting with new online ideas. Maybe you are getting involved in tech. Anything that deals with like AI or anything that's connected to information. But you may potentially face some challenges in your health. And that's because we're going to see a Mercury retrograde in your 6th house. We're going to see also a Mars retrograde that's going to be in Virgo. So you might be feeling like you need to spend more time at home, working from home, or working on your emotional health. So definitely adjust your routines if you need a little bit more balance this year. I do recommend meditation for clarity. Obviously, be mindful of the Mercury retrogrades where you can definitely have some job changes, or there can be some changes at home. And I really encourage you guys to travel and explore new philosophies this year if you want the most growth. Now, the card that I got for you was the Wheel of Fortune, which is interesting. That was one of the cards that was connected to the numerology this year, and it was reversed. So some of you guys are going to experience what's going to feel like a stall or a delay. Don't get impatient, just focus on timing. I think that this is about adapting to some of the delays that might come up for you guys this year and really just going with the flow when changes happen, keeping an open mind and also a steady belief. Good luck, Gemini. For my Cancers and my Cancer risings, obviously you guys are ruled by the moon, so pay attention to what's going on with the full moons, the lunar eclipses, or transits involving your natal moon in your chart. Pay attention to the lunar cycles. Watch the Sunday astro weather if you want to know where the moon is, or I recommend downloading or going and purchasing my transits where you can see the transits that are happening in real time to your chart. You can find them on my website. Click the link below. But you're going to see the fluctuations are going to kind of happen around the lunar transits for you. Now, obviously, you're going to have a lunar eclipse in Virgo, which will be at the beginning of the year in March in your 3rd house, which is going to put an emphasis on changes in communication, traveling, moving, learning, or vehicles. And then later in the year, you're also going to have a lunar eclipse that's going to be in Pisces, and that'll be obviously over the summertime. A little bit friendlier for you guys, definitely big breakthroughs when it comes to traveling, graduations, your belief systems, all that fun stuff. Now, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is a biggie for you guys because it is happening in your 10th house of career. So if you have anything that is 0 to 2 degrees of Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you're under a Saturn-Neptune square this year. And it extends out a little bit further. If you have anything up to 15 degrees of Cancer, Saturn will be squaring you. This is a big deal. It's moving into your house of career, your public image, your reputation. So many of you guys are dissolving old ambitions and you're feeling more inspired when it comes to leadership, management positions, government jobs, maybe starting or launching your own business. And I think a lot of you guys are also going to be finding that you're feeling a little bit more fearless when it comes to taking a risk at work. Now, the eclipses are activating your 8th house in Aquarius, and the North Node will move there over the summer. This is really about intimacy, joint resources, taxes, investments, inheritance. And then you'll also see an eclipse taking place in Leo in your 2nd house, which is a huge reevaluation when it comes to your wealth and your resources. There will also be those other eclipses in your 3rd and your 9th house, which is just really highlighting communication and your beliefs. Now, Mercury retrogrades will be taking place in water signs this year. So it'll be in your natal 9th house in Pisces, where I would say be mindful of traveling and travel delays. Your 1st house, which is changes with your health and your body and your appearance, and your 5th house, which is going to be about romance, creativity, or children. I think it's really prompting reviews of your beliefs, who you are, and how you guys get creative and how you guys show love. Maybe changes with dating as well. Venus will retrograde in your 5th house of Scorpio, all the way back to your 4th house of Libra. Now, when it does that, you might move in or move out of a home. Maybe it means that you're reconnecting with a romantic partner from the past. You will also see that there is going to be some squares to Pluto and Aquarius in your 8th house, and this is about transforming shared resources and trying to find more equality between what is yours and what is someone else's. Jupiter will continue to stay in your sign until the summertime, and then later in the summer, it's going to leave Cancer in your 1st house and go into Leo in your 2nd house, bringing you some good money karma, especially at the end of summer. It'll also improve your self-worth. Now, Chiron will move from Aries in your 10th house to Taurus in your 11th house. So you're going to be really moving on from career wounds, focusing on healing communities and connecting with friends, maybe healing rifts in friendships. Watch for that North Node shift into Aquarius in your 8th, and the South Node eclipses taking place in your 2nd. It's calling you to release your ego when it comes to worth, especially if you want more closeness in intimate relationships. Many of you guys will experience emotional abundance in the home, like family expansion, and you'll also maybe face a little bit of like creative blocks in the fall. So I would really include, anything that's going to be healing the inner child, healing artistic blocks, and obviously, because you guys are ruled by the moon, be wearing silver or white around the time of the eclipses to kind of protect you and kind of keep you away from the shadow energies. Really focus on those balances in intimacy this year if you want more emotional and financial security. The card that I got for you guys was the Justice card, and it was upright. So it is, I think, touching on like the Venus retrograde in Libra in the fall. I think a lot of you guys are going to have some changes revolving around where you're living or your family. But this is also a relationship card. It is about balance, and it's connected to fairness. This means that you're trying to make harmonious decisions this year, and you're really trying to apply it as like restoring the equilibrium in your emotional drives. Good luck, Cancer. I hope it's a good one for you guys. For my Leo and Leo risings, I hope you guys are ready for 2026. You have main character energy for sure. Obviously, your chart ruler is the sun, so pay attention to the solar eclipses and transits to your natal sun. And you're going to be seeing that the eclipses are really tied to your 1st and your 7th house axis. So this is amplifying who you are, how you're changing, what you're letting go of, and some kind of karma when it comes to partnerships and relationships. Now, you guys will find the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is falling in your 9th house, which deals with beliefs and travel. So this is about dissolving old philosophies for more kind of inspired exploration, travel, higher levels of degrees, potentially publishing or legal matters. This is also potentially where you're starting to question your personal faith. As the eclipses activate your 7th house in Aquarius early in the year, there is some kind of partnership change that's coming. If you're single, you can meet somebody fated within several months, or there could be a new astrologer, a mentor, or a partner that can come into your life. And then you'll have South Node eclipses over the summer in your 1st house, where there's major reevaluations of the self and what you're letting go. You'll see Virgo eclipse in your 2nd house and a Pisces eclipse in your 8th house in the fall, which is really highlighting your worth and intimacy. Mercury will retrograde in water signs this year, first in Pisces in your 8th house, then in Cancer in your 12th house, then in Scorpio in your 4th house. This is prompting reviews of intimacy, your subconscious, and also your home and your family. Venus will retrograde also through Scorpio in your 4th house, and this is going to go from Scorpio into Libra in your 3rd. As it does this, it will square Pluto in your 7th, intensifying communications with home and also partnerships or family. This is also really going to be pushing you, I think, to watch where there's potentially some power plays going on in relationships or with family. And then the Mars retrograde shadow actually begins in your 1st house. And it'll start in your 1st house and then it'll go into your 2nd. This can be frustrating when it comes to your self-worth. It can also be frustrating when it comes to money that you're spending. So watch your spending habits and any dramatic changes that you're trying to do. You're one of the signs that I would say be very careful with chopping off your hair or making any dramatic changes to your appearance. And I think that when you see Jupiter leave Cancer in your 12th house and move into your 1st house, there is going to be this whole renewal phase for you. Okay, eclipses in your sign, your 5th house ruler in your 1st house. You're going to also have Jupiter in your 1st house. A lot of Leos and Leo risings are going to have main character energy. A lot are going to be very creative. A lot are also potentially going to get pregnant. Now, we will see Chiron leave your 10th house of career, leave your 9th house of higher travel and education and go into your 10th house. So this is trying to really heal any issues you have in regards to your stability at work. Some of you guys might heal your beliefs around your career. Some of you guys might go into healing professions, or you might be feeling like there are some wounds with kind of being visible and being seen. I think with that nodal shift that's going into your 7th and also your 1st house, it's calling you to release the ego when it comes to, yourself and how you can step into some kind of like relationship dynamic and how in Aquarius they're unique or different. Some of you guys will experience fame in relationships. So dating a famous person, somebody who gets recognition. Some of you guys might become a part of like a power duo. And it's really spotlighting the bonds amongst some of the changes that you're kind of personally going through. You will face challenges when it comes to home. So whether that's resolving family drama, moving, or delays with buying or selling property is expected in the fall. My advice is definitely do some heart chakra work, avoid any ego clashes this year, and really embrace partnerships if you really want to find the best balance. The card that I got for my Leos was the Empress. Not surprised. This is all also upright, so it's about nurturing. It's also about abundance, creative fertility, applying, I think is like this kind of heart-centered space for power, and personal power, and kind of being in the spotlight and maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable with, sharing the spotlight with another person and also focusing on what you can grow. So whether it's a business, if it's a relationship, or if it's a family, I think it's going to be a really, really abundant year for my Leo and my Leo risings. All right, we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's up, Virgo? You guys are ruled by Mercury. So obviously the Mercury retrogrades are what you're going to want to pay attention to this year. They will be taking place first in your 7th house of Pisces, then in your 11th house of Cancer, and then in your 3rd house of Scorpio. So this is going to really prompt you to make changes or be reviewing your partnerships, your friends, and how you communicate. Now, yes, Mercury retrogrades can cause delays, but they are going to lead to you refining your connections when the retrogrades are over. This also means that it's about, well, how do I connect with community? How do I connect with my relationships? How do I, communicate? What do I have to say? What do I think? So take time, slow down during those Mercury retrograde periods. The Saturn-Neptune conjunction will be taking place in your 8th house of intimacy and shared resources. This is dissolving old power dynamics for deeper spiritual bonds with other people. This is also potentially where you're feeling called to heal financial ties, psychological issues, trauma, or be processing grief or letting go. The 8th house is about transformation. The new eclipses coming in Aquarius in your 6th house are all about health, changes with your schedule, changes with where you're working out, and also your pets or your personal habits. And then you're going to see eclipses that are very karmic in your 12th house of Leo, where this is about subconscious revelations, maybe changes in your sleep patterns. Maybe you are traveling or you're spending more time in spiritual kind of reflection. And there's also like this like subconscious kind of dump that kind of happens when you have those eclipses there. Now, you'll continue to see eclipses in your first house and also in your seventh house. And this will be later in the year. And this is going to be highlighting yourself and who you are and what you're letting go of versus ushering in some major changes in relationships and partnerships. Now, obviously, Venus will retrograde in Scorpio from your third house of the mind to your second house. And this will square Pluto in your sixth. This can definitely intensify communication, especially over financial or self-worth matters, and you can see some power plays with people at work or with siblings. Mars will also go, into retrograde shadow in Leo in your 12th house, and then it will come into your first house as you're going into the beginning of 2027. So you're also one of the signs that I would say really pay attention to what's going on with your health. It's possible that there could be some potential, need to postpone surgeries. There could be some inflammation issues coming up. You can start to also see where there's some health related matters that are kind of coming up that is connected to emotions and grief that you kind of need to deal with. Highlighting Saturn and Neptune in your eighth, where I think a lot of Virgo and Virgo risings would really do well working with a therapist or a spiritual counselor. Now, you are also going to see that there is going to be Uranus in Gemini in your 10th house. So if you're 0 to, I would say, about 5 degrees or so of Virgo, Sun, Moon, or Rising, Uranus is squaring you. So it's moving through your 10th house where there is likely going to be career surprises. Maybe you're working more than one job. Maybe there's sudden starts and stops at work. But you're definitely going to feel like with that trine to Pluto and Aquarius, it's transforming how you work, and it's also transforming how you serve other people. This is about implementing new systems and new technology to get the job done. Now, Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house will then move to Leo in your 12th house, and this is expanding from groups to what's hidden, what's subconscious, maybe traveling to foreign lands, maybe getting more involved in spirituality and spiritual practices. Chiron will leave Aries in your 8th house, and it will move into Taurus in your 9th house. And this is helping you heal your beliefs and also moving on from intimacy wounds. I recommend learning about crystal healing, aromatherapy, gardening, cooking, herbalism. I think these are great things for you, and also healing your beliefs about money. The nodal shift with the North Node going into Aquarius in your 6th house and the South Node going into Leo in your 12th house is really calling you to kind of release ego issues that might be subconscious. This is also to really help you kind of align with a better kind of health and habit tendency. And I think you're going to really experience a lot of healing at work, maybe optimizing your routines. Maybe, yes, you will face some challenges with kind of adapting to a new routine, but I think you guys are going to be able to do it. And watch for, changes that can be happening in your partnerships. So a lot of it's adjusting your communication style. I would advise you guys to pay attention to the eclipses. That's when that stuff's going to come up. And I like the idea of you guys really grounding this year, because the Uranus squares can really upset you, especially if you're having like anxiety or digestional issues with like the Mars shadow. So you guys need to be maybe using herbal teas. You need to be resting. You need to be not overworking and be mindful of just the balance between the 6th and the 12th house of where you're giving too much or you're not doing enough. Now, the Fool is the card that I got for you guys upright, which represents brand new beginnings. It's the very first card of the tarot. And this really means that there is a lot of new things happening. Now, that can mean that's the Uranus transit in your 10th house where you're starting a new job or a new profession. It can also mean that in a way you're like leaping into the unknown. Maybe you're embracing, new things that are coming into your life, and there's major revelations, and you're willing to take risks and you're willing to take chances. I know maybe that's not the easiest thing to do because you guys are a planner, but I definitely feel like this is going to be a breakthrough year for a lot of my Virgo and Virgo risings, especially with their career and also with their habits. So I hope it's a good one for you guys. For my Libras and my Libra risings, you guys obviously are ruled by Venus. So as you know, the Venus retrograde is going to be very pertinent to you, especially because it's going to retrograde back into your sign. So in the fall, you're going to see Venus retrograde from Scorpio in your 2nd house of personal resources, spending power, values, and self-esteem into your 1st house of self. Now, this is intensifying reviews of your worth, how you look, how you dress, how you feel, and also reevaluating the imbalances that are kind of coming up as it squares Pluto in your 5th. I think this is really important. I think a lot of you guys are going to be considering, how much money do I invest? What do I invest in fun? How do I feel about my love life? How are children potentially impacting my income? And I would just say, be very careful with any dramatic changes to your health or to your finances or to how you look during this period. It's not the best time to be making changes. Try to slow down, try to refine things, maybe go back to how you used to do things. Be more conservative with spending money, as Mercury and Venus are also going to be retrograde in your second house. You can see some delays with resources or lack of willingness, to kind of curb your spending. Now, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is a big one. It is falling in your 7th house. So if you happen to have anything at 0 to 2 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, it's going to be exactly in opposition to you. And if you have anything up to 15 degrees of Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, Saturn will be opposing you. So this is a year that you guys really want to pay attention. It's going into your 7th house of partnerships. So really what this means is that it's dissolving old relationships. And some of you guys will be embracing a fresh start in an existing relationship. Some of you guys are willing to get back out there. Others are going to be having kind of like idealistic relationships that you're realizing partners are not available. They're having psychological issues, drinking issues, and that you may actually choose to create new boundaries in relationships with other people. Now, this is not just partnerships. It can be business partners. It can be with clients, and also confronting some longstanding family issues. Now, you will find that the right Libra and Libra risings, if they're applying this appropriately, it can actually lead to more serious commitments and closer bonds, moving in with people, or potentially making big changes in your living situation with a partner. Now, Libra, you're going to start having eclipses in your 5th house with the North Node moving in there over the summer, which is friendly for you because it's a fellow air sign. And you'll see South Node eclipses in Leo in your 11th house. And so really, that activation in the 5th house for a lot of Libras and Libra risings means that you're focusing on joy, you're focusing on creativity, you're focusing on hobbies, you're focusing on having children or things that involve children. And the South Node eclipses in your 11th house might be reevaluations of your friends, your goals, reconnections with friends, new networks, and changes in regards to your financial goals as well. You will find there will be a continuation of the eclipses in Virgo in your 12th house and Pisces in your 6th house, highlighting your subconscious mind and also your health and how to get those into better balance. So there can still be health changes and job changes that can take place. The Mercury retrogrades will take place in water signs this year, starting first with Pisces in your 6th, then Cancer in your 10th, and then Scorpio in your 2nd. So Libra, this will be prompting reviews of health, career, and also your self-worth. As Venus retrograde happens in the fall and it squares Pluto in your 5th, there is intensifying creativity and power play. So be mindful of taking too many risks with hobbies, gambling, risky investments. Be very careful and watch out for that. And know that at the end of the year, Mars retrograde shadow will begin in Virgo in your 12th house, and it will be preparing to eventually go retrograde in the new year back into your 11th. This brings up some frustration with groups. It can also mean that, there's some subconscious kind of things coming up, or there's some friends that you thought were friends, but they're like frenemies. And you'll also notice that Uranus is moving through an air sign. It's going through Gemini in your 9th house, which could be sporadic trips, changes in your belief, new things that you're studying or learning. It may also mean that there's traveling somehow connected to education, and that's going to be trining you, especially if you're an early degree Libra placement, as well as Pluto. So if you're wanting to invest in creative hobbies or taking classes or traveling to learn something, I recommend that you do that this year. Now, Jupiter will stay in Cancer in your 10th house for the first half of the year, and then it will be moving into Leo in your 11th house, where it's going to move on from expanding your career to then expanding your social life, spending time with others, traveling, being creative, making new friends. And you'll see Chiron will briefly leave 7th house Aries, where it's been bringing up some relational wounds, to the 8th house in Taurus, where it's all about healing intimacy and joint finances. Keep an eye on your taxes and also on your spending. That nodal shift with the North Node in your 5th house to the South Node in your 11th house is calling you to release ego in groups. It's focusing less on what the crowd is doing, more on what makes you happy, being creative and being different. I think many of you guys will experience major developments in your relationships this year. The right bonds will stick and solidify, the wrong ones will dissolve. So watch for balancing love amid new pacts with partners. Also, I think there is potentially for Libra and Libra rising is going to be some challenges in your health due to the eclipses in your 6th and your 12th house, as well as a Venus retrograde in your sign. So reevaluate your routines, make sure you make time for harmony. I do recommend that there are no major health or beauty changes or new relationship commitments happening during the retrogrades in the fall. Focus on creativity and self-expression and having fun. Libra, the card that I got for you guys was the Hanged Man. So this is about surrendering to the process, at least while I think the North Node is still in Pisces in your 6th. Learning to kind of go with the flow, turning within, checking in with your intuition. This also means that there's going to be new insights, and I think that you're really focusing on restoring harmony through release. So if something's not working, you're just going to release it, even if that means you have to kind of go your own way for a little while, give yourself and somebody else some space, and you need some time to reflect before you make any big decisions in the relationship department. Libra, I hope it's a good one for you guys. For my Scorpios and my Scorpio risings, you guys are going to have one heck of a year, obviously, between your chart ruler, Mars, getting ready to go into shadow in the fall, and also, Pluto that's continuing to kind of kick stuff up. In your 4th house of home, there was definitely a lot going on this year. So I would focus first and foremost on the fact that you are going to be having a Mars retrograde shadow at the end of the year. It will be starting for you guys in obviously Leo, and then that's going to go through your 10th house, and then it's going to move into your 11th house. So there's this reevaluation of who your friends are, your connections, your groups, also a reevaluation of your career. In this last year, you had a Mars retrograde in Leo, and I know a lot of you guys made some job changes. And I think that you're just having to review your career and the groups and the goals and the people that you surround yourself with. Yes, potentially it can cause some leadership frustrations, but I think that this is really leading you in early 2027 to redefine your ambitions once the retrograde is over. Now, Pluto in your 4th house, obviously if you have any Scorpio placements, 0 to about 6 degrees, you're going to be under a Pluto square. So you're feeling the pressure to change and transform your inner world, your emotions, your home, and your family. This means that there is going to be major changes either with where you're living, renovations, there's going to be big family drama that could potentially be happening, or changes with your parents. So definitely watch for that when you're seeing the very kind of beginning of Aquarius season when a ton of planets go through there. Also when you see the eclipses. Now, Saturn and Neptune is going to be falling in your 6th house of health and service this year, Scorpio. And this is another reason to watch your health. That plus the Venus retrograde in your 1st house, Scorpio and Scorpio risings do need to watch their health. This is all about dissolving old routines so that way you can have new inspired work. So it might mean that you are focusing on helping people, healing people, Saturn bringing structure and commitment. Neptune kind of dissolves boundaries, so you have to watch for overworking and burning the candle at both ends. Definitely pay attention to what health issues have maybe come up for you this year. A lot of my Scorpio and Scorpio risings have had allergies, sinus issues, headaches, migraines, and all kinds of stuff because there has been internal stress. So I recommend working with infrared saunas, heat, and really strengthening your immune system. I think that's what I'd be focusing on. Now, some of you guys are going to experience either job loss or job changes. I put that out there several times. At some point throughout this year, you're going to have to feel like you have to start from the ground up. I think you guys can do it. Somebody who's coming through the Saturn-Neptune transit over the last couple of years, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, but you have to prioritize your health first, so don't work yourself into the ground. Now, eclipses are going to be activating your 4th house in Aquarius, and this is all about home and family karma. Ushering in a new 2-year period where you're really focusing on grounding out where you live, your home base, where your family is going. Maybe it's building, maybe it's moving. And then you're going to see South Node eclipses in Leo in your 10th house where there's major revelations about your career. Now, eclipses continue in Virgo and in Pisces in your 11th and in your 5th house, highlighting groups, your social life, creativity, as well as dating and potential pregnancies for Scorpio and Scorpio risings. Now, you will also see that there is going to be these Mercury retrogrades in Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio. This will be prompting reviews of your creativity, your personal beliefs, and then yourself and your identity. Since Venus will retrograde in your first house, Scorpio, in the fall with Mercury, you really have to watch for reproductive issues. You have to watch for making, quick decisions financially, which may not pay off. And it will retrograde into your 12th house in Libra. And as it does that, it will square Pluto in your 4th house. This will intensify, self and subconscious power plays. You have to watch for not getting enough rest. You have to watch for some of those unhealthy habits that can potentially come up and create some disharmony on the home front. As you see Uranus going back into Gemini in your 8th house, there can be sudden shocks and surprises with taxes, inheritances, investments, and also changes when it comes to your intimacy. Jupiter in Cancer will shift from your 9th house then into Leo in your 10th house. So there's still a lot of opportunity for travel the first half of the year, ceremonies, graduations, and obviously changes in your belief system or meeting a mentor or a guru. As it goes into the 10th house, then you are going to start to see some kind of career growth, which is interesting. There's good luck karma that's going to be happening for Scorpio and Scorpio risings in their career. They're going to make more money. They're also going to feel more, joyous in their career. And then in the second half of the year, you'll start to see it trine Saturn. So all of the hard work you kind of put into building the foundation of your new routine or your health habits or your job, you're going to start to see it really take off at the end of summer, especially with the eclipses that are coming in. Now, Chiron will be moving from Aries in your 6th house of health and habits to your 7th house, Taurus. So you move on from healing your personal wounds to then dealing with the wounds of other people. It can mean that you're working on healing relationship matters. There's some relationship troubles that can kind of come up, which can be very financial if you're not careful. It can also be a great time to work with a healer, a massage therapist, or with a therapist or an astrologer. Now, the nodal shifts from the North Node in your 4th house and the South Node in your 10th house, they are going to square you, Scorpio. So this means that it's really calling you, I think, to release your ego revolving around your career. And I know maybe this year you feel like you keep getting sucked into it. But it's really saying now is the time to really focus on your home destiny. Where do you want to put down roots? Where do you want to live? What kind of a home life do you want to build? And it's in Aquarius, so it's unconventional. Maybe you're buying property with friends. Maybe you're starting a compound with family. Maybe you're going to be moving to a new place. I think that you are going to really experience some beautiful rebirths in your family and you're transforming your roots. I think that's really the key here. However, you will face some challenges, I think, in creativity and also in scheduling and timing. I think this is all about resolving some of the power dynamics that are going to kind of come up throughout the year. And I really recommend putting yourself out there, especially, in the summertime. I think you're going to get a lot of recognition out in the world and you might feel like you'd rather be home or be focusing on family stuff. And I think this is really about releasing some kind of career karma to embrace something that you can do either at home or closer to home. Scorpio, the card that I got for you guys is the High Priestess, which is great. It was upright. This is a year of really listening to your intuition. I think that the North Node in the 4th house is going to teach you that. This is also about really focusing on what your gut is telling you, leaning into what you know to be true, your inner knowledge. And maybe just really embracing some of the things that you're kind of doing behind the scenes and keeping some things private and kind of close, to you, and not letting people in too much to what's going on in your private world, because I think you're going to have a huge kind of career glow up and you need to kind of protect your home space, and you're going to know when to kind of make moves in both of these areas throughout 2026. Good luck, Scorpio. I hope it's a good year for you. All right, we got Sagittarius and Sag rising. What's up, Sag? All right, so obviously Jupiter is your chart ruler and it's going to start in the sign of Cancer and it's going to be there the first half of the year. So it's a continuation of this reevaluation of joint resources, changes with your home, changes with intimacy. Maybe you're doing some home or kind of family healing, and potentially even focusing on taxes, inheritances, dealing with debt. Now, halfway through the year, you're going to see Jupiter change signs. It's going to go into Leo, a fellow fire sign, and it's going to go into the 9th house, where it's going to be great for travel in the summertime. It's also really about kind of moving from the more private, kind of intimate area of Cancer into the 9th house where, you've deepened your connections. Maybe you feel like you have more money. Now you can kind of travel, you can learn, you can teach, you can publish. And I think you guys are going to love this transit. Jupiter loves being in the 9th house, and it's going to trine you by sign. Now, the Saturn-Neptune conjunction falls in your 5th house. And so this is the house of creativity. This is also the house of romance. It's really dissolving old expressions and helping you have breakthroughs when it comes to creative blocks, issues revolving around romance, maybe even children, and really finding a way to get more artistic and really innovate when it comes to love and relationships. Now, eclipses are going to start activating your 3rd house with Aquarius eclipses in the new year, and then the North Node will move into your 3rd house in the summertime. And this is all about communication karma, maybe learning new languages, new vehicles, learning new apps and software. And then you'll see the South Node move into Leo and eclipses there over the summer, where there's changes in your beliefs, potentially some opportunities for big travel, graduations, ceremonies, all kinds of things that are going to be wonderful for just feeling really expansive and feeling very abundant about your beliefs about the world. Now, you will see a continuation of eclipses in Virgo and in Pisces, which will square you. So this will be South Node eclipses in your 10th house of career changes, North Node eclipses in Pisces in your 4th house of home. Some of you guys are still going to be experiencing some very big career changes, especially in the summer all the way to the beginning of 2027. And a lot of that's not just the eclipses, but also the Mars shadow, which I'll get to in a second. You can see changes at work and around home and family when you see these eclipses. And I do think that some Sag and Sag risings are going to be traveling and checking out places that they may consider moving to or getting a secondary home. Now, Mercury will be retrograding in water signs this year. So that means that it's going to start with a retrograde in Pisces in your 4th house of home, then in Cancer in your 8th house of joint resources, and then in Scorpio in your 12th house. These are happening in water houses. So for you guys, it's prompting reviews of home and emotions and family, joint resources, taxes and intimacy, and then subconscious self-undoing patterns and changes with your sleep cycle. Venus will also retrograde in Scorpio at the same time in your 12th house, back to Libra in the 11th house. And as it does it, it will square Pluto in the 3rd. So this is intensifying maybe your connection to friends, how you communicate with others. Maybe there is some subconscious kind of group, power dynamic plays that are going on. And at the end of the year, Mars goes into shadow in Leo in your 9th house, and then it moves into your 10th house, where you will experience some delays in traveling, in education. There can be some legal issues that can kind of come up, and potentially even a slowdown of what's going on with work or career. Now, Uranus is in Gemini, so if you have anything 0 to about 5 degrees, 6 degrees of Sagittarius, you're under a Uranus opposition. And this means that partners come, partners go. You can suddenly get into a relationship. One can suddenly kind of leave, or there can be surprising new connections. You meet people online, you meet people while you're traveling, or maybe your partner needs more freedom and they're a little bit restless. Pluto in Aquarius in your 3rd house is transforming how you communicate, and it's helping kind of open the lines of communication, either with siblings or with romantic partners. Chiron will leave Aries in your 5th house, where it's been kind of healing creativity wounds, and then it's going to move into your 6th house, and this is where you want to pay attention. There can be some issues going on with your thyroid, your vocal cords, your diet, or issues with people at work, and you have to keep an eye on the health of your pets. I do think that with the nodal shift of the North Node going into your 3rd house and the South Node going into the 9th, is calling you to release ego in your beliefs and also communicate differently if you want to achieve your destiny. You will definitely experience adventures this year. You'll explore new belief systems. Some of you guys might publish books. Some of you guys might become teachers. And I think the only challenge is vulnerability. Facing challenges and intimacy is going to be a theme. Maybe this is about just being a little bit more open and transparent with other people about your emotions and potentially even your finances or your fears. I do recommend for you guys, if you're going to get your traveling in, try to do it the first 8 months of the year, because later in the year it's going to be a little difficult. And I think there's going to be a lot of wisdom that's going to come from the South Node conjunct Jupiter in the 9th house. Some of you guys will go back to school. You'll go back to places that you visited before. You'll go back to teaching. You'll go back to publishing. And honestly, having Saturn and Neptune trining Jupiter is really good for you. I think that a lot of you guys will do very well when it comes to creating and self-expression. The card that you guys got was the Magician, which I really loved because that was one of the cards for the year. So it means that upright, this is all about a year of manifestation. It's about developing skills, being resourceful, especially when it comes to being creative, and definitely applying as you kind of expand through these new tools that you are developing in 2026. Sag, there is a light at the end of the tunnel, so I hope it's a beautiful year for you guys. For my Capricorns and Capricorn risings, what's up, guys? Happy New Year. Obviously, you guys are ruled by Saturn, so you are majorly impacted by the Saturn-Neptune conjunction taking place in Aries. This will be in February in your 4th house of home and family. Now, this is setting the stage for a new beginning for the foundations of your life, and it's about taking a bold initiative moving forward. Now, it may mean that you have to restructure something about your roots. That could mean you're moving, you're buying, you're, redoing or kind of upgrading your home. Maybe you're moving to a foreign land. Some of you guys will be moving back home and taking care of elderly parents. So keep an eye on older relatives who are having like issues with dementia or who are having issues with housing. Definitely make sure you get all homes inspected. And be careful if you live near water lines, and be mindful of leaks or any water related issues in the home. Now, this is really about this conjunction dissolving old family patterns, and it's about having better and I think more spiritual security. And you're realizing that you're needing to kind of heal something within your ancestral line. So coming from a natal Saturn Neptune person in the 4th house, I can tell you, you'll feel like the black sheep of the family. This also means that your home is kind of like your temple. So you need to keep the vibes high, keep everything warm, bring in warm colors, burn incense, burn candles, everything that you can do to really feel like this is like your fortress. It's also going to be interesting because you're going to find that the eclipses are coming in your 2nd and your 8th house. So you'll see a North Node eclipse in Aquarius in the beginning of the year, really putting a highlight on making more money, growing your worth, your resources. And the South Node eclipses are going to be going through your 8th house, which is changes with partners, money, changes with intimacy, and psychological shifts. Now, eclipses will continue in Virgo and also in Pisces, and that'll be in your 3rd and in your 9th houses. And really, this is a continuation of changes in the way that you communicate, what you believe in. It also means that you guys are probably going to be making some changes when it comes to traveling. So be mindful of traveling around the eclipses or education. The Mercury retrogrades this year will be in water signs. So first it'll be in Pisces in your 3rd house of communication, then in Cancer in your 7th house of relationships, and then in your 11th house, which deals with your friends. So this will be prompting reviews of how you communicate and get around town. Pay attention to contracts and anything you sign. Maybe reconnection with partnerships or reevaluating partnerships over the summer. And then finally, there is going to be this reevaluation of your goals, your friends, and reconnections and blasts from the past socially. Now, Venus will retrograde in Scorpio from your 11th house to your 10th house of Libra. And as it does so, it'll square Pluto in your 2nd. So this is going to intensify group dynamics at work where there's some power plays going on financially or involving money. So watch for that. And the Mars retrograde shadow will begin in Leo in your 8th house and will move into your 9th house. So there can be legal issues that can come up over money owed. There can also be frustration when it comes to your beliefs, when it comes to traveling, education, or intimacy. Now, Uranus is going to be moving back into Gemini in your 6th house, so you have to keep an eye on your health, particularly your arms, your shoulders, anything that deals with your nervous system, your diet, or changes with your pets or your schedule. Now, really ground out your nervous system. Be mindful of like anything that's going to stimulate your nervous system. So caffeine, nicotine, anything like that. Try to kind of key in on your diet and make the changes that you need to make. It's also a good time to be thinking about getting like a stationary bike or a bike or going for walking routines. And some of you guys might see some changes that's kind of going on off and on with work and with your work schedule. Some of you guys might be doing stuff that's more freelance, or you might have inconsistency with your schedule at work. Now, Pluto in Aquarius in your 2nd house is transforming your worth, and that's going to continue for some time. And the eclipses, I think, are going to be showing you where there's some changes in the way that you look at your personal values and also your money. Jupiter will stay in your 7th house of relationships until mid-year, and then it'll go into your 8th house of partnerships. that deal more with other people's money, taxes, inheritances, dealing with debt and loans. And there can be some windfalls that some Capricorn and Capricorn risings can have. Also better intimacy. Chiron will move from Aries in your 4th house of home, where you've been healing your home and family wounds, to your 5th house, where it's about healing the inner child, the inner artist, or anything that deals with managing creativity blocks. The North Node moving into your 2nd house of Aquarius and the South Node moving into your 8th house of other people's money is calling you to release ego when it comes to intimacy and self-worth destiny. You guys will experience major security in your foundations this year. Building a legacy is definitely expected for a lot of Capricorns. Yes, you will face some challenges, I think, with friends and with groups. So you watch for some of those power dynamics with friendships or people at work. And just remember, like, keep your wits about you. You know, if you feel like you're feeling stuck at home, find something to do, be working on the house, be focused on meditation, be also having firm boundaries when it comes to your home and your living situation. I really recommend doing some yoga. I think that can be good to kind of move through some of the moods that can come from Saturn and Neptune conjunct. And I think that this is about releasing the chains that deal specifically with some financial kind of entanglement or karma. So I think you guys are going to find that there is freedom that's going to come your way financially, which will help boost your home and your living situation. Now, the card that I got for you was the Lover's card upright. So this is beautiful. This is a year of harmony, choices, aligned partnerships, maybe with Jupiter in your 7th house, soulmates. And obviously, this is also about building through connections with other people and knowing who to choose to live with, partner with, work with, the whole 9 yards. So Capricorn, I hope it's a good one for you guys. Definitely let me know how that Saturn-Neptune conjunction goes for you. And if you have anything 0 to 2 degrees of Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, you guys are going to experience a Saturn-Neptune square. So it is challenging, although you're going to be in a superior position. So just kind of hold the line. Good luck, Capricorn. All right, I get Aquarius and Aquarius rising. So for you guys, obviously, you are traditionally ruled by Saturn. Your modern day ruler is Uranus. So we're seeing things on both ends of the spectrum here. I think that with, Saturn coming into conjunction with Neptune, for you guys in Aries, it's about finding your voice. I think this is about new writing routines, walking routines, maybe feeling like there is some challenges that you have with siblings. Maybe a car breaks down. Maybe there is a change that happens with a neighbor. But I think a lot of you guys are going to be trying to get more into speaking out and being heard. And so writing, blogging, podcasting, all that stuff is great for you guys. Now you're going to see that Uranus is moving into Gemini. And that's going to be, taking place for you guys in your 5th house. And Uranus in your 5th house is going to be sextiling Saturn and Neptune in your 3rd. So this is helping build communication, being more creative, maybe feeling a little bit more rebellious in how you play or how you date or how you have fun, but definitely leading to some innovative new ideas. That Saturn-Neptune conjunction in your 3rd house is definitely dissolving old ways of thinking and helping inspire a more kind of tapped in, intuitive way of communicating and connecting. Great for learning divination, tarot, or working with any kind of like runes or anything like that. That could be really wonderful for just kind of clarifying some of your guys' visions and beliefs. It's also a good time for studying and learning. Now, you guys are going to find that there is going to be this shift towards media as well with the Saturn-Neptune transit in your 3rd. And you're going to have eclipses in your 1st house starting at the beginning of the year. So if you have anything around that 27, 28, 29 degrees of Aquarius, the eclipse is going to be near you. This is really about getting into alignment with yourself. Self-karma, and then South Node eclipses with the South Node in your 7th house of relationships and partnerships and others. So even though Jupiter is going to be there and some of you guys might actually be getting married, meeting the one, all of that stuff, there is still going to be some big changes with relationships to other people because it is the South Node. You'll continue to see eclipses in Virgo and in Pisces in your 8th and in your 2nd house. And this is highlighting intimacy, your self-worth, changes with your resources and other people's money as well. And the Mercury retrogrades are in water signs this year, starting in Pisces in your 2nd house, then Cancer in your 6th house, and then you're going to have Mercury retrograde in Scorpio in your 10th. So this is emotional reviews of your worth, your money, your finances, Also, emotional reviews that are going to be happening for you guys when it comes to your health and your habits. And then in the fall, it's going to be reviews of your career and your status out in the world, going back to work, retiring, changing directions with your career goals. Now, Venus will retrograde in Scorpio in your 10th house, back into Libra in your 11th. Changing jobs, maybe bosses stepping down, changes kind of going on with your work schedule. And this will square Pluto in your 1st house. So this will intensify your career beliefs, maybe some issues with superiors, bosses, or with parents. Mars will go into retrograde shadow, and this will be in Leo in your 7th house in the fall, and then it will go into Virgo in your 8th house at the end of the year. This can really frustrate you with your relationships and your partnerships, especially when it comes to money management or investment or joint partnership, finances of any kind. So be mindful of debt and loans that you have with another person. Chiron will leave Aries in your 3rd house, and it will go into Taurus in your 4th house. So this is healing your home. This is also healing any issues you have with your family, with your roots. And maybe it's going to come back into Aries, and it's going to touch on some of your communication wounding, and journaling is definitely very helpful for that. But I'm excited to see the nodal shift in Aquarius with the North Node in your 1st house, the South Node in your 7th, calling you to release your ego in partnerships, definitely focusing on the relationship with the self and bringing in partners of destiny or reconnections with people from the past. I think that you guys are going to experience, opportunities to be leaders. I think that this is really about potentially facing some challenges at work, potentially facing partners that are going through some major upheaval. And you guys do want to watch your health with some of the retrogrades that are going to be kind of happening this year. Definitely adjust your routines, your work and your health routines as needed. And I would be lighting incense. I would be practicing self-empowerment. I would be welcoming this kind of rebirth energy that's coming for you at the end of January going into February. And obviously with Uranus in your 5th and eclipses in your 1st, some Aquarius and Aquarius risings will be launching new creative businesses, taking center stage, or potentially having children and getting pregnant. Now, the card that I got for you guys was the Tower. Okay, so obviously, we know the Tower is very much a kind of Martian Pluto kind of energy, and you've got Mars and Pluto meeting in your 1st house. So there's an immense amount of power right at the beginning of the year, kind of end of January going into February, where there is this huge purge and transformation that's going to go on. I think that's what this card is about. I know that this is about overcoming some of the upheaval. You're going to feel when planets square Pluto in your sign that you're being challenged in some way. So pay attention to Taurus season, Leo season, and Scorpio season. That's when you're going to kind of get checked by, home, relationships, and also career. I also think this means sudden change, and you're going to see dramatic changes happening very quickly, but I think you're learning to put your personal power front and center. You're embracing some of these physical and emotional changes. And this is really about rebuilding. And that is the breakthrough that I think that you guys are ultimately going to have. Aquarius, I hope it's a good one for you guys. All right, so for my Pisces and Pisces risings, guys, you're my last ones. I'm excited to talk to you because obviously both of your chart rulers are on the move this year. You've got Jupiter, that's your traditional ruler that's moving from Cancer to Leo. Really still focusing on dating, romance, creativity, children, having fun. Then the gears kind of shift to the 6th house of new health habits, new offices, new pets, finding more time for dating and also creativity, and then service as well. So I think that this is really about kind of nurturing your artistic and creative talents. That's what I think this is about. Now, obviously, Neptune is your modern day ruler, and it is going to be moving from your 1st house of self to your 2nd house. So it will meet with Saturn, where this is about dissolving old worth for new structured dreams. And I think this is about kind of helping you heal any issues that you have with your sense of security, potentially even with your budget, and helping you become a little bit more serious when it comes to your material possessions. You're going to be really needing to watch where there's a hole in the bucket financially. So subscriptions that you're paying for, you don't know you're paying for, where you're not sticking to budgets with things. And there can be some unexpected expenses that can kind of come up for you guys in the spring. So be very conservative with your finances over this next year. I do think that that conjunction is really going to be about you kind of dealing with some of the financial resets that are going on in the world. And it's incentivizing you through some kind of tightness with finances to go, okay, I need to find a new way to make money, or I need to be, self-made or self-sustainable. Now, you're also going to find that the eclipses are going to be now activating your 12th house in Aquarius with the North Node, which is all about subconscious, karma, what's going on collectively, helping you meditate, helping you reflect, and also maybe have some foreign travel. And then the 6th house, which is going to deal with changes with your health, your habits, and potentially even with your workspace. Later in the year, you'll see a continuation of eclipses that are going to be both in Virgo in your 7th house and also in Pisces in your 1st house. So this will be highlighting partnerships changes versus who you are. Now, there can be more working out of relationships or reconnecting with people from the past, more prioritizing you, your own needs, and your finances. But Pisces, I'm going to tell you, really there's a continuation of putting yourself first and possibly feeling like you need space or distance from partners, even if you are committed. Now, as you go on throughout the rest of the year, you're going to see that there will be Mercury retrogrades taking place in water signs. So right off the bat, at the beginning of the year, you have a retrograde in your 1st house where there's going to be some big changes going on with your health, appearance, and how you show up in relationships and whether or not you're getting in or out of a relationship. And then you're also going to be seeing a Mercury retrograde that's going to take place in Cancer in your 5th house, which can be about getting back into the dating scene, a hobby, or reconnecting with your inner child, or themes revolving around children. And then Scorpio in your 9th house at the end of the year, prompting reviews on your beliefs. And there will be a Venus retrograde that's going to be happening there as well. So I think with like a Venus retrograde and a Mercury retrograde in the 9th, this is, obviously squaring Pluto in the 12th. So it's intensifying your beliefs about relationships. It's intensifying your beliefs about education, about the world. It's possible that there is a reconnection with like a foreigner or somebody who is like a relationship at a distance. I could see that happening for Pisces or Pisces risings. But watch for some of the intensity and the jealousy and possessiveness that can come up in relationships. Now, also at the end of the year, you're going to see Mars retrograde shadow, which is going to start in your 6th house of health and work, and then it's going to go into your 7th house, where it can be really frustrating when it comes to relationship with others, relationship with fellow employees, maybe some changes that are coming up with where you're working, your schedule, or potentially even your health. So Pisces, I would say, with eclipses in your sign, Mercury retrograde in your sign, and a Mars retrograde that's going to be highlighting your 6th house, be very mindful of unhealthy relationships and unhealthy habits this year. Now, I think that if you can focus on structuring your worth and leaning into that Saturn, Neptune, sextiling Uranus in your 4th house, where there's going to be some surprise home innovations, maybe moving, maybe a secondary home, or it may mean that you feel like you're just restless at home and you need a change. If you can be more conservative with money, you can get that secondary home, you can get that vacation home, you can potentially even, move very quickly and have the resources to kind of get it set up in a new space. And you'll see Chiron leave Aries in your 2nd house of money matters and move into your 3rd house of healing words and communication. Now, the nodal shifts from the North Node in Aquarius in your 12th to the South Node in Leo in your 6th is really calling you to release ego in your health. This is really helping you tap into your subconscious, your intuition, to sleep better, to also kind of feel like you're being guided and navigated in an instinctual way. I think you'll experience major blooms this year financially, and also when it comes to artistry. Some of you guys might make money dealing with art or, healing through creating things, and then it becomes like a way for you guys to make an income. You will face some challenges in your beliefs, and maybe there's some like revolving philosophical doubts that'll come up in the fall, some travel delays. I would say just really take time to reflect on your values, what's most important to you, and obviously, stay connected to those Mercury retrogrades, because there will be either changes with relationships or there is going to be some kind of change happening with your home. Now, Pisces, the card that I got for you is the Devil card, and it is upright. So it deals with Saturn, okay? And Saturn's going into conjunction with Neptune, your modern day ruler. And this is about bondage, material, releasing the chains. This is also about trying to get clarity and how you can break free. So you're like, how do I break free of this financial situation? Or how do I learn how to, believe in myself again, or have more faith, or, whatever it is to feel solid and secure. Go and read Marie Kondo with Saturn and Neptune in your second house. Less is more. I think that you'll find that if you're spending less money on things, you'll be able to travel more freely, move more freely, and have a lot more kind of freedom emotionally and not feel bound to any one particular place. Home is where you ultimately make it. And there's going to be lots of changes, I think, in the spring into the summer with what's going on the home front. And you're going to want a little bit of freedom. Save your money for experiences and being able to have that freedom. Don't let things tie you down. Good luck, Pisces. I hope it's a good one for you guys. All right, guys. Well, that was a long one. So if you guys are still with me and you're still watching this, it's probably like January 2nd or 3rd, 2026. I don't know. Let me know. But like I said, bookmark this. You guys can come back to this down the road. This is the skeleton of what I base everything off of for the rest of the year. So you already have most of the secret herbs and sauces. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for liking, subscribing, sharing, following me on YouTube. Subscribe below, hit that bell button if you want more of my videos. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday using tarot and astrology to make sense of what's going on in the cosmos. Obviously, this is going to be quite the journey in 2026. I'm so glad I got to spend New Year's Day with you guys. Obviously, I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to let you guys go. But remember, this is the year that you guys show up, call your power back in. We want to blend some of this vision with obviously commitment for a new path forward. Comment your rising sign and let me know what you're looking forward to and what your resolutions are for 2026. And if you guys liked this presentation, if it was beneficial for you, I made this available and free for everybody because I think we all need some help next year. But if you feel like donating to my cosmic tip jar, scan the QR code and you guys can give me a tip. Like I said, usually we charge for this, but we didn't do that this year. And you guys are basically funding me being able to go out on New Year's Day. And my husband and I are going to go and probably grab some lunch, grab some drinks, watch some live music, and get some doggy treats for my doggies. So if you guys didn't see them at the beginning of the presentation, go and check them out. If you guys want to book a reading with me, I am now booking in March and April and May of 2026. So click the links below, head over to beyondtheveiledtarot.com. There you guys can book natal chart reading, solar return reading. I've got election readings. I also have calendars for 2026, personal calendars. And if you guys want to learn astrology with me, I've got my Mastering Astrology 301 coming up at the end of January. Click my courses page and check it out if you guys want to sign up and learn with me. Otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your new year. A happy new year to all. And I'm sure I will see you guys here very, very soon. Take care.